All right, and welcome inside Garden Center Lanes for the 8th Annual Midwest Youth Championships. As we kick off another season here on NDBowlTV, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher for another season here on NDBowlTV. How do you feel?
We are feeling good this morning. It is another wonderful day in Alexandria at this awesome tournament. So we're just getting started with our cashers round.
Yeah, we have 3 divisions going on at the moment. We have a boys open division, which is a scratch division for the boys. The girls open division is scratch for girls, and then there's a handicap division going on. So by the end of the day, we'll have 3 different champions. We're going to be giving away, I think it's over $40,000 in total scholarship money. I'm not 100% sure on the actual number, but it's something close to that.
Yeah, Nevin will eventually tell us that number, I'm sure, but it's gone up every single year. The amount of money that this tournament brings in is pretty incredible.
Which is a big shout out to the local area USBC, the Alexandria area USBC here, the folks at Garden Center Lanes for all they do to fundraise throughout the year and give these kids a good tournament to bowl. Once again, if you were just joining us, if you could drop a line in the chat room, let us know how we sound, how our sound appears, I guess, how the video appears, how everything looks. Let us know. That would be greatly appreciated. Once again, we will be joined by 17-time PBA Tour titleist Sean Rash at some point this morning, and we might also get a quick word with Matt Kabansky, the brand manager of 900 Global. He is in the building. We are in the Cashers round, which is a 4-game round here. All the advancers who will take home scholarship money today have arrived for a 4-game Cashers round, where at the end of those 4 games, the top 2 in each division will be the 1 and 2 seeds in their respective stepladders, and then the 3 through 10 in each division will go into a bracket to determine the final 2 seeds in the stepladder.
Yep.
And those are single game matches. Is that what Nevin said?
Yep, that's what it's been. I believe the last, pretty much every year they've done it, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, it'll be a fun morning here because you can make up a lot of pins if you get on a roll. And as we should point out too, pins do carry over from qualifying to the cashers round. But once you get through the cashers round into the bracket, everything is wiped clean.
Okay, so do you want to go over some scores quick? Let's do the top 10 in each division.
Yep. So we've got the boys in front of us. We have on our featured pair currently our 13, 14, 15, and 16 qualifiers.
Okay.
But leading the way at 13:06 was Aiden Portscheller. Trey Henriksmeyer was at 12:94 in second. Dawson Unrath in third at 12:85. Dawson Peterson in fourth at 12:80. Luke Winter in fifth at 12:70. We have a couple, there were re-entries allowed too. We should say that because then we have a couple re-entries here for those that are seeing the score sheet online. In sixth place was Lucas Hersrud at 12:38. Our 2-time defending champion, Zach Andreessen, in seventh at 12:32. Tatum Lee at 12:31. Javian Colson at 12:17. And Joseph Woods Wiseman, who is on our pair to the left with Javian and who else? Brandon Cryer. Oh, and Hunter Pomje as well, who are 11th and 12th. So there's from 10th place at 12:16 down all the way to 20th place is only 50 pins.
Okay.
Which is very easily made up if you get on a little hot streak.
And that is our top 10 out of the boys division. Again, we're going to bowl 4 games. They will rotate after each game, which means we will see the top, what is that going to end up being, the top 13 or 14 in front of us?
Top 16, yeah, because we've got 13 through 16. And they ended up taking 33 in the boys division this morning. So
there was, what was it, 168 total entries in the boys side?
Yeah, it was something, I think it was actually a little bit, 162 entries with a few re-entries, of course.
Yep. So how the tournament works is it starts on Friday. They have 2 qualifying shifts on Friday, and bowlers from all the divisions are kind of lumped together across the center here, and they bowl a 6-game qualifying block. And then if they don't like their score, they can re-enter for a reduced rate. I believe the entry was $150, and you got a 900 Global Eternity for it.
Yep.
And your entry, and then all the re-entries were $60. And you can bowl as many times as you'd like. And I think the key in this tournament is, since the pins carry over and those top 2 scores after the qualifying and the cashers round get into the stepladder final automatically, a lot of the players, even if they had a good score, they tried to re-enter to improve their score since the pins carried over. That's what's unique about this tournament.
Yep. And have to laugh, Nevin came by earlier this morning when we were setting up, pointed out, so the top qualifier in our boys division, Aiden Portscheller, had 13:06. That was his second shift that he had bowled.
Which I believe he did 2 shifts on Friday.
Yep, and in his first shift, he ended up shooting, let's just say, a little less than that to be well outside of it.
Well, props to Aiden for he figured something out. He did something, and he has the highest score in the building. So.
Yep. Yeah, for the boys, I think the spread from first to fifth was just under 36 pins from first to fifth. So those top 2 seeds are, I mean, you see it some years where 1 or 2 of the guys or girls will start running away a little bit, and, you know, it can be tough to catch one of them. But, you know, this year, at least for the boys division, it is extremely close, and any one of a handful of them could make our top 2. And that's the key, because you make the top 2 and you're automatically guaranteed, I believe it's a $2,000 scholarship.
And you don't have to get through the bracket round to get onto the show. You're automatically in there, and it's a big advantage. So
yes, absolutely.
The next thing let's talk about quick is the oil pattern. I mean, you guys are all watching these kids bowl on here, and I guess you've noticed the scores are a little lower. The oil pattern is definitely difficult. We got a custom 42-foot pattern here, a little under 30 mils of oil. The ratio is 2, 3, 4 to 1, so there's definitely some shape in it. But I will say, like I told Ken not that long ago, I went up to my local bowling center to practice last week, and I think I bowled on this pattern by mistake. I don't know if it was a mistake, but I bowled on a fresh pattern that they put down, probably for the kids up in Minot, and this isn't easy. My best look I found was with shinier equipment, standing a little left of 20. Otherwise, everything would kind of burn up for me. But
yeah, and you can definitely see that being the case with the majority of these kids starting left. And, you know, you can see it if you leak it a little bit right, it falls off a cliff very quickly. So the middle of the lane seems to be where you can find, like you said, that good shape. But it is also relatively flat in the middle of the lane, so it's, like you said, not an easy pattern. And, you know, seeing the scores that some of these kids put up year after year when they put out patterns, you know, similar to this is quite impressive.
I would agree with you. We say it every year. We've done every single one of these tournaments on NDBowlTV, and every year we say how good these kids are. They're much better than we ever were at that age. So
yeah, just going through their information sheets that some of them have given us, nothing like what we would have had back in this day.
Again, we're in game 1 of 4 here in the Cashers round at the 8th Annual Midwest Youth Championships. We're at Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. We will be joined at some point this morning by 17-time PBA Tour titleist Sean Rash. I do see him in the building, so he might be making his way down here now.
Yep, I think he's been here for a little bit, but, you know, just checking things out, seeing everybody bowl before he comes down with us.
And again, we might get a word with Matt Kabansky, the 900 Global Brand Manager. He is in the building as well. Might be able to talk some equipment with him at some point. Again, if you have any questions for us or either of our 2 guests later today, please send us a question in the chat room. You can message us on Facebook or send me an email. I do believe my email is in the description below the YouTube player. And we do have super chats available. Your questions will be moved to the top of the list if you use a super chat. And again, big thanks to everyone joining us early on this Sunday morning on what appears to be it's going to be a rainy day here in the High Plains, so a good day to sit back, relax, and watch a little bit of youth bowling on NDBowlTV. Well, just trying to see how the scoring works up here. It looks like it only shows 5 frames at a time, but it just kind of cycles through the most recent 5 frames for every player.
Well, I think what it does actually is it expands it out as you get more frames filled in.
But if you're up, it only shows, perhaps, I don't know.
We'll figure this out as we go.
They've
got a somewhat new scoring system we're still not quite used to.
But everything should be visible to all the viewers out there. All the scores should be pretty clear.
But yep, speaking of scores, we still do have a couple other divisions we can go through real quick.
Okay, yeah, what are we going to do, the girls division next?
Yep, so girls division, they ended up taking the top 12 in the girls division. They had, 60 entries it looks like. So in first place for the girls after the qualifying round is our defending champion, Brooke Salzman at 12:27. Allie Salter in second at 12:05. Elizabeth Rittenauer at 12:01 in third. 2021 champion Kira Magsum in fourth at 11:92. Rachel Moore in fifth at 11:78. I believe it's Kaylee Trisky at 11:51 and sixth. And now we get into some of the names that are going to be a little bit tricky.
So we do apologize.
Yes, they do have the pronunciation box on our information sheets for some of the people that have those tricky names, but unfortunately we haven't received all of our sheets yet. But
okay.
In 7 is Ainsley McConaughey at 11:50. Haley Trisky in 8th at 11:23. Peyton Rowley in 9th at 11:08. And Trista Rauma in 10th at 1100.
So some pretty respectable scores on the girls' side, and these are all scratch scores in that division.
Yep. And again, I mean, it's, from first to fifth is 49 pins, so it's very easily made up.
Yeah, a lot can happen there.
Yeah. And then in the handicap division, like we said, they do have, each bowler gets handicap based off of their league average, I believe, or sanctioned average.
Yep.
And when you're looking through it, most of them are, 20, 30 plus pins a game. You don't see too many that are going to be less than that because they end up going into the open divisions, which tend to have a little bit more money. But there were, let's see what we had, 96 entries in the handicap division, which was led by Miles Free, who is actually a local bowler.
Nice.
Had 1368 with his handicap, and that is actually the largest lead of all the divisions, which is 53 pins over second. And that was, we're going to have fun with these games. Dawson Nichelle at 1315, who is tied with Riley Miller. In fourth place, Micah Walswick at 1307. Fifth place, which is actually our defending champion, Jace Zeithammer at 1295. Teddy Mans in sixth at 1284, excuse me. Benny Jensen, I'm not positive on that one, at 1282. Henry Vader in eighth at 1273. Victor Dalglish at 1272 in ninth, and Bethany Johnson in 10th at 1263. So again, I mean, that's only 50 pins between second and 10th right there, so
not bad.
Anything can happen in any of these divisions.
And now, I know in the past, the girls advancers have been a lower number, so then they've done kind of a modified bracket. Are they taking the top 10 to the bracket no matter what? Well, the 1 and 2 of each division go to the stepladder.
Yep.
So 3 through 10 in every division go to the bracket. Is that how it's going to happen?
I feel like that's how they've done it. I haven't heard from Nevin specifically if that's how it is this year again. But yeah, if that is the case, then there would only be 2 of the girls that would not be advancing to the bracket, since they did only take 12.
That sounds right. I feel like that's what they'll do. So after these 4 games, your top 2 scores, which is a 10-game score, it includes yesterday's qualifying or whatever your best qualifying round was, your 4 games today, they will then order you, and the top 2 will go to their stepladder finals in their division. And then the remaining 8 will be in a bracket, single-game matches, which will leave 2 left, and that'll be the 3 and the 4 seed in each respective stepladder final, which we will have right here in front of us on 13-14, and then 15 and 16 will have the handicap division, so we'll just rotate things over. They will get fresh oil for the stepladder finals, correct?
Yes, yeah, they do that every year. And that is kind of nice because, as you can kind of see where they're already starting in our cashers round, it could get a little ugly later on towards the end of this in the bracket portion. But the lanes tend to hold up fairly well here.
Yes.
I said it may be a case where they start that far in, but they usually will hold up where it's not getting crazy at the end, like, you know, you'll see in some houses. But just looking around to the start, and actually a couple okay games going on, including one in front of us. Well, a couple in front of us.
Yeah, anytime you see a double or 3-bagger up there, you're gaining pins on the field.
We got I believe it's a 5-bagger over to our right on 15 and 16.
Yep.
So there's some scores out there that are, you know, can bring some people a little bit closer to the top.
And that 5-bagger is claimed by, I believe, Brady Gustafson.
That is. Yeah, because the goal is really at this point, at least getting for these boys in front of us, it's getting in the top 10. You know, the top 2 would be nice, but that's a lot of pins to make up.
Yeah,
you know.
Top 10 is kind of the goal for every division right now, and if you're well in the top 10, you're aiming for those top 2 spots.
Yep. Yeah. Like you said, 10th right now was 12-16 for the boys, so it's just a little bit over even. So as long as you're putting together a solid, you know, 200-something game, you're probably going to be gaining pins. And for somebody like Brady, who's down in 19th, you know, potentially putting up a 250 game 1 will put you right back in the mix.
Yeah, that's a huge game on this pattern. I remember talking to someone last night during the qualifying round. They just kind of random draw the entries across the house, so they're not separated by division.
Yep.
Where today every group is separated by their division. So I feel like the lanes are going to see a little bit different of a transition that they're used to.
Yeah, when you're
other
getting
qualifying rounds, and I think that might change some things for some players.
Yeah, that when you're getting, you know, some of the handicap bowlers who maybe just throw plastic down the middle or aren't as adept at, you know, hooking the ball yet, that's going to be a little different than when you look in the boys division and you see probably 3 out of 4 are two-handed.
Yeah, and the rev rate is much higher on this side of the building at the moment. Again, we're at the beautiful Garden Center Lanes 34 lane house. Big shout out to the staff and everyone here that helps run this event, all the volunteers. I do believe we will get score sheets out very quickly after each game, which is a shout out to all the workers, everyone behind the scenes at this event.
Yeah, looking over at the top, guys, the first 8, and there's not much going on. There was a 200 over there in the 5 through 8 pair, but the leaders might be coming back to everyone else right away. So that now 240 plus game for Brady all of a sudden looks a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, and the way they do the lane draws on day 2 is they put 1 through 4 on a pair, and then they'll go 5 through 8 on the next pair, and so on and so forth. So you're bowling with people kind of around you in the standings after 6 games, and that means we will see the top 4 players after the qualifying round hit our pair here, game number 4.
And joining us to our right now.
Yeah, looks like we have a visitor. Let's bring you all into the booth. Sean, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
And a little bit of proof that he is right here. Sean Rash, 17-time
Get closer
PBA
to you.
Tour titleist. Sean, welcome to NDBowlTV. How you doing?
I'm good. Where am I looking?
Yeah, we're
Forward?
right there.
Hey. Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me on today. I guess I'll be on here and there throughout the day. And,
Yeah, feel free to jump in and out. We might even get a chance to talk with brand manager Matt.
Matt Kabansky, yes, sir. He'll be here too. But thank you guys for being here to showcase the bowlers from the Midwest. Realistically, all over. I guess they come from.
Yeah, they travel for this one.
It's a pretty special event. First time I've been here. The 8th year they've been running it. Talking to Nevin. Just got some numbers. There's 65 people bowling right now, but they had 300 entries, 318 or so, and
Most they've ever had too. Yep.
over 140 different bodies. So that's kind of the number I look at more than anything. The entry number is always great, but the unique bodies. But the doubles too. 100 teams in the doubles Thursday and Friday night. Over 5,000 given away that night in scholarship money, and so much more later today. So.
Yeah, I think last year the total was over 45,000 in total scholarship funds. I don't know what the final number is going to be this year, but the money they raised for this tournament and the work they put in throughout the year with the local USBC association, they do such a great job here. I can't say enough good things about the people, the Meyer family, Nevin and his wife, and they do a great job, that's for sure. And I thank them for letting us come in here and cover the event for 8 years in a row now. You got in on what, Friday?
Got here Friday right before the double squad Friday night. Landed at, 3 o'clock. Took a couple hours to get here. Traffic wasn't the best on a Friday
that
afternoon.
old cabin traffic up here. That's what we call it.
What do you call it?
Cabin traffic.
Cabin traffic.
Everyone leaves the big city up to Lakes Country.
Yep.
So now when you leave here and go back to Minneapolis tonight, or are you going back?
We're going back to Minneapolis tonight, yep.
Yeah, so you'll hit the cabin traffic going
Great.
back to town.
Can't wait.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
So what have you seen so far on the pattern? It's been playing pretty tough. The scores are pretty low.
Yeah, scores are low. It's 42 feet. Looks like there's plenty of volume. I haven't looked at it a bunch, but I basically look at what the balls are doing when they go down the lane. So, anything right of like 6 or 7 is pretty much done. I saw a young man take the 6-9 out of the rack here just a little bit ago.
Seen that a few times.
The ladies, there's some surface being used quite a bit down there on the other side. Keeping it in play. That's the biggest thing. It's the same thing at like junior gold and realistically on the PBA and in the women's tour too is when they're hard, hit the one in the front, make your spare.
Yep.
Don't get too upset about what's going on. And, at some point you're going to catch a good pair. And you got to stay positive too throughout qualifying and the semis and match play. So.
Yeah, I would agree there. And you did mention junior gold. A lot of these players just came from junior gold. I saw a Team USA jersey walking around. Brooke Salzman, our defending champion, I believe she made junior Team USA.
Yeah, there's a couple on the boys. I've seen them wearing them too.
Yeah, the I think Braden was one of the top guys at Junior Gold not that long ago in Indianapolis. So a lot of great players in here, and you're a past Junior Gold winner yourself.
I am, yeah, 21 years ago. 20 years ago.
That was back when Ken and I were bowling Junior Gold
Yep.
too. It's just you finished a lot higher than we ever.
I was happy to finish top half, and I don't think I ever did that.
Yeah.
But Junior Gold was different back then. Like you had to fight just to get in, to get
Yeah.
in the tournament, to earn your way in. They have so many ways of trying to win your spots these days, and it's such a great tournament. It grows every year. What do they have, like 30-some squads?
Yeah, it's. I don't know if you want my true opinion of Junior Gold right now, but it's nice to see so many youth competing from that event. Through the next event here now. I see a lot of kids that are wearing SYC shirts and jerseys, meaning they bowl the Storm Youth Championships events across the country. It's amazing what that company does for youth bowling,
Yes.
Not just the professional side, but a couple college jerseys I see as well. I'm
Yeah,
guessing
Weber
freshman
International.
here, this young man.
That's a Florida school, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm guessing he's getting ready to go back to school or be a rookie coming up.
Yeah, we got a few kids over here, Lucas and Zach, and all them. They're moving into college, their first years into college here in a week or so.
I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with some of these kids. I'm going to have to talk to Nevin. They're wearing earpieces while they bowl.
Right.
You can't do that at Junior Gold and can't do that on tour, so they might start wanting to learn that you can't do it as you get older. But
they probably can't in college either.
Yeah.
I can't imagine any of the college coaches would let that happen either.
But there's definitely, I've seen probably 15 to 20 of them doing it. And it's more of I'm guessing they're listening to music to calm themselves down. But, man, to me, I already have enough distractions when I compete. Let's add another one. Ooh.
That was nice.
Yeah, with the 42-foot pattern, the oil's carrying down there pretty quick. It's hard to get oil off the lane after you rerun. Those pins are going to slide. Twisters slide already quite a bit.
Yep.
See a lot of weird hits in this house.
I will say a characteristic of this house is the carry down happens. It seems quicker than most houses that we've been to.
Yep.
And it stays down there. So then when you have the urethane going down the lane too,
That's one thing I actually haven't seen a lot of is the urethane going down because it's such a long pattern and they're so tight. Of course, it doesn't hurt my feelings, but it's
hey,
a
that's
lot of
fine.
changes are coming up.
I think Ken and I would both be in the same boat as you.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of it. But how do you see the urethane thing changing on tour since the new rule in tour is now 78 hardness, right?
Correct. Yeah, starting January 6th of next year.
So right after team trials, that kind of thing, or the regional players.
Right, yes, I believe that is correct. That's what they wanted it to be after the regional players because they qualified with a certain rule. They wanted the people that got to the regional finals to be able to use the same rules that they qualified from. So
I can respect that.
Kudos to the PBA for that thought, looking into that, making a change before they get to a big event with the RPI. So I personally think it's going to change a lot. You're not going to, I think it's pretty evident at what happened at the PBA Skills Challenge. The players only got one ball. The hardness was 80. It was pretty much a urethane cover. And you could tell who won, right? Like, Dom is a very, very good shot maker. He beat Matt Ogle there in the finals. It's about surviving when you throw that type of ball. And I won't name any names, but there were some pretty low scores in that bracket final. It's gonna make people learn to bowl a little bit differently.
I agree.
And not be so reliant on a crutch.
I feel like you're going to see a lot more low differential balls going down the lane, like the new Tour Dynamics. That's 026 differential ball. That's going to be a ball that'll probably go out there. The Exponent has been really good. IQ Tours, stuff like that. Do you see players using lower flaring balls to kind of fill
Control
in that
things.
void?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think players have been asking for is more volume on the lane.
I would agree.
30 mils seems like a lot, but it's not when you're using 500 grit on just about everybody's bowling balls to start to get them to pick up. And, people go, well, why would you add more volume if you're going to use so much surface? It's just because of how the lane is, right, front to back, and it's pretty much level the whole way across. So getting more of a taper and everything will definitely help, and that'll make a big difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious as to how things will change. And watching the tour next year, I'll be very interested to see what kind of players excel, what kind of players maybe not adjust to it as well. But
I really think shot making comes back into play a little bit. At least that's what I'm hopeful for, even though I don't know how much I'm going to bowl with the injury to the back. We're still working on that, but I think the guys that are really, really good shot makers are going to see a lot more success next year. But we'll see. I know every brand, manufacturer is working on their new urethane, and I'm sure the PBA is working on new patterns as well.
yeah, there's a lot's going to happen between the next 4 months, because the new tour season probably starts early January for you guys.
Yeah, that's what we're hopeful for. We're waiting to hear some information for sure. Well, hey, I'm going to go watch a little bit more bowling.
Okay.
I'll come back in a little bit, and I hope you guys enjoy the next, game 2, right? We're in game 2 of 4.
Just starting 2.
Yeah, and if you see Matt, have him come over here.
I will. I'll go
talk
grab
to
him
as well.
Thanks again, guys, for
Yeah.
doing this today for the kids.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Sean Rash, everyone, 17-time PBA Tour titleist. He'll be in and out of our booth as the day goes on. Again, we are in game number 2. Did you get a scoring update, Ken?
I got the handicap division update, which is, as Nevin said, it's not going to be a true representation because it adds in the total handicap for the 4-game block.
Okay, so their whole handicap is already considered.
Yes.
Okay.
So, which is why you see the higher handicaps have kind of pushed their way to the top of the board, but you can see a couple of the names that were already up there. Miles Freeze in second. Riley Miller, who was in second, is now in first. Probably easier once we get into about game 2 or 3 to see where they're really at, but basically it's still anybody's game because the handicap probably had the smallest spread from top to bottom outside of our top qualifier, Miles. But we do have the girls division, which Nevin just handed me as well. Just give me some reference here. So Brooke Salzman looks like she extended her lead. Is in first at 14-14. Kira Magsom has jumped into second at 13.89. Allie Salter in third at 13.81. Elizabeth Rittenauer in fourth at 13.71. Kaylee Trisky in fifth at 13.51. Rachel Moore in sixth at 13.32. Ainsley McConaughey in seventh at 13-11. And then there's a little bit of a drop-off. So, like I said, it's still anybody's game. With 3 more games left, a lot can happen.
Yeah, we are in game number 2 of our Cashers round. At the end of this round, they will take their 10-game totals, which is the 6-game qualifier yesterday and Friday, and then their 4 games this morning. And the top 2 in every division will be automatically seeded, the 1 and the 2, in their respective stepladder finals. And then the remaining 8 players, they'll cut to the top 10 there. The remaining 8 will go into an 8-person bracket. Single game elimination to determine the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder finals. And then we will start with the girls final right here on 13 and 14. Move over to 15 and 16 for the handicap final, and then back to 13 and 14 for the boys division final to cap off the tournament this afternoon. Again, thank you for everyone joining us today. Tim, thanks for the message there. Randy Peterson, good to see you. Hope everyone's having a fine Sunday morning.
Still trying to figure out this scoring, how it works for their totals. I think it's adding it in as they go.
Well, let's see here after Brandon's shot.
Yeah, I believe that's what it's doing, is that as each frame is filled out, it adds it into their overall total.
Okay.
So, might make it a little bit tricky to track, but looks like Nevin's coming over here with the boys sheet anyways, so.
All right. Well, let's look at our boys division. Leading the way, Dawson Peterson on the heels of a 235. Game 1 is now sitting at 15-15. In second, Trey Hendricksmeyer with a 205. Game 1 is now at 14.99. Luke Winter at shot 210 to up to 14.80. Our qualifying leader, Aiden Portscheller, had a 173, is now in fourth. Lucas Herzrud shoots 230 to get to fifth. Zach Andreessen in sixth, 14.51. Dawson Unrath in seventh had a 139, so he fell down to seventh at 14.24. And then Brady Gustafson, we did see him to the pair to the right shoot 245 and is at 14.10. Tatum Lee in ninth at 14.03, and then JB and Colston rounds out the top 10 in a tie with Hunter, I think it's Pommier. That's how Nevin pronounced it last night.
Okay. Well, I'm going to trust Nevin because I'm pretty sure he's done this for a lot longer than we have in pronouncing their names.
Well, they show them in the same number here on the left, but Hunter is a pin behind JVN, 13.99 to 13.98. So that is currently the cut to the top 10.
So staying right around that even mark that was close to for qualifying. But really, scores should probably go up here, you would think, the next couple games. And depending on how rough they get game 4, could bring it back down. But there are some scores out there a little bit already. But you can see a majority of the guys playing left. There's a couple. You saw Joe's playing right with Urethane. I think there's one or two over to our right. Aiden Walter is a couple pairs over, is playing right with Urethane.
So there's a few out there.
Yeah,
I know a lot of these kids use it for spare ball too. So.
Yep, they seem to be trying it. I don't know how much success they're really having. I don't think it's anything that's been real great, especially when you get it going left like that. Said that middle of the lane seems to have been where the best scores are. But still 2.5 games left. I believe Lucas Herzrud to our left has first 4 strikes, so.
Yeah, and he's fresh off the 230, his first game, so he's making a move this morning. We will see him in game number 3, along with Tatum Lee. Looks like
Zach Andreessen and Luke Winter, I believe, are the other two.
So in front of us, we have Joe Woods-Wiseman, Hunter Pommier. Who else is in front of us here?
Javian Colston is the 4th one that's with the Weber shirt.
Okay. Pretty good bowling school there. And we were talking to Travis last night, and he said that Sidney Brummett took a job down at Weber, and Brandon Bone went with her because they were at Mount Mercy last season. She went down to Weber over the off season, so that'll be a pretty strong team in the college ranks.
And I believe that's where Zach was going too, if I'm not mistaken.
Zach's going to Mount Mercy.
Yeah.
He is the two-time defending champ here at the Midwest Youth Championships, looking for an unprecedented third straight title in a tournament that I wouldn't believe is very easy to win.
No, I mean, he's the second person to win back-to-back in any of the divisions.
Right. Yeah, we had a back-to-back winner on the girls' side the first 2 years.
Yep.
Rebecca went back-to-back to start off this tournament. And then, yeah, the only repeat winner we've had is Zach, back-to-back the last 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think we've had anyone that's actually won two beyond those two.
Yeah, they have all the banners hanging up here at Garden Center Lanes. Not currently in view on camera, but they are up here in between the scoring monitors, and looks like they are made by the folks at EFX. And they are a sponsor of the tournament. Shout out to the folks at EFX.
Looking over to our right again. I see another five-bagger on the board. It is not Brady Gustafson. It is who is bowling after him. But a lot of them staying clean right now, and, you know, kind of as Sean said, it's like hit the one in front of you, make your spares. You're going to be right in it today.
Which is, I bet, a lot easier for these kids here than it is for me and you.
That is 100% true.
We are not near as good as spare shooters as some of these kids are.
Well, we're not near as good at bowlers as they are either.
We say it every year. There's a reason we're sitting here talking on a microphone each time.
Yep.
But good news is I can bowl again. There, Fletchy. I can bowl tournaments again, which is fantastic. If you watched our coverage back in March at the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead, I was a week removed from surgery on the arm, and it seems to be
You've
fixing
been
the problem. We'll see what happens as the season goes on. I'm ready to get out there, though.
Yeah, you've been out bowling a bunch and seems to have been doing pretty well for you.
I'll tell you one thing, it made me wish I was 16 and bowling with these kids again when injuries weren't a thing. And
You could come out here and bowl 5 shifts and it wouldn't do anything to you.
yeah. Enjoy it while you can. That's what I say to all these kids.
Yep. Bowl as much as you can. Bowl as many tournaments as you can. Because it only gets harder as you get older.
Yeah, we're in game number 2 of 4 here in the Cashers round. Following the 4th game of the Cashers round, we'll cut to the top 10 in each division. The 1 and the 2 will automatically advance to the stepladder finals this afternoon. And then the 3 through 10 will be put into a 8-person stepladder, or 8-person bracket, excuse me, where they will do single game matches to determine the final 2 seeds on the stepladder. So a lot of good bowling coming up. We will see our top 8 players the last 2 games of the Boys Open division on our featured pair. We are currently watching, what is it, the
Yeah, it's
9 through 12
Yep.
qualifiers.
Ooh, tough break
like-
for Lucas.
Looks like JV in there is throwing an exotic gem.
Yeah, I saw him pull that out a couple frames ago.
I would like to thank the folks at Storm for once again being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. I know Ken and I got to tour HQ back in April, which was a fun little trip out there to Brigham City, Utah.
Yep.
I was on our way home from the Open Championships. I thought that was a very interesting tour that we got there, and got to see some cool things.
Yeah, that you don't realize what goes on behind the scenes to, you know, not only make bowling equipment, but you know the amount of space that it takes just to house all of that. You know, the people it takes to do it. It was pretty cool, pretty enlightening.
Yeah, and what I thought was really interesting for me is when you first walk in the door at Storm, they have every ball they've ever made kind of on display there, and you can just walk around and look at some of the old pieces from back in the 90s and early 2000s that you and I threw way back when we were kids.
Right, going through all of them, like, I threw that, I like that one a lot. Yep.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So a big shout out to the folks at Storm. We got to meet most of the people there, and thank you once again for sponsoring NDBowlTV for another season.
Another string over here to our right. A couple good games. 15-16 seems to be the pair right now.
Yeah, good games going on 17-18, and those are the people who are kind of in the middle of the pack of the advancers here. So they're trying to make a move towards the top 10 and possibly top 2.
Yeah, it might be a little much to get to the top 2, but getting that top 10 is very possible. And over here to our left, Lucas Herzrud, after a hot start to game 2, is now staring at 3 opens in a row.
Yeah, we're starting to hit that point in the progression of the pattern to where it starts to transition a little bit. And when you're transitioning on a pattern that's playing as difficult as this one is, things like that can happen pretty easily.
Very much so. See a lot of perplexed faces as they come back.
And again, we alluded to this earlier. These kids in the boys division are now seeing what I would believe is a different transition because they're bowling with only the boys division compared to everyone just kind of being lumped together in the qualifying rounds. So I think the lanes are going to break down in each section of the house drastically different, and you might see different scores on the girls' side as well as the handicap side just because of that.
100%. I mean, we said it, you know, just the rev rate going down the lane is it's going to do a lot more to these pairs right here in front of us than it would have yesterday, where you might be getting a little bit more of the carry down from the handicap division. You're probably not seeing that as much as you did yesterday today. And all here, that's why you're seeing a lot of these big splits that are popping up in front of us. Or a lot of shots going through the nose.
And it is something to note that there is an out of bounds there. You throw this thing right of 5, 6, 7 or so, and it's not going to recover. You bring in 2, 4, 10 combinations.
Yep. But you still have to be able to project the ball right. Otherwise, you see shots that, if they're going too straight up the lane, are just hooking early and going left.
Yeah, the middle of the pattern is pretty flat.
So, incredibly touchy, but scoreable. So like I said, you can see some scores out there.
Yeah, and these kids are no strangers to tough patterns like this, so.
Yeah, we have Drake Waite over to our right. That, it looks like 220 on the board there. Still a good game, though. Zach Andreessen to our left was going Dutch, I believe, through 7 frames and just picked up a double, so.
Yeah, you'll see him on lane 12 here momentarily, working on a double. Got another strike on his good lane, it seems like. So again, if you're just joining us, please hit the share button, hit the like button. Help us out in any way you can. We do appreciate everyone tuning in this morning for the Cashers round of the Midwest Youth Championships, the 8th edition of this tournament. Becoming a summer tradition for many of these kids before they head off to college or head back to high school, and probably even some elementary and middle school kids here down the handicap side. I mean, you got Tatum Lee here is 12, and he's top 10 currently in the open division.
Yeah, that's crazy to think. I wasn't even bowling at 12.
I was, but I wasn't even close to being that good at 12. We say it every year, but these kids are extremely lucky to have tournaments like this, and the MJBT thing is still going on, and they have junior bowlers tours going on all across the United States, and the Storm SYC tournaments, Junior Gold, you name it. There's a lot of opportunities for these kids.
Yeah. Pretty awesome. Looks like Zach's found something. Nice 230 there. It's going to bump him up the board as I believe Luke with 178. Tatum has 209 on the board.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas is going to have a good comeback there. It looks like we have another visitor to our show as we wrap up game number 2. Joining us now is the 900 Global Brand Manager, Matt Kabansky, and welcome to NDBowlTV.
How you doing, partner? Nice to meet you.
I'm Darren, this is Ken.
Ken,
Nice
how you
to
doing?
meet you, Matt.
Ken's not on camera, but he's here.
That's okay.
So you're the brand manager for 900 Global. You've been here since Friday evening, right?
Correct. Yeah, we got in Friday.
What have you seen so far? There's been a pretty tough pattern out there. The scores have been generally low. Overall, what have you seen?
Well, I talked to the tournament director, Nevin, and they ran 42 feet, 2-1. Not sure of the volume or anything, but it does look a bit heavier. Urethane definitely has not really been much of a factor. I've seen a lot of guys and girls try to use it with not much success. So, hey, no real secrets on this pattern. You got to be pretty close. There's no tricks. There's no special layouts, surfaces, what have you. It's you just got to be close to your target and get it off your hand good.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's tough. Long story short.
So as the 900 Global Brand Manager, I know they've had a couple new pieces coming out, the Exponent and the Gold Label.
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about those new releases.
Well, it's funny. We're almost in the exact same situation we were in with the original Zen. When the original Zen came out, it came out with another ball called the Ordnance C4 that just got totally overlooked and overshadowed by the Zen because the Zen did so well. We brought back that same core in the Exponent, and it's coming out the same time as the Zen Gold Label. So pretty much the same exact situation, and was somewhat concerned of the same thing happening again. The Gold Label initially got all the love and a lot of excitement and a lot of people looking forward to it, and Exponent was just kind of sitting there, but I feel like things have kind of flipped around now. The Exponent has had some success. Anthony Simonson and Danielle McEwen both had a couple of them in their bag for the Striking Against Breast Cancer doubles down in Houston. Chris Barnes has won with it on the PBA 50 Tour. Pete Weber's bowled with it quite a bit on the PBA 50 Tour. Diana Zavlova won with it on the Women's Tour.
Yep.
So it's the talk has really kind of flipped around somewhat.
Yeah,
I really haven't heard much about the Gold Label recently, and everyone's talking Exponent. So
I've been seeing a lot of Exponent stuff out there, so that's going to be one you're going to want to get your hands on. What are the specs on the Exponent?
In a 15, you're looking at 248 on the RG and 042, which is definitely noteworthy because across our three brands, the Storm, Roto, and Global family, those are numbers that kind of don't exist.
Right.
It really fills a spot that we were missing. And you know, when you look at the reaction characteristics of it, I've been telling everybody it's kind of in that IQ Tour range, but a bit rollier. The IQ Tour is a bit cleaner and a bit more responsive when it sees the friction, whereas this one kind of wants to roll off of it a bit more. So great compliment to the IQ Tour, which has been, you know, old reliable for
it's one of my favorite
10 plus years now, what have you. So it's really been a great ball, as everyone knows, but Exponent is in that same category of the benchmark performance, and is different from the IQ Tour, so you can definitely justify having both.
Yeah, I might have to do that. And then on the Gold Label, that one is specs on that.
Same exact core that we had in the original Zen, it's just a new cover. Everyone that's thrown a Zen knows how strong it is, especially for a Pearl. It's deceivingly strong. It doesn't really act like a Pearl. And then, you know, we had Zen Master and Zen Soul, which were also both very strong. This one has a cleaner cover with that same big engine, so it's definitely in that skid flip category. But still having that big motor in it, you don't feel like it's going to maybe miss the spot or you're going to throw it through it. It's going to always, you know, give you that wide footprint on the lane that all the Zens have kind of been known for. Just whatever it's going to do it much later down the lane than the previous Zen.
I would agree. Most of the reviews that I've seen so far is it's a super clean ball through the fronts.
Very. And I've been telling people to, you know, with the surface, you know, out of the box, it looks pretty. Great shelf appeal and everything. Functionality, maybe not the best. So 2,000 pad by hand, 3,000, whatever you want. And just knock that off and let it kind of glaze up. Will help even it out, but still give it plenty of motion down lane.
Yeah, I would agree there. And we're actually giving away a Zen Gold Label this weekend on behalf of the folks at Storm and 900 Global. We have a little giveaway going on to all the attendees here this weekend. We will be doing that drawing right before the boys stepladder finals this afternoon, so pretty excited for that. Big shout out to everyone here who has entered that contest and has subscribed to NDBowlTV. We do appreciate it.
Yep. And the ball that all the kids got this week with their entry was the Eternity, which has
been a good ball too.
Has been really good. We just had a win with it last night on the PWBA tour with Caitlin Johnson.
Yeah, we were watching that on TV in the bar.
Yeah, so were we. It was exciting. We had all five Storm Roto Global players on the show, so that's always good. And you know, the Eternity got us another win, so excited about that. That's one that's been out since February, and was one that was kind of designed to replace the Altered Reality, which we lost. You know, I think it sees the mid lane a bit more than what the Altered does, but pretty darn close otherwise.
So I don't really want to make you give away any spoilers or anything, but is there anything we can look forward to kind of coming down the channel from 900 Global?
Yeah, you know, when you look at the global line, it's pretty lean right now. You know, our catalog this year was a bit smaller, which, you know, it always will be, you know, when compared to the other brands, but we needed to get more aggressive. So, yeah, we're going to have some more stuff before the end of the year. So make sure to look out for that. We got several pieces that we've been working on for a while now and are excited about, and some new technology here and there. So should be good. Should be fun times.
Very nice. So you can head on over to stormbowling.com and you can see all the Storm, all the Roto Grip, and all the 900 Global items in the catalog that are currently available. I do believe 900 Global has, I think it's 7 on the catalog that are available at the moment.
Correct.
But as Matt just said, there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming down the channel here as we start up league season pretty soon. At least up here in the High Plains, it turns into league season.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was telling people here is, I mean, it's amazing that there's this much bowling going on right now this far north. I mean, you guys normally shut it down in June and, you know, don't open the door again until September. So this is this is pretty special to see. And hey, we're kind of out in the middle of the state too. There's not much out here, so
Right.
it's good to see this type of support. And the event's doing nothing but growing too. Talking to Nevin, he's talking about having to maybe open it up on Wednesday. Thursday's getting full, so it's going to be a week-long event before he knows it. He's going to be even busier.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have. That's what I say.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good. So another note on the 900 Global website, if you go there, make sure to check out our drink of the month. We're doing
Yes.
a totally different brand direction with 900 Global. As you'll notice, the covers on the Exponent and Gold Label are different. We don't have the S77 response anymore, S84 response, what have you. We've gone to a reserve blend 701 for the Exponent since it's in the 700 series, and 801 for the Gold Label since it's in the 800 series. And on future global releases, make sure to look. We're going to just increase it by one for every version of the cover. So the next one will be 802, 702, so on and so forth. And higher number doesn't mean more aggressiveness, more hook. It's just the next version of the cover. And we'll explain to everybody what we were going for when we create those new cover stocks. And we're going to keep doing the drink of the month, like I mentioned. Last month was the Zen Gold Label. This month is an Exponent. There's an alcoholic and non-alcoholic version. If you go there, it tells you how to make it, has a video. One of our bartenders in Utah she's making up all of these recipes and drinks. She's real excited about it. And so are we. So it'll change out every month until we let you know we're done with things. So
Yeah, and I will say I like the new way that 900 Global is kind of branding their equipment, kind of having this identity, so to speak. And I really like the direction they're going with it. I think it just kind of gives them a better identity within the bowling market.
yeah, it's totally different than anything that we've done before since I've come on. I've been here since January of 16, and we've always kind of gone that more technological type route, science fiction, if you will, sort of thing. So this is totally different, and it complements the other brands that we've got very well too. So it's when they first kind of brought it to me, I was like, I don't know, guys. This sounds kind of funny, but in talking to everybody during all the trade shows and Bowl Expo and everything, they're really digging the kind of the distillery or small craft brewery type feel.
Yep.
And I'm getting more on board with it as well. So it's off to a great start. What else can you say?
Right. And so you got on with Global in 16, you said.
Correct.
When
Yep.
did the whole acquisition thing happen with SPI? I can't remember when the whole.
That was a COVID deal.
Okay.
They with when COVID hit, and everybody shut down. The decision was made from Storm to close our facility and be fully absorbed into the Storm and Rotogrip family, which we were always kind of a part of it, but we were separate at the same time. It's kind of a funky deal, doesn't really make sense, but it just kind of made everything official. So to answer your question, April, May of 20 or so is when everything became official, and it's been great. When you look back at where we were at before versus where we're at now, we've become a much more viable brand, I think. And with the success of the Zen's been the most successful global ball by far. And
I would agree.
it only took 3 or 4 months to become the biggest selling global ball of all time. It's just been it's been a heck of a ride, and we're just going to keep trying to get a little better than we were yesterday and see what happens.
I've always found it interesting when you get to all these bowling brands and how much new equipment comes out, how often it comes out, and you still get these certain pieces that just rise above all of them, and you see them win more often and things like that. The Zen was crazy. There were so many, like the Phase 2 and the High Road, and there's so many balls that kind of stand out above the other ones.
Yeah, hey, we've got a heck of a team there. And, with
Yep.
3 brands, it can get a little tricky to juggle things. But we've got a great group there. I've got a ton of support, and I hope that I'm able to support the other guys as well within our group. It's the Zen in 2021. That was the #1 ball out of the Storm plant, actually. Which, if you had told me that was going to happen, I flat out wouldn't have believed you when we first kind of came on. I thought it'd take a little bit more time, but the Storm and Roto family's been very welcoming to the global brand, and we try to differentiate our pieces from the Storm and Roto stuff. So it's not just like we had a Zen Master. It's not just a Phase 2 with a different logo. It's different. So that's really the goal at the end of the day.
Yeah, I will say I've enjoyed all the equipment since we moved over to Storm at last summer. We were with the Brands of Brunswick for 10 years here at NDBowlTV, or 9 years. We moved over to Storm last year, and they've been great. They've been very welcoming to us. I really enjoy all their equipment. It's been good for me.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. I mean, Storm's the bowler's company. That's the tagline, and we try to stand by that as much as possible, and give you guys the tools you need to succeed. And across a variety of conditions, oil patterns are always changing and whatnot. So we're always trying to do a lot of R&D and try to stay ahead of things as much as possible.
So I've been. This is kind of off the topic a little bit, but I had an arm thing. I had surgery last February, and I had to move down from 15 to 14. And a lot of the new releases lately, I've seen a lot of the numbers on the 14s be very similar to the 15s, whereas a few years ago they were drastically different. Is that a point of emphasis for all the companies, or?
Yeah, it really is. When we look at our sales numbers, we see that 14s are actually selling a bit better than they ever did before. More people are using them, so we wanted to try to make an effort to get those numbers as close to a 15 as we could. And with the advent of the new AI core that's in the Summit, that was one thing that we really focused on, was maintaining RG and diff values across all three weights. And that's something that we're going to continue to look at. You're always going to be limited because you are dealing with 1 pound less and densities and whatnot to get you where you need to be. But the AI core definitely helps, and that's actually something that we went through with Global in the old days. When I first came on, we had honey badgers, which were straight 2-piece balls. Just an inner core and cover. And
Evan loves them.
Yeah, a lot of people did. But I mean, hey, when you look at a 14 versus a 15 and a 16, you're seeing drastic differences between RGs and diff, because whatever that inner mass yields is what you're stuck with. You can't control things with an outer core or anything. So I think in a 16, if my memory serves correct, you're looking at 252, 054, something like that. 15 goes down to like 257, 043, something like that. And then in a 14, you're like at 262, 020, So quite a bit of variance. But we're trying to always get the 14s a little bit closer to the 15s, because that's something that we do hear a lot from our customers. So the guys in R&D and and production and everything are doing everything they can to get those numbers more in line across the board to help everybody out.
And then you mentioned just briefly there the AI core that's in the Summit, and what I find very interesting about that is they take the actual inner core, and then there's a cover around the core, so to speak, and they implemented almost like dimples on a golf ball.
Yeah, very similar. When you look at it, it looks like a golf ball. It's just a bunch of little flat spots across the core, so it helps us lower the RG and raise the diff, which makes the ball stronger and makes it hook more, which everybody wants to see. And then we also did some COR, or coefficient of restitution, testing on it, which is something else that we did with honey badgers. And all that is you just do a drop test. You drop from a predetermined height, and you see the amount it recoils off the ground, and you measure it. So the higher the COR, the more the pins kind of want to pop up. So the AI core does raise your COR a little bit over your standard outer core. And one's not better or worse than the other. It's just whichever one matches up better on certain conditions. Like going back to honey badgers, any ball that has an inner core and no outer core is always going to have a higher COR than a ball with an outer core. So we always saw those recoil quite a bit off the ground. And people that threw honey badgers, they could say that they just went through the pins differently than some of the other stuff. Again, not better or worse, just different. And it matched up. It was great. People that threw them, they felt like they couldn't miss.
And that's the thing. Everyone throws the ball different, so different could be better for this person. It could be better for that person.
Yeah, there's so many variables.
There's a lot of really good videos out there on the Storm Bowling YouTube page about their testing and the stuff they done with that AI core and the Summit in general, and they compared it to great balls like the Phase 2 and all the technology that went into the Absolute. There's a lot of great videos out there, so check out the Storm Bowling.
Yeah, please. I mean, the video the guys put together it's about 15 minutes long, but it really covers everything, and you can see just the links they went to through the testing, and the time that it took was. Those guys were really busy for.
Yeah, didn't they do like which ball carried more tens, and they rolled it down a ramp from maybe like 5 feet away from the pins, and
They changed their degrees of entry angle and everything, and I mean, the numbers at the end of the day they came up with is, with the AI core, you're, even on those hits, are kind of those not dead solid hits, those kind of off pocket hits. They found that it carried, I forget the exact numbers, 2 or 3% more, which doesn't sound like a lot, but one hit here or there, as all the bowlers know, depending when it happens. I mean, that's 30 pins. It could be a difference. So that's one thing that they found, and really wanted to get across to everybody was how important it is. And at this level of competition, I mean, look what we're watching right now. These guys are bowling on really, really tough condition, and I'm sure if you told any of them they're a ball an off-pocket hit is going to give you a 3% better chance to strike, they'll take whatever they can get on this.
I will agree, and that's always been kind of like a judgment for me on what ball I like over others, is when you can get that shot off your hand that you feel like is going to be a flat 10 and it somehow kicks 10 out. You're like, okay, I got something a little better than anything else here. So.
Nope, that's kind of one of the factors you look at when determining ball reaction. If you've got something where the 6 is kicking the 10 out, you're doing okay. So that's something that you're going to see a lot more of from us too. The Summit's just the first version of the AI core. We're going to be bringing it to the Roto and Global lines too. So make sure to look out for
very
future
nice.
releases.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, we've got some stuff in the works that it's very
nice.
Very cool. I've thrown a few of the test balls already, and they're definitely on the right track. We've got something that's going to be a big deal, I think, for a long time.
That'll be cool, because historically, from what I remember, right around the time league starts is when a lot of the brands kind of start coming out with new releases and whatnot in the September area. I'm not sure on when the next ones will be out, but I can only imagine in the next 2 to 3 months you'll see some things happening.
With the season picking up, that's when we try to bring everything out and get everybody on board with the new stuff, because everyone's looking to drill new stuff for the season, So yeah, definitely looking forward to getting those out. And we've got a lot of summer releases too that we've brought out in June and July. They're still, very fresh, that people will probably be drilling for the upcoming season. So it's
the clone, I think, has gotten a lot of action out there too. That's a unique piece in itself as well.
Yeah, don't forget about the Tour Dynamics too. I mean, and when you look across our 3 brands, I mean, we've got 3 really distinct benchmark type shapes. We've got IQ Tour, which is all reliable. It's always going to be there. Exponent, a little earlier and rollier, and then Clone. We've got Tour Dynamics, an asymmetric option with kind of a benchmark shape, a low RG, low diff ball, which is it's very unlike anything else that's out there. Kind of the same as the Exponent. It had numbers that just don't exist, and Tour Dynamics is the same way. I mean, I think you're looking at 248, like low 020s, 022 or something on the diff scale, and it's got the Rubicon core shape, which everybody definitely
very good core,
likes. Yeah, it's been a great success. Just changed up some things to get the RGs and diffs where we wanted them. So between the 3 brands, 3 very distinct benchmark shapes, and they all play off of one another. So since I've been on, I don't think we've ever had that before. This is the first time I can remember. So
do you see those pieces being used more on tour with the new urethane rules?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when you look at Tour Dynamics, you can get away with some stronger layouts. A lot of guys these days are 5-inch, at least 5-inch pin to PAPs, and bigger pin buffers, trying to delay things as much as possible. But when you get those lower diffs, I think you can get a bit more aggressive with the layouts. Maybe put some pin on axis, that sort of thing, and get the ball to just kind of roll and lay off down the lane. So yeah, to combat the new urethane rule, I do see that. I see guys taking plastic balls and sandblasting them,
really,
and probably going that route too, and maybe trying to create some hold. And they're going to tear the front part of the lane up doing that, but that's what they were doing with urethane anyway. So I could see some guys throwing plastic. I saw. I forget the guy's name, but out at the Bowlers Journal in the Open Championships this year, that was a shorter pattern, and played. I think they came out with it. It was 37, 38 feet, whatever, but it played 35, 36 feet. It was a shorter pattern, and the gutter didn't really hook a whole lot. I saw several guys throwing plastic with a lot of surface, and it didn't look half bad. So I could definitely see some of the professionals doing that as well.
Yeah, it'll be a compelling season for sure to see kind of how things unfold, which players excel, which players maybe struggle a little bit. It'll be a learning curve for a lot of people, but they're professionals for a reason. I think people will always find their way to score and always find their way to be successful. So
yeah, they'll figure it out. not too concerned about that. So, but yeah, it is. It's going to be a much different season than any of the prior ones. So, January 6th, I think that's the date.
Yep, right after the
first one
RPI.
is the first one. So we're looking forward to that and seeing what we got.
Well, cool. That is Matt Kabansky, the 900 Global Brand Manager. We do appreciate you joining us, kind of talking tech a little bit. You're more than welcome to stay with us, come in, come out, go talk to people if you want. We're going to go over a quick scoring update. We do have a question in the chat as to how some people are doing. So I have a Game 2 scoring update. Ken, do you want to kind of give us a rundown of the top 10 there?
Yeah. So Dawson Peterson, who I believe took over first after last game, is still holding that at 1704. Trey Hennigsmeyer is second at 1700, so really close. Aiden Porcheller in third at 1682. Zach Andreessen only a pin back, 1681. Lucas Herzrud, 1675 in fifth. Luke Winter in sixth at 1659. And to answer the question of Dawson Unrath, he is in seventh at 1638. And there's a little bit of a drop to Tatum Lee in eighth at 1601, tied with Drake Waite. And 10th place was Joseph Woods Wiseman at 1596. So, again, that 10th place is kind of hovering right around even.
Okay.
And, I mean, still, 30 pins back at 10th is 15th place. So it's a lot of people that can still make up that ground if they want to. Or if
We
they
have
like
a
to look.
handicap division update at all?
Yes, so we've got handicap and girls division as
Okay.
well.
Yeah, let's run through the top 10 of each.
Yep. So girls division, Brooke Salzman still leads, 1572. Kira Magsum looks like made up some ground, 1567. Rachel Moore in third at 1554. Elizabeth Rittenauer in fourth at 1543. Allie Salter fifth at 1525. So again, top five, still anybody could. Kaylee Trisky at 1501 and sixth. Trista Rauma, 1466 and seventh. Ainsley McConaughey in eighth at 1457. Peyton Rowley, 9th, 1437. Haley Trisky in 10th at 1435 with Mackenzie Krause just 2 pins back in 11th.
So that's your Game 2 scoring update from the girls division.
Yeah, and then again, the handicap division is a little bit tough to totally figure out because of the total handicap already being in there, but Miles Free is taken back over the lead at 1953. Riley Miller in second at 1941. Micah Walswick, who has gone 186-229, is up to third at 1930.
Huge score in the handicap division.
Yeah. Victor Dalgsleash. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that one. And fourth at 1837, 1808. Benny Jensen in fifth. Kimmy Pike, sixth at 1802. Caleb Galbraith in seventh at 1797. Morgan Potter, 8th, 1796. Dawson Nichelle, 9th at 1794. And Teddy Manson, 10th at 1783. But again, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation just because of the handicaps in that one.
Okay, can I see the sheets here? We have a question about,
Yeah.
you did mention Kim Pike, right, in sixth at the moment in handicap.
Yep.
But again, that is those numbers could be slightly skewed. What's our
Actually,
update
we
here?
just got a new handicap division.
So let's do that one.
So Michael Walswick continues the hot streak. 197 is now taking over the lead at 21-27.
Wow.
So Miles Free in second at 2088. Riley Miller third, 2036. So there's a little bit of a gap there. Dawson Nichelle in fourth at 2030. Henry Vader, 1957 in fifth. We'll just say Victor's in sixth at 1951. Kimmy Pike's now in seventh at 1943. Morgan Potter, 8th, 1941. Kason Gosewish is 9th at 1940, and Benny Jensen 10th at 1925. But even down to, you could go down to 16th is only 40 pins back. And in the handicap division, that can be made up so quickly just because of the variety of bowlers that you have there.
All right, very good. That is a Game 3 handicap division update. In the past, we have seen the girls and handicap divisions kind of finish up with their cashers round a lot quicker than the boys division does. So boys division is a little bit more deliberate. They kind of take their time a little bit more, it seems. Or wait for 2 lanes or whatever it may be.
Yeah, most of them are at least 9th, 10th frames, it looks like, so.
And we are looking here at the 2-time defending champion, Zach Andreessen, throwing a shot there on 14.
Oof.
Leaving
Coming off
6.
a couple splits, too.
The tournament director, Nevin, actually told me this is he's won the last 2. This is the first year he wasn't qualified in the top 2. He's kind of down the list a little ways. So, again, just speaks how tough it is out there.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys, along with Lucas and Trey and Dawson Peterson, and all these guys have had a pretty successful few years here at the Midwest Youth Championships, and they've done very well at Junior Gold as well. You're going to see a lot of these guys bowling in college here next year. I think Zach is going to Mount Mercy. Lucas Herzrud is going to
St. Ambrose.
St. Ambrose. Then you got Tatum Lee here. He was just in he made the finals of the under 12 division at Junior Gold last month and fell 1 game short of making the TV show. So believe it or not, this kid is 12. He's about to throw a shot here on the right lane on your screen. 12 years old.
And he qualified in the top 8 for the boys. And currently still is in the top 8.
Very impressive. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Once
Absolutely.
again,
I'll see if I can find Sean Rash for you guys and see if he can give you a few minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we'll maybe talk to you later.
All right, sounds
Appreciate
good,
it.
guys. Take care.
Okay, Matt Kabansky, the 900 Global Brand Manager. We do appreciate him giving us a few minutes of his time this afternoon, or this morning, I guess.
It's only 10 o'clock.
It's nice to hear a little bit about the technology. The guy's very knowledgeable about what's coming out down the line on not only the 900 Global stuff, but the Storm and Roto side as well. So big shout out to him. And I don't know if you knew that about the Summit, how it has that AI core that they're incorporating almost like golf dimples into the outer shell of the core to make it do different things to control RGs and differentials a little bit different. And
That's pretty cool stuff. I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of it's over my head. I've just never fully tried to understand all the technological side of bowling when it comes to balls. It's all, that looks good. That would probably fit my game, which I'm sure I'm not alone in.
And that's why I suggest to a lot of people that are likely watching is to go to the Storm Bowling YouTube page at some point, and they put out a lot of really good videos out there that it kind of helps explain the technology and what they're doing, the testing that's involved, to kind of understand what each component does. And I think it's been a big thing for me in helping me understand the advancement in technology and what they're aiming to do.
Yeah, definitely would be a useful tool for a lot of people.
Or here we are in frame 10 of game number 3. 2-time defending winner Zach Andreessen kind of finishing up
160. Yikes.
Yeah, I've seen him change balls probably 2 or 3 times this game, so he's currently trying to fish around for something.
Yeah, I mean, he's safely in the top 10, especially given there's not a lot behind him either that's being shot. But you look above him and you've got 185, 199, you've got a 180 as well for the top 4 over here. And Trey going along with potential 220, which I believe would jump him into the lead by a few pins.
Quickly in the chat room, I had a question about Nathan. He is currently in 32nd through 2 games this morning. And again, they will take the top 10 will advance to the next round. The top 2 overall will go automatically into the stepladder finals. The 3 through 8 will then go to the bracket round play to determine the 3 and 4 seeds. And just like that, Nevin has given us a girls Game 3 update. Kira Magsam is the new leader on the heels of a 215. She's at 1782. Elizabeth Rittenauer in second at 1779. Just shot 236 in Game 3, excuse me. Rachel Moore in third at 1752. Qualifying leader Brooke Salzman has fallen down to fourth at 1727. Allie Salter in fifth at 1719. Mackenzie Krause sixth at 1689. Just shot 256 to get there. Callie Trisky 1681 in seventh. Trista Rama in eighth at 1641. Ainsley McConaughey in ninth at 1636. And Haley Trisky rounds out the top 10 at 1614. So 1 game to go. It looks like the top 2 seeds have about a 30 pin gap.
It's still up for
everyone
grabs.
else, but that top seed is still no guarantee, as Kira has a 3 pin lead over Elizabeth Rittenauer at the moment.
Yeah, and the boys division tightening up at the top 2. Look, I think Trey's going to go in with a nice little lead for the number 1 seed.
He just shot 230 to our left, right?
Yes, that was his 230. 220 from Luke right in front of us, as well as a 215. I believe that was Lucas. And Luke Winter had the 220. Lucas, I believe, had the 215. Yeah.
Again, in this round, they do not have their names up on the scores, so we're just trying to follow along as best we can up on the scoring monitors.
But as we said, I mean, it's still, it's still tight. It's still anybody's game. I mean, you go out, get lined up, and you could jump up a lot of spots very quickly because nobody is running away with it, at least in the boys division. Same with the girls division, it appears.
While we have a quick minute, I would like to say thanks to the tournament sponsors who helped make this thing possible. Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here inside Garden Center Lanes, the local USBC, Alexandria Area USBC Association, Bremer Bank, Broadway Ballroom and Events Center, Viking Coca-Cola, 900 Global, and Apparel EFX. And a big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And again, you can stay connected to NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV on Facebook, on Twitter, and if you would, please hit that subscribe button. We did eclipse the 2,000 subscriber mark earlier this week. We do appreciate everyone tuning in and all of our new viewers. Again, we are in game number, now 4 of 4 here in the Cashers round. Again, just waiting patiently for a little bit of player movement here, and then we'll be underway for game number 4. We'll now be seeing our top 4 players in the boys division after qualifying. I know those standings have changed a little bit, but up on the left lane will be Dawson Unrath. On the right, Aiden Portscheller, the qualifying leader, will kick us off here in game 4. Dawson Peterson and Trey Henriksmeyer will also be on our featured pair, game number 4.
Yeah, it's looking like Trey's going to have probably a 30-ish pin lead,
Okay.
if not a little bit more over second place.
Yeah, and I will note, Trey had a pretty slow start to his week. He had a few lower scores in qualifying, I think Friday and early Saturday, but it was last night's final block where he put up I think it was a 1290 in qualifying.
Yeah,
So
1294 to finish in second. Yeah, he had an 1170, which would have easily made the cut as well, but
yeah, having that extra 120 pins.
yeah, it makes
big.
it a lot easier to be in the position he's in now. So yeah, it looks like all four of these are probably safe. You know, as long as they throw up a decent enough game, it's going to take a lot behind them to jump them.
Trey Henriksmeyer is fresh off his win at the inaugural PBA LBC Open out in the Bolero at, I believe it's in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Took home a $25,000 scholarship for doing so congratulations to him. Looking to add to that total here today.
Yep, go along with 9th at junior gold as well.
Yeah, so a pretty good summer for Trey. Does it say, does he have a sheet here? Is he going to a college? Do we got anything going on here?
Not yet. I don't think he's quite there yet. He's only 17, so my guess is going to senior year probably.
All right. That'll be a name to watch out for on the college circuit if he decides to go that route and bowl collegiately.
Yeah, and actually out of the four here, I believe, I'm not sure any of them are going to college as of yet. Aiden is only 17, Trey's 17, Dawson Unrath is only 16. But as we've talked about so many times, just shows the quality of these kids now.
Yeah, I do believe Dawson Unrath won an adult tournament up in Williston last fall for a good scholarship money up there, so he's no stranger to pretty good competition at such a young age, which is another benefit of the kids these days. I know when you and I were in juniors, if we bowled anything adult, we would lose our youth membership.
Yep.
So for these kids to be able to bowl in adult tournaments and still win scholarship money is a huge advantage at that age, to be able to see different conditions and bowl against different people.
Yeah, it prepares you so much to be able to jump up and compete with, compete in the men's and open divisions. And I mean, not to say that, something like this, it's any easier than bowling in an adult tournament, but it sure makes it a lot easier to see how you would do and how things work in an adult tournament compared to this.
Yeah, lanes break down different. A lot of things happen. Again, game number 4 here in the Cashers round. We will have a quick break following this game while they compile the scores and kind of get everyone organized to where they need to go for the bracket matches. So I feel like the bracket matches, are they going to have, there's going to be 4 matches in each division, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure which division we will have on our featured coverage here in front of us, if they're just going to have them bowl on the sections and we will just have the boys bracket, or are they going to kind of condense everything down here to this end of the building?
I think they typically space them out, because I want to say that there is usually a pair open in the middle of the boys division, but I feel like they've always kept them in that same group, but might be, if they're going to run 4 different matches in the girls division, they're going to have to spread out this way in order to have that 4th pair.
Right.
So it could be a case of where it's every other in the boys and they drop it to 16, the first 16, and then the girls take 17 through 24. But we'll find that out, and Nevin's walking over this way with a couple sheets.
I believe that would be a boys game 3 update.
More than likely, and possibly a handicap final as well.
Yeah, they're already done down there on the high end of the house. All right, Trey Hendricksmeyer now with a roughly 40-pin lead over Dawson Peterson. Yeah, Trey's got 1927. Dawson Peterson in second, 1888. Luke Winter in third at 1884. Aiden Portscheller in fourth at 1881. So very close between second and fourth, only 7-pin difference.
And even fifth
Yeah,
down
even
to Lucas.
fifth. So the top 5 have kind of separated themselves. There's a 30-pin gap from Lucas Herzrud in fifth to Zach Andreessen in sixth. Dawson Unrath is 7th at 1823. Tatum Lee in 8th at 1816. Dakota France in 9th after going 227, 225.
That's a good move.
Jumps up to 9th at 1790. And then Joseph Woods Wiseman is now the cut in 10th at 1786. But only 7 pins back is Drake Waite in 1779. And then at 1775 is Hunter Pommier, I believe.
We'll go with that.
So that is your top 12. Again, they will, from my understanding, they're going to take the top 10 to the next round, with the top 2 automatically going to the stepladder finals this afternoon, and the remaining 8 players go into a bracket, single game matches to determine the final 2 seeds in the stepladder.
Yeah, and immediately in front of us, there's already an open by all 4. But you look to your right, and looks like Luke Winter has an early double. Lucas Herzrud is at least clean through 3, so still lots can happen to get that, what I would likely say is that second automatic seed. Since I think most of us would probably agree that Trey is relatively safe. I mean, you shoot 180, and that's going to take a very big game right now to jump him.
So that's where it stands now here in the early parts of game number 4 of our cashers round. The bracket matches will be up next. Again, if there's someone you would like to know where they're standing, how they're doing, Chris Massey, thank you for joining us in the chat room. I do appreciate it. Yeah, good showing by a lot of the bowlers from North Dakota this weekend.
Yeah.
Aiden Portscheller bowled well. Nathan Smith made the cut. Lucas Herzrud, I know he lives in Minnesota, but we claim him as a North Dakotan as well, living there in the Red River Valley. Tatum Lee made the cut. Allie made the cut, that's right. Dawson Unrath from Bismarck, Mandan area. A lot of great youth talent in this area.
And I would like to say, I know you probably can't quite see him over on lane 9 currently. But for those of you who've ever seen Micah Jensen bowl, that is so impressive for, I couldn't tell you how old he is.
Yeah, but he throws it really good.
Yeah.
We will be seeing him here on NDBowlTV. And look at that pickup by
210 out of the back.
Austin Peterson. But yeah, we will be seeing a lot of Micah Jensen over the years here on NDBowlTV at this tournament, I have a feeling.
Yes, if he continues to be able to bowl, very likely.
Yeah, and a big shout out to everyone who's tuning in so far today. We do appreciate it if you would hit that like button. Subscribe to us if you haven't already. We do appreciate all the help. latest count shows us at 2,023 subscribers, which is perfect because we are in 2023. So big thank you to everyone who has shared our page, shared our live stream. We do appreciate that. Finally getting over that 2,000 mark early in this season. You can find us again in just about, what would it be, 2 months at the NDBowlTV Masters in Minot. Will be our next show. Looking forward to that one. Question in the chat room, how many in the handicap division make it? I do believe 10 bowlers make it out of each division following the cashers round. So again, they'll cut to 10 in each division. The top 2 will go automatically into the stepladder finals as the 1 and 2 seeds, which will happen later this afternoon. The remaining 8 players will be put into a bracket where single game matches will bring that down to 2 players left, and those 2 players will be the 3 and the 4 seed that'll compete in the first match in the stepladder finals in each division. So right now you're aiming for the top 10 in your respective division, and if you're close to that top 2 seeds, that's kind of what you need to go for, because that guarantees you a pretty hefty scholarship in each division.
Yeah, right now we're looking at Luke Winter with double spare double, Lucas Hersrud with a spare strike spare double over on the pair to our right. Dawson Unrath with a big shot here just to kind of solidify his spot.
Yeah, this would be a good double for him.
A little bit far back to probably catch the top 2 seed, but
Ooh, 4 pin.
it's all right. Aiden having a little rough go. I believe Dawson Peterson only has 1 open, so
Again, we had about 318 total entries.
it was something about that, I think, is what they said.
And this tournament does have the re-entry option across its 5 qualifying shifts. So what did they say as far as unique bowlers? Was it 100 and
It was in the
30s?
low mid hundreds, yeah. Which still, I mean, that's for a tournament in August in this part of the country, that is pretty incredible, especially for a junior tournament.
I would agree, and I think it has to be a junior tournament because the juniors bowl so much in the summer with junior gold, and there's Storm SYCs. There's so much to bowl right before college season starts that it's very beneficial to hold youth tournaments this time of year. But like you said, in the summer in this area of the country, people want to get outside before it gets really cold.
Yep.
So I know the bowling alley back home, I think it's still closed on Sundays, just for the fact that it's not as busy. It doesn't make sense to stay open in the summer on at least Sunday, anyways. But that'll all change soon as leagues start up. Hope many of you out there are going to join your local bowling associations and bowl a league or 2 this year. I know I'm ready for it to get started up. You ready to go? Oh, it looks like Nevin's searching for something here.
Blank brackets is what he said. Oh, we got the handicap division, though.
Okay, so this is after game 4, so we're cutting these to the top 10.
Yep. And just a quick score update. Big 3-bagger by Lucas after Luke Winter went 7 spare and looks like a 9 count. So that second seed looks like those who are kind of taking the early jump on it. But yes, to the handicap division. So first play or top qualifier who gets the automatic bid into the title match there is Micah Walswick at 22.69. Miles Free, who was our top qualifier in the qualifying round, is second at 22.36. Those will be automatically seated into our 1 and 2 positions.
Okay, so we'll get those into our bracket here.
4th, and now the next 8 players will end up getting seeded 3 through 10 into the bracket portion to get our 3rd and 4th seed. So, in 3rd currently is Dawson Nichelle at 2189. 4th, Henry Vader on a back of a pretty strong qualifying block, or cashier's round block there. Shoots 229 to jump to 4th at 2186. Riley Miller in 5th at 2126. Victor in 6th at 2104. Kimmy Pike in 7th at 2089. Teddy Mans in 8th at 2083, which is tied with Morgan Potter. Curious how they will break the tie for who goes into what. I think it might be high game.
Right.
And then the final spot to make to the bracket is Kaysen Gosawish at 2071.
Okay. So that is your handicap division update. Michael Walzwick will be the #1 seed in the stepladder finals. Miles Free is the #2. So we have part of our bracket filled out already.
And I feel like we saw Miles on the show last year too.
That is very possible. And we are now game 4, frame 8. Top 4 bowlers after qualifying are on our featured pair here in the boys open division. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, calling the action here at the 8th annual Midwest Youth Championships at beautiful Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. One of the premier youth events here in the upper Midwest. Has grown in popularity over the years to over 315 entries total this season.
Aiden currently doing, or excuse me, Trey currently doing what he needs to do to hold on to that top seed, which is just, you know, don't make any big mistakes. And it's shaping up to be a tight race between Luke Winter and Lucas Herzrud for that 2nd spot. Although Dawson Peterson, if he can continue to throw a couple strikes, will still be in that mix as well. It's a big shot for him.
Ooh, a big single pin miss by
Lucas,
Herzrud,
yeah, that's tough. I mean, he was only 12 pins behind Dawson, but still has a solid game going. I mean, he has 227 on the board, which could still be enough to get it done.
Again, they're all kind of
It's
vying for that #2 position.
Yeah, it's bunched up between Dawson Peterson, Lucas Herzrud, and Luke Winter at the moment.
Oh boy, terrible break there for
Dawson, yeah.
Runrath.
Seen a lot of those kind of hits. Haven't seen many where both of them have stood, but a lot of those shaker hits where 7 or the 10 is just hanging there.
Oh. Well, looks like most of the other pairs are wrapping up aside from the ones right here in front of us, which is
pretty
where
much
the temperature is pretty high at the moment. And
Yeah.
we're trying to get into that top 10.
This could be the key shot right here, though, is Dawson Peterson. If he can throw one more, that gives him ball in hand in the 10th frame.
Big shot here. Likes it.
Yeah, checked up a little early. Maybe a little soft. So the ball goes back now to Luke Winter, who actually, I believe, can punch out to take the 2 seed. He's over on
32 left here.
Yeah,
he's
he's
up
over-
in the 10th.
yeah, up on lane 15, just to the right of our feature pair. And Dawson Peterson with an unforced error.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Gonna have to regroup. You can definitely tell the intensity in the building has kind of gone up starting here in the 4th game.
And now with Luke going through the nose, that actually puts it back to Lucas Herzrud, I believe.
Yeah, so 3 players are vying for that number 2 spot. It looks like Trey Hendricksmeyer is going to be sitting okay here. He's still got, what, 2:06 left?
Yeah, and with a 40-pin lead, there's nobody that is likely to catch that. So, yeah, if math serves me right, it's now into Lucas Herzrud's hands.
All right, because Lucas did have that single pin miss, but he struck in the 9th, and he's still got 2:27 left. Shot there for Aiden, a big 4-bagger.
Yeah, say that. I mean,
What's Aiden
It's-
got left?
Aiden still has 213 left, I believe. Yeah,
Okay.
which if Lucas was not to strike, that might be enough. Because, I mean, it's 12 pins from 2nd to 5th. Those 4 bowlers. Aiden's kind of just snuck in there, and who knows? So 200 by Aiden will not be enough. Luke
Okay.
Winder will jump him.
Lucas Herzrud up now on lane 15, which is the first pair to the right here, first lane.
Lucas needs both of them. No. Lucas needs both of them.
So we need Lucas to get a double in order to claim the 2, right? Is that what we're
If
determining here?
math serves, that's what it would take.
All right, you see him on the right of the screen here. First shot in the 10th frame for Lucas Herzrud. Good shot there. It looks like he could be throwing a fate. Storm fate, possibly.
Yep.
Shot for Tatum Lee. Soft 10.
170 is going to keep him close. It's
Looks
going
like
to be very.
we have a girls' final quick here. Kira Magson will be the top seed with a 2018. Elizabeth Rittenauer is the 2nd seed at 2006. So then, based on how I believe the matches will go, Allie Salter in 3rd at 1967 will then take on Peyton Rowley, the 10 seed, the final girl to get into the next round at 1789. And then Rachel Moore will take on Trista Rama. Mackenzie Krause will take on Haley Trisky. And Brooke Salzman will take on, is it Kaylee or Callie Trisky?
I'm not positive, but Lucas just flushed 2 in a row to likely take the 2 seed, it looks like.
So that's a big, big strike there if he can guarantee himself the number 2.
Yeah.
All because of possibly that Dawson Peterson missed spare in the 9th.
Well, even without the missed spare, the double by Lucas would have been enough to jump Dawson.
Okay. So we got Trey Hendricksmeyer and Lucas Herzard as our top 2 seeds already in the bracket.
Yeah, it appears that Trey's going to shoot 190, which is more than enough to stay ahead of everyone else, and Lucas with 227 should be enough to keep him in the second spot. Yeah, the interesting thing for the boys will come down to who's going to stay in the top 10, but Trey and Lucas, it appears, will be our top 2.
Okay. So let's go over here and update our brackets really quick. Looks like we have the longest name in the building as our top seed.
Unless you take away Joseph Woods Wiseman.
Yes.
Probably.
So give me 1 minute. We'll update our brackets and then we will kind of show everyone where we are sitting. All right, let's see if this all works now. We will start with the handicap division. This is how it stands right now. Micah Walswick will be your top seed in the stepladder finals later this afternoon. Miles Free is the number 2 seed. Again, there will be 8 remaining players going into a single game, single elimination bracket to determine the final 2 players that we will put into our bracket. Heading on over to the girls' side, Kira Magsam, winner of the 2021 Midwest Youth Championship, will look for her second title. As the number 1 seed, she will be in the title match. Elizabeth Rittenauer is the number 2. And then on the boys' side, Trey Hendricksmeyer is your number 1 seed. Lucas Herzard will take the number 2. That is unofficial at the moment, but based on our math, it is Lucas Herzard as the number 2. Again, that is our 3 brackets, who the top 2 seeds are already determined. And then again, we will have an 8-person single game, single elimination bracket to determine the final 2 seeds in each division, and that round will be coming up next. Again, huge thank you to the sponsors here today. Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill inside Garden Center Lanes, the Alexandria area USBC, Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. So big thank you to them. Huge shout out to all the sponsors who helped make this event possible. Again, thank you to Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And you're watching NDBowlTV. Once again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher. You can't see him, but he is here.
That's my hand.
We are now in a little brief break while they compile scores and we figure out the matches for our bracket round, which will be underway here shortly. Well, what do you think so far?
It's pretty much as advertised, you know. I mean, we only really get to see the boys division in front of us just because that's how they set it up as far as the pairs. But, you know, impressive bowling. You know, Lucas knowing he needed a double to take a top 2 seed, it makes it so much easier than it is, you know, if you're in the bracket, because, you know, you could catch somebody with a hot hand and all of a sudden you're out.
Yep.
Or if you were just, you know, say a pin back.
All right, looks like we have official bracket matches here. As we mentioned, yeah, they're on 19 and 20. They're going to run 2 matches at the same time, which will be Allie Salter and Peyton Rowley. And then Brooke Salzman against Kaylee Trisky, sorry. The other matches will be on 23 and 24, which will feature Mackenzie Krause, Haley Trisky, and then the other match will be Rachel Moore against Trista Rama. So that is your matches in the girls open division. On the handicap side, let's see. You can do that because there are some names that I don't know if I know how to pronounce. So let's give
Well,
that one to Ken.
I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing these right. Yep, on 25 and 26 then will be Dawson Nichelle against Kason Gosowicz. On 27-28 will be, I'm just saying Victor now, Victor D against Kimmy Pike. On 29-30 is Riley Miller against Teddy Mans. And then 33 and 34 is Henry Vader against Morgan Potter. And
so that answers our question about where they're going to be located. So they're just going to kind of stay in their respective bays.
Yep.
And they'll bowl one match on a set of lanes, and then the next round will be on a set of lanes that aren't used. So
well,
I'm wondering if in the boys division we'll have to rotate our cameras briefly because they're only going to use our pair once.
In the girls division, they're just not using 21 and 22. They're flipping between the 2 pairs.
Okay.
It's just you're not staying on the pair that you were on for your first match.
Understandable to get on a different pair.
Yep. And then in the handicap division, they are not using 31 and 32. And then, again, same thing. You're flipping to the other side of the group that you're in as far as the second match goes. And then we're still waiting on the boys, but being that there's only 4 matches, they typically, I think, spread them out, so there's a pair in between. So we potentially would...
They could use 13 and 14 twice, though. I think Nevin would do that for us.
Yeah, it kind of depends on if they use 1 and 2 or not use 1 and 2.
Yeah, they could go 3 and 4, 7, 8.
11, 12, 15, 16 is very possible because then it gives that gap in between each match. So we'll find out here soon.
It's an easy adjustment if we have to kind of look at a different pair. But momentarily we should see Nevin with our official bracket matches. Again, let's take a quick look through all of the stepladder finals, at least the seeds that are already determined. Handicap division. And then going into the girls division. And finally the boys open division, which will be the final stepladder matches we will have today. And if you have any questions, please let us know. Ken and I will be here for the duration of the event. Bracket round coming up next. Again, we do appreciate everyone tuning in today. Hit that subscribe button. Please hit the thumbs up button as well. If you want to stay up to date on all things NDBowlTV, please turn on notifications. Our next show will be in late October at North Hill Bowl in Minot for the NDBowlTV Masters. The winner of that event will take home a spot at the USBC Masters happening next spring. And if you are a senior bowling the event, you do have the option to go to the Senior Masters as well. I guess instead of going to the USBC Masters, you would have a choice. So keep that in mind, and if you want to check out any other tournaments that are going on, please go to ndbowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. That'll tell you all you need to know about tournaments in the area, at least up here in the High Plains. We are just waiting momentarily for the final tally of the scores in the Boys Open Division. We will have a bracket momentarily, and then we'll be underway. Again, the top 2 seeds in the Boys Division are Trey Henriksmeyer and Lucas Herzrud. They will be automatically seeded into the stepladder finals this afternoon, so they will be getting quite a break here. The remaining 8 players are put into a bracket, a single game, single elimination bracket. And the top, or the 2 remaining players after those matches in each division will go into the stepladder finals as the 3 and 4 seeds. Yeah, once again, we are just waiting patiently here for the final tally on the Boys Open side. We have our brackets determined for the girls in the handicap division, girls open division as well. And then momentarily we will have a boys open division bracket. Our top 2 seeds have been determined for the stepladder finals in all 3 divisions. Again, we'll cycle through those on screen here. Handicap division, the girls open division, and then finally the boys stepladder final.
Still yet unconfirmed, but
Based on our math.
yes. And at least it looks like appears we do not have to move cameras.
And I believe the way that we would do this here would be the 3-10 right there, the 4-9 matchup. We could possibly have the 5-8.
Well,
Matchup.
Nevin's got some stuff for us here, so we'll find out in a sec.
All right, let's update everyone on the boys open division. And it looks like Tatum Lee will be the first one out in 11th at 1985, making the cut by 10 pins with a 216 his last game is Drake Waite. So here are the matches. Lucas Herzrud did indeed claim that number 2 seed, and Trey Henriksmeyer is the number 1 seed in the stepladder finals. Matches will go as follows. On 13 and 14, which is right in front of us, we will get Luke Winter against Drake Waite. On 17 and 18, which will be 2 pairs to the right, Zach Andreessen will take on Dawson Unrath. On 9 and 10, we'll have Aiden Portscheller and Joseph Woods Wiseman. And on 5 and 6, Dawson Peterson will take on Dakota France. That is your bracket matches on the boys' side. They will be underway here momentarily. I'm going to step away real quick, and I'll be right back. I'll leave you guys with Ken.
All right. Thanks for your patience. Correct. All right. So, now top 2 in each division are our 1 and 2 seeds for the stepladder. And 3 through 10 will go into the next person bracket. Full 2 rounds. Get down to 2 more. Those will be our 3 and 4 seed. For the guys, our number 1 seed, Trey Henriksmeyer at 21-21. Last year's runner-up. And the other one get buy into the stepladder is Lucas Herzog at 21-23.
Nevin just going over everything right now.
Our 3 seed, Luke Winter, will be facing our 10 seed, Drake Waite, on 13 and 14. Our 6 seed, Zach Andreessen, will play our 7 seed, Dawson Unrath, on 17 and 18. Our 5th seed, Caleb Portscheller, will be against Joseph Woods Wiseman on 9 and 10. 4th seed, Dawson Peterson, play Dakota France on 5 and 6.
Yeah, our big movers there, Dakota and Drake, both well outside the top 10 going into today.
For the other 2 divisions. In the handicap division, our number 1 seed, Michael Walsworth. As champion, trying to make it 2. Our 2 seed, Miles Free. And then our 3rd seed, Dawson Mitchell, playing Jason y'all get a report for your lanes. Just a couple minutes, we'll get them fired up. We'll take 2 shots on each lane to practice, and then we'll start. Remember, this is a single game, single elimination match.
All right, there you heard it from Nevin. They'll get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway. Our featured match will be Luke Winter and Drake Waite.
Yes.
All right. Again, single game elimination match. After 2 matches, we will have our 3 and 4 seeds for the stepladder finals in each division.
Be curious to see a couple of these bowlers. We haven't really seen Dakota France yet. And there was one of them. Drake was just to our right, I think, when we started.
So he was one of the bigger movers in the day.
Yeah, those were the 2 that were. Dakota had 1164 in qualifying. Started today with 174, but 227, 225, 210 to finish at dead even 2,000. So that was a big move. And then Drake, who just kind of, he solid start, 203, 227, 178, 216 the last game to sneak in by 10 pins over Tatum Lee. But yeah, he only had 1171 yesterday in qualifying. So those are our big movers today. Knocking out, unfortunately, Tatum Lee by 10 pins and Hunter Palmier by 12 pins.
So a lot of movement there the last game that kind of knocked some players out. Just doing a little moving around here, and then we'll be underway.
Yep, and just a reminder, too, in case anybody sees it, you can refresh your ball's surface after each match.
It's considered a different round, so to speak, and that's the USBC rule is once the scoring has begun in a particular round, you cannot alter the surface of a bowling ball, and in this case, they are considered different rounds, so they are able to alter the surface of the bowling ball. They will now get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway with our matches. Our featured match again, Luke Winter against Drake Waite. Single game, single elimination. So the players eliminated in this match will likely, I wonder, do they all tie out for the same scholarship? I haven't seen a payout yet, so will they all?
I saw the payout scroll yesterday across the screen, and I believe everything is, like, each position is different. It's not like, everyone that loses this match is like one group.
So I wonder if they go by total pins or seeds.
Yep.
So like if you're the 3 seed and you lose here, you're likely going to get the best payout of the players that lost.
Yeah, that's my guess. Now, we don't have confirmation of that, obviously, but that would make the most sense, I think, to everyone.
Okay, so hopefully we will get a payout sheet from Nevin at some point. But that,
well, let me check my stack because I have quite a few papers here.
yeah, perhaps you did. I know the payout will likely change based on the amount of entries they had, so maybe they haven't compiled that 100% yet.
Don't have that yet. I'm pretty sure that I saw something yesterday. I'm going to just turn around and peek at the screen, but
And I would imagine the higher seed gets lane choice, or are they already determined? I can't remember back to last year how they did that.
Yeah, I don't remember on that one either. You would think that higher seed gets lane choice since it's not like a round robin match play. And they are scrolling through the payoffs back here on the screen, so yeah, it does show like who's won what so far, and my guess is it is based off of where you had finished in the qualifying and then the cashers round, that total. Since each position is different as far as payout.
Looks like someone's back to join us here. Sean, welcome back.
Hi. Missed you guys.
What did you see down on the high end of the house the last little bit there?
So I stuck behind the 3 pairs of the 12 girls bowling, and it's centrally located there. They're not easy, you know.
No.
What I said earlier, you know, they're hard. Throw it at the head pin, make your spares, and the top 2 women that already qualified by far have the best ball reaction in the women's scratch division. And scores are going to be low. I mean, it's, you know, if you miss right at 8, it doesn't make it back. And it'll be interesting to see the decisions some of the girls play, because they don't like to play left of 15, and that's why the top 2 have the best look, is they're actually able to move in a little bit farther left.
And so that makes it a key come the stepladder finals, as they will be re-oiling prior to the stepladder.
Correct.
So that is something to keep in mind. Maybe look at the players who scored a little bit better in the early parts of their game. We are underway now with Drake Waite and Luke Winter on our featured match here in front of us.
Although they both disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Someone's up.
There's somebody through a strike, so I think we're waiting on Luke.
Oh, Luke. But, yeah, no, it pretty weird here. They've got 8 of the scratch bowling separate matches, right? So you got 2, 2, 2, 2. The women are actually 4 on a pair, probably because they bowl faster than the men do. Obviously, we're waiting on someone to show up.
Well, and like
I think they're trying to keep them within their groups, too.
yeah, that's what we were kind of figuring too. Trying to think if they would do that or if they would move the girls down to 17, 18 or not. But
Yeah, because the girls only used 3 pairs, right? Yeah.
So those 4 winner, I believe, on the women will finish on 21 and 2. Those 4 will bowl, and those top 2 will move on, where these guys here will move in, you know, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, 16, these dead pairs that they have. But it's not going to take a lot, right? You're not looking at 260 ball reaction. You're looking at 210, 220 for the men, and 180 to 185 for the women.
So going from like a cashier's round qualifying type thing to the bracket one-on-one kind of matched, what changes for you? Like, what kind of things do you think these kids are going through?
Well, nerves is one of the biggest things, right? It's again, I'll go back to controlling what you can control. Hit the one in the front. Hopefully you don't split. Make the spare. Move on, and hopefully 9 or 10 filled frames will take care of itself. They're not averaging 225 out here.
Right.
I think the top male was 100 over for 10 games. That's 210 average. So they're tricky.
But as we've seen, they can shoot a score if you find the right pair. I just don't think that this pair in front of us has ever been it. It's always been a tricky pair.
Somebody mentioned that yesterday during qualifying, too, that 13 and 14 play very different.
Yeah, they have. In all the years that we've covered it, this has kind of been our TV pair, and it's definitely played that way.
We got no 9-pin on 14. We need to notify Mr. Drake here.
Drake. Drake. 14 doesn't have a 9 pin. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I would take 185 and not even have to bowl 10 frames and
Right.
let me know if it moves on. No offense to anybody that's bowling, but it's just they're hard.
Yep.
And, it's the same thing in the U.S. Open. My first couple of years at the U.S. Open, I was leading with 6 games to go. I won't ever forget that, of course. But I was averaging 206, 207, and
Yeah.
I was winning some matches. But 200 average always made the cut at the U.S. Open the first couple of years I was on tour. If you averaged 210, it was out of control. Scores have definitely gone up over the last few years, but
Yeah, because they've changed it from the traditional flat pattern the whole way to
throw it at the 3-pin.
to now just all these different patterns every round. And
Yeah, some of them are hard, some of them are tricky, but they were 40 feet flat, 39 feet flat, 41 feet flat. You'd get the old Carolier, and you would, A squad would stand on 20 and look at 15, throw it at the 3-pin. B squad would stand on 30, look at 20, throw it at 15, and at the 3-pin. And then the last squad, C squad, we would stand against the ball return and throw it over the gutter and play fallback.
well,
It wasn't a fall, it wasn't throwing at the gutter or over it. It was literally landing at 2 feet. Nowadays, we're throwing it 25 feet down the lane. Which,
you almost have to do that, or else
yeah, I think people know my opinion on that, too. EJ and I were actually just talking about it last weekend. I'm not a big fan of throwing it 20, 25 feet down the lane, even though I was really good at it for a long time. Now I can't do it because of my injuries, but I just don't think it's bowling. I think there's more luck involved in that, and I think there's ways to, and I'm no scientist, but I think we could start creating some patterns to play it differently. And it's the same thing here, going back to being hard. Throw it at the 1-3 and hopefully you catch a double.
I feel like that was a topic on the Beef and Barnsey show for a while there, where Stu just always talked about why can't you have patterns with more volume out there for like the men and everything else, just instead of doing the lofting thing and everything else.
Yeah, I would agree. Stu and I don't agree on many things, but I would agree that Stu is very correct on that, where you put more volume, you put that taper front to back, the balls are going to change. You're going to have to play a certain part of the lane. The pattern tells you where to play, and I understand topography makes you move and who you follow and everything else. But, Simonson proved it a couple weekends ago at the Lucy. The pattern told you to play 7, 8, 9. But when we started match play, everybody started at 15, 20. And with 4 games to go, Stephanie and I actually were leading. I caught a bad pair and stayed up there in second with 3 to go. We bowled Danielle and Simo, and he moved right and bowled 298, playing 8, 9, 10 and doing some stuff that most of us can't do. But he played the pattern like you're supposed to, and he averaged 250 or 60 the last 3 games, and they ran away with it instead of it being close.
Yeah, it seems like Simo does that almost better than anyone else out on tour, being able to just go places that maybe the majority of the people in the field aren't doing.
Yeah, no, I think one of the things that Simonson's really good at is having no fear of changing, right? A lot of people will just say, I'll wait till the fill ball or the next game, and he just kind of says, okay, I'm going to do it anyway. If I lose a frame here but gain 3 frames ahead of me, okay.
Yeah, that's good advice to anyone bowling at a competitive level, really.
Yeah. Can't be afraid to make that switch. Said you can gain more by doing it earlier, even if it might not be there yet.
It's one of my biggest things, and when I bowl tournaments, is I like to inch along, make small moves, and it's like you finally get to the move that you probably should have made a game and a half ago, and you've already lost your frame, your whole game. You're getting lapped by the field. So right in front of us, this is the 3-10 match, correct?
Yep.
So the 3 seed is Drake, is that correct?
Luke is a
it's
3 seed.
Luke Winter. Yeah,
Drake.
Luke up on 14 is the
Drake
3.
barely got in. He was the 10 seed.
Yeah, and Luke only missed the 2 seed by 8 pins.
Well, he better move left.
It's been a consistent theme.
His ball's seeing the front part of the lane. But they don't, I mean, 1 strike and 6 shots. You look over to the pair to the left, there's only 2 strikes and 8 shots.
3
There.
strikes and 8 over
Yeah.
there, yeah. And it doesn't look like it's a whole lot
Not
better
much
down
over there down there. Yeah.
Somebody's
So
got a.
you-
Somebody has a double. I can't tell who because of the arrows.
On the left
Dawson,
there.
yeah, Dawson's up with a double working. So Sean, you kind of started alluding to the whole back thing and everything. How's that doing? What's the prognosis kind of thing?
Yeah, it's not good. I've been getting some injections to take care of the pain and, kind of relax a little bit. But, when I announced it a couple years ago and, even more last year at the U.S. Open, there's going to be some significant changes. I'm not going to be able to bowl a whole bunch anytime soon, right? I'm going to bowl the Lucky Larson in the PBA League, and then I'm going to take a bunch of time off to try to heal it. I've got some tears and some discs. I've got arthritis. I mean, I've got a lot of different things going on, unfortunately. But, I'm a realist and I'm an optimist, right? So I understand that it's career changing. I'm also doing everything I can to survive, right? So like I told a PT guy yesterday actually on the phone that I'll do anything just to be able to walk and hold my kids.
Absolutely.
I'll do whatever I can to stay within the industry and compete. We'll just have to make some different decisions moving forward with how much I compete and what I want to compete on. So, but it is what it is. Somebody had to get it. Unfortunately, it was me. I've had a really, really good career that unfortunately it happened. For 17 years, I was one of the best players in the world. And this last year, I didn't feel that way because of the injuries.
Right.
But I had moments that I didn't feel like I could lose to anybody. The Masters was real good. I had an
that was a good
ball
run.
reaction. The doubles, Matt and I bowled really good again. And I feel like every year that we bowl that we're going to be a force to reckon with. So, again, it's unfortunately not good. We'll make the most of it. We'll continue to do clinics and camps around the world and grow the sport a different way and be involved. But I'll bowl everything I can that my body will let me bowl, as long as I don't go crooked. That's what happens with what happens is my hips go out of alignment and I can't stand up straight and can't walk, and it's just not much fun.
It's almost like the Tiger Woods approach. Once he had so many injuries, he started picking and choosing where he wanted to play and what he wants to play in. And
yeah, I'll bowl the TSC. I'll bowl the Masters. I'll bowl a couple that I've probably had a lot of success in, depending on where they're at. Some of the longer formats, I'm going to have to really pick and choose certain things.
yeah, that's unfortunate, but I got to give you credit for being positive in the whole thing. And like you said, at the end of the day, if you can hold your kids and you can stay in the industry, that's kind of the end goal,
Correct. Good double there. Caught the Brooklyn in the 4th. Really good shot in the 5th on 14. We'll see if he makes a move on this left lane.
Looking over at our match on 5 and 6. Looks like Dawson Peterson's running away with it.
Yeah, up 50. That one's close.
Got a question in the chat on what pair is Dawson Unrath on. He's on 17 and 18, taking on two-time defending champion Zach Andreessen. And it looks like Zach's got
up
9.99 in the 5th.
Yeah, he's up 4 if Dawson doubles coming up, but 14 if he doesn't double.
So it's still a close match there.
Yeah, Zach's clean. Dawson has an open first frame.
So Sean, I've been meaning to ask you, what about the brand change, to 900 Global? What was that, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, we're going on 4 years in January.
You were big on the Brunswick side.
I was there for a long time. Yep.
So what kind of went into that change, and ultimately, it seems like it was a pretty good change for you.
Yeah, it was a business decision. It's probably the best business decision I've made in my career. Sometimes you need to know what your value is, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but very grateful that Bill Chrisman and Barb Chrisman took a chance on me, and Wes Pye and the group that was at 900 Global down in San Antonio, Matt Kabansky and Vaughn and Hickman and so many others that said that would be a good idea. And we made it happen. I was actually just looking at some photos today of when the balls came in and the announcement that we had. And there's some people behind the scenes like Timmy Mack and Chris Barnes and Donna Connors that helped make it possible. But in a really good place. I won the second week I was on staff.
I was going to say, didn't you win right away?
Yeah, it didn't take long to have success with great products. So
I feel like that sends like the biggest message to like fans out there. They've always seen you with the certain logo on your jersey, and you switch, and the first week you're out there, you're winning. Like I think that does a good thing for the brand. And not long after that, they had a lot of success with the Zen line, and it just has been a great thing for Global. So
yeah, I know I moved the needle, but it was a team effort. There was a lot of winning going on there on the Global side since I've been there. I've won 3 times. Barnes has had a lot of success on the senior tours. Stephanie Zavala's won 5 times. Cooley's won twice now. We're definitely a bigger name than they were, I guess. They were a big name already, but I think I helped, selfishly help move it a little bit more. But like I said, it was a team effort. There was a lot of people behind the scenes that helped make all that possible. So we got a tie game with 4 frames to go here.
good match. You thrown any of the new Global stuff yet?
Yeah, so the Zen Gold and Exponent came out right before the Lucy. Those balls were used significantly down there in Houston. Danielle and Simonson actually used that Exponent to really run away and hide the last couple games. I used the Zen for 3 games in qualifying, the Exponent a couple games at the end of the block when they got cliffed, and then used them both quite a bit during match play as well. But really happy with the product line that we have there at 900 Global.
Yeah, I like the products coming out. We did talk to Matt a little bit in the cashers round, and he said some good stuff is coming down the line, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, we got I was just given some info of one of the new ones coming here
Spoiler
soon.
alert.
So,
Spoiler alert.
yeah, I won't say any more, but pretty happy to hear what we got coming. So I'll be able to actually test one. I think at the PBA League is when I'm going to get the next one. And then I'm planning a trip in October with Matt to Utah to work on the later of the year fall releases, Christmas time releases that seem pretty unique and different too. So
Very nice. I can say I always look forward to the Storm emails and all the new releases.
yeah, I would say that the spoiler alert will probably be out in the next week.
So stay tuned to all you Storm fans out there.
Ooh, still tied if he makes it. That was a good shot. We got 201 on the left, so
There's a match done down there on
Yeah.
6, 5, and 6. Do you
Yeah,
have an idea who took that one?
Dawson Peterson
Dawson.
won that one. Looks like,
Joe's going to win
Joe's-
on 9 and 10.
yeah, beat Aiden, who's been towards the top all day.
And then over to our right, Zach Andreessen just threw a strike.
Yeah, he's up 25 now.
Okay, for
Double
our
there, yeah.
239, 214 max totals.
Unrath up in the 8th. Yeah.
Or 24, I'm sorry. He's only up 15. But a double here would be huge. That's close. Great shot.
Good shot.
Yeah, we're still dead tied here.
Yeah, this one's going to be in. It's going to be who catches the double first, and realistically, who stays clean. Right? So
Were you ever a big defensive bowler in any fashion, like when it comes to like Masters matches and you got a 3-game match on pair of lanes? Did you ever have a strategy, so to speak?
Well, I mean, like this year, playing out on the gutter, I made sure it hooked for me.
Yep.
I know that I've been one of the best at breaking them down over the last decade to where it actually helps my opponents too, but I'm hoping that I can outshot make them and, stay clean and everything else. So that was close.
Left again.
Oh. Just doesn't seem comfortable, Winter. So he's down 11 going into the 10th. If he makes this, that match on the right is over.
Yeah,
Dawson is
unfortunately,
open in the 8th.
Unrath just had the split there. This one is a makeable split. But only got the 3 pins, so that should be over. 139 in the 8th.
199 max.
You never know yet.
No, I mean, open. Still bowls 190, though. Right? 1, 2, teen.
Yeah, low 190s.
So it's actually, if he went open, he'd bowl 180 something. So needs a mark. Filling frames, right? It's the key part. That's a good spare. Strike spare would be 184.
Yeah,
Drake would need spare strike to win by 1.
counts everything in this match.
Yeah, that match
And
is now
that's going to be it for Dawson.
So our 2-time defending champion is going to continue with the victory over Dawson Unrath, and then he will get the winner of the match in front of us.
Yes.
And do we know what pair that will be on?
That
5 and 6.
Yeah, for what they've got down here, it's 5 and 6.
And then on our featured pair, we will have the Dawson Peterson against
Joseph.
Joseph won that one. Okay.
It's left again. Well, still not over.
So what's coming up next for you, Sean? You got some clinics and some other stuff going on?
Yeah, I've got 15 different events coming up over the next 3 months.
That's not many.
Not at all.
My next event will be in Vestal, New York at Midway Lanes, Thursday, August 24th. Steve Miller, the proprietor, brings in over a dozen professionals from the men and the women's side
Nice.
to give back to his league bowlers, which is awesome.
That's pretty cool.
After that, I'll be going to Europe for the Lucky Larson.
They're making that's a PBA tour, right?
Again, yeah, it's
Title?
another
Yeah.
PBA Tour
Nice.
title. After that, I go to the UK for 2 days, a private event at RBS, our airport bowl with RBS Pro Shops. Then we go to Mildenhall Air Force Base. Then we fly to Germany, and we do one at Spangdahlem Air Force Base. Then we go to Stuttgart and Ludwigen. So 5 events in Europe.
Very nice.
And I fly to Maine, and we do an event September 21st right in front of the PBA League. There's 12 coaches for that, and then the PBA League until we get to October. So
Yeah, PBA League, that's exciting too. That's coming up. Your
this is
team.
huge with count. 181.
Well.
So we need a mark in 7.
Didn't the league draft just happen a few weeks ago?
It
Something
did,
like that?
yeah. So I'm part of the Milwaukee Pounders PBR team. Our manager, Marshall Holman, kept myself, Dick Allen, and A.J. Chapman this year.
Very nice.
Our goal and intention was to pick up Simonelli first if we could, but he was gone. So we went with Sean Lavery Spar. And our last pick was his brother, Anthony, who was on our team last year. So we kept 4 of the 5 and added a brother and a trio of guys that are, close.
Yeah, because doesn't AJ and those guys all
AJ's,
bowl
Lavery,
a
and
lot?
Lavery
Yeah.
both, they all room together. I have both doubles with Anthony and a couple events down in Oklahoma. Spare to win. And he needs 7.
Well, big shot here.
Yeah.
Say, no gimme on this.
So if you look at both of these guys' matches, one open frame. The difference is the double that Winter had, but it was in the middle of
Yeah,
the game.
he had
He had
two
two open
opens,
frames.
yeah.
Yeah, he had the split and a missed spare.
7 to win. Looks good.
enough. Yep.
That'll do it.
9.
So Drake Winter will advance to take on two-time defending champion Zach Andreessen. The other match will feature Dawson Peterson and Joseph Woods-Wiseman.
Yes. And that's the match that we will see.
Yeah, and then we'll kind of wait and get confirmation on what's going down on the higher end of the house with the girls division. And
Yeah, they're
the
wrapping
handicap.
up. I see some low scores. 170s, 180s.
I guarantee you that's what Nevin thought when he put this all together is the boys end up bowling a lot slower than the girls do, so he wasn't worried about putting two matches
Nope,
on a
not
pair.
at all.
You know, and I'm pretty sure the handicappers have already started their second match.
Probably.
Yeah, they don't do the 1-2-2-2 thing.
No, they just bowl.
They just bowl, yeah. Every year, that's one of my favorite step ladder finals is to watch the handicap division because half the kids, this is the first time they've done any of this.
Yeah, they're enjoying it.
Yep.
I'm going to go check on some scores. I'll be back.
All right, cool. That is our first match here of the bracket round. Again, if you had any questions for Sean, Ken, or myself, please let us know in the chat room. Send us a message in Facebook, or you can email me if you need to. It's all in the description below. Again, I'm Darren C. alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you coverage of the 8th Annual Midwest Youth Championships here at Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. This is our first show of the 2023-2024 season. We'll be back in October at the NDBowlTV Masters at North Hill Bowl in Minot. You can check out more about that and other tournaments on NDBowling.com by clicking on the upcoming events page. We should have some posters for tournaments posted soon, so stay tuned. Again, our next match will be Dawson Peterson against
Joseph Woods.
Joseph.
Wiseman.
I don't know why I want to call him James, but Joseph Woods Wiseman, yes.
James Woods, though, and just an actor. This has the potential to be a big upset in the other match, though.
Okay.
I mean, obviously with Zach being our two-time defending champion, but Drake was on the outside of the top 10.
Correct.
One of the, I believe, 3 people that snuck in. And lots of cheering for somebody making a spare, I'm guessing, to win a match. But, yeah, Drake, who was on the outside looking in, snuck into the 10th spot by 10 pins. Now beating our 3 seed, Luke Winter, who was only 8 pins out of locking up the 2 seed.
And
So
that just goes to show how important it is to get that 2 seed, because that guaranteed Lucas Herzrud a pretty sizable scholarship, and now Luke Winter is out after the first round of the bracket match. So
yeah, so
very
you
important.
could potentially have Drake Wade going from out of the top 10 before the cashers round to making the step ladder final if he can take down our two-time defending champ. One of these years, maybe I'll bring binoculars so I can see the
Yeah,
full
right.
scores.
Yeah, it looks like the handicappers are already bowling their next matches down on 33 and 34, as well as 27 and 28. The girls' matches are all complete. They are moving around now to see which 4 will be in the last 2 matches.
Yep, and they're just flipping pairs for whichever one they were on. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of who's down there or not.
So I would believe we're going to do 2 shots on each lane here again for our featured match.
Yep, they've already been thrown a couple, so
Okay.
it should be.
Not our first time seeing either of these players today. We've seen Dawson quite a bit in our past shows.
They've both, I think, been on our feature pair. I mean, once, during the cashers round, but
I feel like we have a potential to have the same Final Four as last year in the boys division, because Dawson, Zach, Trey, and
Lucas.
Did Luke make the bracket last year?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
'Cause I know Dawson was on the show last year. I know Trey took second to Zach.
And I'm pretty positive Lucas was, because he always likes to
Give you a hard time.
Yeah, I was going to say other things, but yeah, he likes to talk about how big of a jinx that we are for him.
That just shows we're in his head.
Yes. And every time he says that, I'm just like, bowl better.
Yep. Yeah, and for those of you out there, we've known Lucas since he was a toddler. So
Yes. I mean, there are several other bowlers we've known that long as well, but Lucas has been, because we are obviously very familiar with his parents, having bowled against both Travis and Nikki for a number of years.
yeah, many years.
We've seen Lucas grow up from somebody who was just a little kid out hanging with everyone to now arguably better than either of his parents.
Right. I used to bowl league with his dad at West Acres when I was in college, and he would always just sit down in the settee area with us and watch bowling. And now he's gonna be out here taking our money.
Already has been. Let's be real about that.
All right, we're underway now. Dawson Peterson will kick us off here in the second bracket round match. Following this match, we will have our stepladder finals determined, and we'll be underway with those shortly after. Joseph Woods Wiseman against Dawson Peterson.
Sean's trying to duck underneath the cameras.
Oh boy. Don't hit the wrong button, Sean.
Nevin.
All right. What did you learn down on the high end of the house?
Well, the handicap bowlers are firing away. They are bowling when it's their turn. On the girls, 4 matches, all upsets but one. So Rachel Moore was the only highest seed that won. All the other lower seeds won.
Wow.
So they are now moving on to their final 4.
So is Brooke Salzman out?
She is.
She's a defending champion, so she is out.
Yeah, number 10 beat 3, 9 lost to 4, and then the other 2, like I said. So
Yep, St. Nevin was kind of giving me the same info as you're saying that,
Yeah.
too.
and then here on the guys, it was 2 and 2, right? 2 upsets. 10 beat 3.
Yep.
And then
8 beat 5.
8 beat 5, and then the other 2 higher seeds won. So
This goes to show how important it is to try to get one of those top 2 seeds automatically into the step ladder. That is such a huge advantage.
correct. Yeah, so a unique format, right? I haven't really seen a format like this, so it makes a big deal of qualifying, right? And that's
Yep.
why spares are so important. Good shot there.
And it just benefits the center because most of these kids bowl a good qualifying block, but then they want to bowl again to improve it because that top 2
It's
seed
so huge,
advantage.
yep. So they're just starting on 5 and 6.
Yeah, that one is Drake Waite against Zach Andreessen.
I watched Dawson bowl yesterday. Throws it really good. Heard he's going to a school. I don't know. Can't remember what college he's going to this year. Might be Whitewater, I think I was told.
It's also a good school. So when you were in juniors, I know things were a lot different back when all of us were in high school in that age, but you grew up in Alaska,
Grew up in Alaska, yep. I left about 10 days before my 18th birthday to get to Wichita in time and broke down in Canada on my way down. And
Really?
got there about 2 days before school started. So my 18th birthday was the day before school started or day after. I can't remember. I remember I had to do the 2-mile run and PT test for Wichita State's bowling program on my birthday. It was wonderful.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Welcome to college.
Yeah, right? Yeah, when I went to college, it was in 2005, right after Hurricane Katrina. So I'm already broke as it is, and then the gas prices went to like $3.50, $4 a gallon, which back then was triple what they were.
Correct.
And I had to drive to college, couldn't afford it.
So the winners of these matches will move on to our stepladder.
Yep, they will be the 3 and the 4. And
seed.
is the higher seed going into this bracket going to be the 3 seed?
I would imagine.
Is that how they're going to do it?
That makes most sense.
It's just lane choice anyways, which could be pretty important, especially on this pair we've seen over the years.
These two both have a better look than the last two that bowled on this pair. They are giving the lane more left to right motion. The other two tried to play more direct.
Feels like Joe's giving his break point further right than most everyone else has been.
Correct. Well,
Definitely what Dawson is doing.
Yeah, well, yesterday during the last qualifying round, I think Dawson was in front of the ball return in like game 3 of qualifying.
Yeah, I was watching him. I remember watching that.
7-8 down lane.
It's a Widow Ghost going down the lane, looks like.
Yeah, it looks pretty good right now, that's for sure.
Getting flashbacks of Jared Schmidt running over people in North Dakota with that ball.
Yeah, spare 3-bagger, front 3. We're already 40 pins ahead of pace of the last game.
Yeah, only one miss here.
Strike, spare, strike down there on the other pair. The first pair of the girls I can see both have doubles to start. Front 3 looks like for the one. A lot higher scoring than the first matches. That's close. It's got to hook a little bit. Didn't post it like he did 2 shots ago.
So I would say when you first came out on tour, you were like one of the top rev rate guys, right? And
I definitely was up there.
And I feel like with the two-handed game and everything, like rev rate is kind of caught up. What would you consider your like A game today?
Well, I was telling someone yesterday, actually, I wish my career was almost flipped, right? I throw it pretty straight now, and when I came out on tour, the guys that dominated were, oh, that's left.
Ooh.
All right.
Norm Duke, Walter, Barnes, those guys that kept it in front of them, but it was also different formats too, right? You just had to survive and make the cut and then follow your own transition. If you could do that, you'd make a lot of TV shows, and then once you get to television, who knows what happens. Now the rev rate is taken over, left to right and speed control and whatnot because of what we bowl on more than anything. When I first came out, the patterns were more tapered. The oil conduced itself pretty similar to what the balls were out now, or back then. Now the balls are too strong for the oils that we're bowling on. That's left again.
Ooh, lucky.
Seems like he's trying to play more direct on 13 and giving it away more on 14. But so going back to your question, it's I'm definitely better because of my speed and rev rate of playing straight, keeping it in front of me and my angles shut down, and following my own transition. So I personally would, this year I wasn't a big fan of the formats. It was all qualifying, total pins, not much match play or elimination type stuff, and I've always been a big fan of that, mostly because of the excitement of winning a match every 15 minutes or 45 minutes in a best of 7 or best of 5 or best of 3. So kind of like this, right? You have the highs and lows every 10 minutes. You're going to have a winner.
Right.
And you're going to have a loser that, Dawson just made a big mistake there. You get to see and you get that in, the round robin and the bonus pins too, but can he take advantage? That's through the face or Brooklyn.
I feel like that's why a lot of people love the Masters format, though, and so many people have success in that tournament. It's so unique. Once you get to the matches, it's a completely different tournament. Everything is completely different.
You're going to have – Simonson's going to have a little bit of fun in the Masters for a while.
Yeah.
With that format, with how good he is. It's the same thing that Belmont is going through. It's changed from when I bowled. when I won the Masters in 2007, I came back the next year. I got an hour practice session before my match.
You didn't get to bowl the qualifying back then?
No. So that
Wow.
Wow.
started about 2010, I think, and it's been a huge advantage. There's a reason why Belma won 3 or 4 in a row.
Right.
You know, you get to go through the transitions, you get to bowl in multiple pairs, and there's a reason why Simonson won back-to-back. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have. It's just the fact that you get your feet wet, right?
Right.
When I came out there and bowled, I was there for 4 days doing nothing. It was frustrating.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage.
Correct.
I never knew that back then, and that was back when they bowled in the baseball stadium, wasn't it, when you won?
I won at Miller Park, yeah. This match is almost over. I know we have 4 frames left, but frustration is setting in on this young man, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we've seen it before with Dawson, that's kind of what happens. It can pretty quickly.
Well, when you miss a spare and then your opponent comes up and takes advantage of it with a double, even though one of them was a Brooklyn, it'll get into your next shot instead of just focusing on the process at hand. You know, one of my biggest pet peeves or issues is with myself individually is I want to control what my opponent's doing, and you can't do that in a head-to-head match. You need to go make 10 great shots and hope for the best.
So has your mental game changed dramatically over your time on tour?
Yeah, I think it changed more when I started having kids, which is some good, some bad. But bowling's not the biggest thing anymore, right?
Right.
Like,
I think you can
Yeah,
attest
and you
to that
have
too.
3 kids?
I have 3 girls. Yeah,
3 girls, a fellow girl dad here.
yeah, 236 max. He's gonna need all of it. Stays clean. If Joe stays clean, he will be moving on.
Fellow girl dad, I know how you feel.
Ooh, stone 9 on the front 5. That matches. That's a good shot.
Just throwing it good.
Oh, boy.
Lit.
Well,
I didn't expect that off
Just-
that.
Yeah, that was a better shot than the shot before. A little in, but it wasn't. Now he's only up 20. Gatch. This is where Dawson needs to stay composed, because if he goes up there and throws a strike in the 8th and 9th, pressure's back on.
Yeah, make him think about it,
That's 3 off the right.
So you have the 17 titles, right?
I do.
And
yeah.
2 majors. You had the TOC in 12, right?
Correct. Yeah, so I have 15 regular and 2 majors for a total of 17. I've had a great career.
You're
it's-
more than eligible for the Hall of Fame, so I got to assume that's gotta
matter
be
of
soon.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2 years until I'm eligible. I think 2025 is the year that I can go in.
Do they have is the age?
No, age is just you have to be a member for 20 years.
Okay.
I'm eligible for the USBC Hall of Fame, but you have to have somebody nominate you. I was actually eligible last year, I believe. But it is what it is. Like, it's not something that I go, oh, I need to go get in it. It's
Right.
if it happens, it happens.
Because isn't the title requirements, was it 10 and 2? Is that or
On
10
a regular
or 2?
tour, it's 10 titles or 5 and 2 majors.
Okay.
The 10 regular, it could be any 10 titles. Senior tour, I believe, is 5 titles.
The senior tour has been pretty exciting this year too. Watching a lot of those, I like watching those on NDBowlTV.
Yeah. I could say something I probably won't. Needed that one.
Almost got the messenger.
Yeah, this one's over now.
What did Pete just win at the?
Yep, won the Budmore Classic for his 14th total. That was considered a major.
I always like that setting, even though it's kind of like you winning at Miller Park. You bowl all week in one setting at what is now the Bolero in Wauwatosa, and
Yeah.
then you went in the middle of a baseball stadium on brand new set up lanes kind of thing.
Yeah, for 2 years at South Point, I made like 15 shows, something crazy, and never won.
Was that like around the World Series?
Yeah,
when you had
the
those
2
great
World
runs?
Series.
Yeah.
For 4 years we bowled there, I think, straight. I made almost 20 shows, never
Like-
won.
You were like the leading money getter, but never had a title there.
Correct. Yeah, it was fun. We went to the arena setting. I was on 7 shows, never won. I finished second 3 or 4 times, third, 3 or 4 times. Bowled for the title and felt like it was almost a gimme, but it wasn't. Just you change settings sometimes, and it gives people, a new life.
Right. I always wondered how the pros felt about that when they go into the arena as opposed to just finishing the tournament in the same center.
Well, if you're the one winning, you love it, right?
Yep.
I didn't win, so I hated it.
Because they did that a lot in the summer swing when they used to do that at the Oklahoma stuff.
Yeah, so I ran the ladder, right, the 1 year. Shot 300 the first match against Low Shedder, and then was able to beat Barnes in the finals. That's one of my probably most memorable wins, my 8th title. Beat some heavy hitters that day. Where I don't know if we would have bowled in the bowling center that day, I don't know if anybody could have beat Barnes. That's way out.
Ooh, well, that's okay, though.
Yeah, you get 203 max. Is that his 8th frame, right? Yeah, 8th frame.
Yeah, so Dawson still has a 10th frame to go. He's up
That's
in
his
the 9th.
frame. Yeah. So 191. Needs a mark. Still needs a mark. Can't. Match down on 5 and 6 looks pretty even.
Yeah, it's been pretty tight. I think Drake had a chance to throw a double there, but spare.
All right, that's enough. He will be moving on.
Yeah, he's going to the 10th. He's already in the 200s, so.
Yeah, it needs 6, I think. Yeah, 6.
203.
5 would be 203, which would be even, so 6 on the first ball. And realistically, this match is more affected because of that missed spare and then the loss of concentration because of his opponent throwing the Brooklyn. And it's just things you got to take some notes and go, okay, here's the good, here's what the bad. Oh, there's 5.
Need one.
Need 1.
So when you go into a step ladder like this, are you one of the guys that just likes to finish first, finish last kind of thing, or is it all?
If I'm the higher seed, I always like to finish first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care if it's close or hard, easy. You put the pressure on them. You're in control. One of the best things about this year I thought was EJ's dominance finishing last. Just enough.
And he
Barely.
he chose that in all the situations.
Yeah,
didn't he?
both
'Cause
majors that he won, he doubled to win. The U.S. Open, the World Championships, and for the most of the tournaments he did win, he finished last, which was very impressive.
Yeah, and he just won a regional up in our area not
Right.
that long ago, and just won a regional in Coldwater, something like that, in Ohio. Not that
He
long
won
ago.
Minster 2 days ago. Coldwater's going on right now, the finals today.
So Joe Woods Wiseman will take out Dawson Peterson and will advance to the stepladder finals. We are watching down here on 5 and 6.
It's almost a dead heat from what I can see.
I
Might
see
be just a couple
28
pins.
to 26. Yeah,
Yeah.
128, 126, both
9th
working
and
on a
10th
mark.
frame.
And something's on with 6. Looks like it's on second ball.
Yeah, so the right lane is on second ball, but maybe they just reset it for a missing pin or something.
Not sure, but that was a heck of a shot by Zach to leave that.
In the chat room, they say Drake Waite is a high school sophomore. So a good showing for
Yeah, he throws it good.
him, and he's taken on the 2-time defending champion down there on 5 and 6. So pretty tall order. Looks like Zach left a 7-pin, has 145, which I believe is the 8th frame he's got 145 in.
Well, there's one way to look.
I think that was his 9th frame that just bowled.
Yep, so now Drake's up in the 9th, 128 in the 7th with a spare working. Looks like the girls' matches are about to finish
Yeah,
up
they're
as well.
one's over. The number 4 seed is gone. Rachel, she lost to whoever she was bowling.
The handicap division has long been gone. They've been done for a while.
I think I'm about to order some lunch before we start these stepladder finals.
Yeah, have you eaten the restaurant yet?
Yeah, the restaurant's great here. This is one of
Really
the
good.
best scenarios I've seen in a long time.
Yeah?
Hotels 50 feet away, so you can walk.
We enjoy that too. We can walk over here in
Yeah.
the morning and
The,
live stream.
Movie theater across the street, a really good restaurant across the street as well. You got the restaurant here also.
Restaurant that I can smell right now.
Yeah, the restaurant, the food here is great. If anyone comes out to Alexandria, stop at Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here inside Garden Center Lanes.
Strike 9 spare to win. That's pretty
That's
good.
Good.
10 pin.
Yeah.
Oh, the
yeah,
10 kicked
kicks it.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, so Drake Waite just struck. First ball in the 10th.
You got 195 max on the right and
Zach
208
Andrews.
max.
Yeah, and so
9 spare.
strike.
9 spares, 197.
Does he already have a double up?
Yeah, he struck in the 9th.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. 9's a winner there. The girls' match down there on the far end is pretty tight as well.
Okay, Drake Waite. Next shot in the 10th.
Looks close. Oh,
Wow.
trips the 4-7 to
Crumble
win.
it out. Crumble it out for a strike, and that's going to take out the two-time defending champion.
Zach got straight up, not happy, which is, it's unfortunate, but twisters fall
Yep.
in certain ways sometimes. Same. I
Yeah.
mean, he literally just had the same hit.
Yep.
So Drake Waite, since he is was he the 10 seed?
He was the 10 seed. He'll be
barely
number
got
4.
in. He'll be the 4. And then over here we had Joe Woods Wiseman advance over Dawson Peterson. So that'll be our first match in the boys final.
in a few hours.
Yes. we got to
Yeah,
start with the
but yeah.
girls first.
Girls and then handicap, right, or vice
Yeah.
versa?
Yeah, I think they start with the girls and then move to handicap because they have to re-oil. They re-oil in between each one of them too.
Nice.
Let's see if I can update my bracket here for the boys without messing everything up, right?
All right, I'm gonna go check on the ladies, order some lunch, and we'll be back for the finals
Yeah.
shortly.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thanks, Sean. All right, Ken, let's see if I can update my bracket on the boys' side. The 3 seed will be Joe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so a quick little update to the boys' bracket. This is how it's going to go down.
Yeah, and
A few hours.
Yep, and the girls' match, the last one is just finishing up. Not positive. It was really close when I was over there, so it's not sure who is winning that. And the handicap division is already done as well.
And we'll update the other brackets once we get notified of the winners. Again, they're all happening down on the high end of the house, which we can't quite see the scores with the pillars here in the center. So
Well, I can see the scores, but I can't read the scores.
again, we will start with the girls' open final. The stepladder final will happen right in front of us here on 13 and 14. We will then rotate over to 15 and 16 for the handicap division finals. And we will finish off the afternoon with the boys' open finals back here on 13 and 14. Again, each division will get fresh oil. And just 1 game total pin matches. It appears as though the boys and girls defending champions have been eliminated, so we will have a new winners in those divisions this year. On the handicap side, the defending champion is out as well.
Yep. It's possible we could have what I believe would be sisters bowling against each other in the girls' stepladder.
Ah, yes.
Because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that Haley won her match.
Okay.
And I am not positive who won that one over there. But Nevin will come out with the scores here, I'm sure, very soon.
All right, that gives us a brief moment to once again thank all the sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, including the great center here, Garden Center Lanes, and then the restaurant right behind us, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill. Big shout out to the folks here in Alexandria and their USBC association for raising as much money as they have to give away to all these kids and give them so many great opportunities to earn scholarship money. Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. Again, a big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, you are watching NDBowlTV, and I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, about to bring you the finals of the Girls Open Division.
Yes,
There he
I'm
is,
here.
the man, the myth, the legend. We are just waiting on our scores momentarily to see who will be in our first match in the girls' stepladder final. Big shout out to that guy there, Chad. Everyone here at Garden Center Lanes, Nevin, his wife Lee, Chad, all the Meyer family, everyone. They've done such a great job here. All the volunteers, we see people walking around all the time. They do such a great job at this tournament. It always runs very smoothly. Haven't really seen many like lane breakdowns either. I mean, everything's been pretty good.
Just had a small one. I mean, the start of our first bracket match, but you know, that was a pretty quick fix. I mean, yeah, nothing that I've come across as far as being issues, but yeah, I got to echo exactly what you just said. It's like the family, everything, they do such a great job here. Nevin, Chad, Meyer family, volunteers. I mean, top-notch tournament every single year.
I would agree, and having an opportunity like this is great for all the kids. I love what Nevin does. He talked to me about other tournaments, so I think he's going to start another tournament going on, whatever that may be. Whatever that is, we'll have it on NDBowling.com, so
Yep.
check out the upcoming events page for that. Again, just a brief break here while they're first going to oil 17 and 18 as just to burn a couple lanes, you know, how oilers work, that kind of thing. And then we're going to oil 13 through 16. And then we should be underway. Get our girls bracket ready to update.
All right, we got our stepladder finals set up.
Oh, here we go.
First off is going to be a girls stepladder. That is going to be on 13 and 14. And then we'll go to 15 and 16 for the handicap. And then back to 13 and 14 for the boys. They'll all be on step one. For the players that have to wait, we're going to have lanes 1 and 2 off for practice there. So here are your top fours. In the girls' division, number 1 seed, Garrett Exum. 2 seed, Elizabeth Ripnor. Coming out of the brackets, Kelly Trisky, 3 seed. She will be bowling 4 seed, Haley.
So the Trisky sisters will indeed bowl in the very first match here. Can we get the names here?
All right, and then we go to the handicap division. Our number 1 seed is Michael Walsley. Number 2 seed, Miles Creed. Coming out of the bracket, we've got Kimmy Pipe. And Riley Miller is our 4th seed.
Okay, so here's an update to the girls' open division.
Our 1 seed is Trey Hendricksmeyer. 2 seed is Lucas Herzog. Our 3 seed
Okay, so we have the boys division final. It's going to look like this.
And then we'll get started. Again, please make sure to share the live stream. And thank you again to all of our sponsors, Garden Center Lake, Alexandria Area USDC, Global Heroin Effects, Mike Coca-Cola, Rubber Bank, Explore Alexandria, 3G Home Shoes. Without them, this couldn't be possible. So if you can support them.
Okay, and here is the handicap division stepladder finals. Kimmy Pike against Riley Miller in the first match. Miles Free is a 2 seed, and Micah Walswick is your top seed. So this is the one we will start with first. The girls open division stepladder finals featuring what I believe are sisters.
At worst related somehow. Cousins, maybe?
Yeah. So we'll be underway here shortly. Just going to wait for them to finish oiling the stepladder final pairs here. I feel like Haley was on our show last year and it ended with a really unfortunate break. Something I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a very bad break for her to end up losing that. It might have been the match before the final, but I can't quite remember what it was. I might have to look back on the footage from last year.
Yeah, well, since we have a couple minutes, I do have a phone handy.
Like, I feel like she stoned an 8-pin or something when she needed a strike, or something like that happened. If anyone's in the chat room and remembers, let us know. Again, shout out to everyone who's joined us today. Do appreciate everyone who shared the stream, who has subscribed here today. Please turn on notifications to be notified when we go live.
Ken Cummings in the chat room.
Yeah, shout out to Ken. Thank you for tuning in. Marcia, we do appreciate you. And the entire Drake Waite fan club appears to be in the chat room as well. Appreciate you tuning in. We will see Drake bowling here in our boys stepladder finals in a couple hours. I think we'll have to track down a payout sheet at some point as well before this stepladder starts. So we know kind of what's being awarded.
Well,
I know Nevin's down on that end.
They keep scrolling across the TV behind us too, so I'll see if I can catch it.
Yeah, they're updating the payouts as we speak. Ken and I are currently watching back on the footage from last season to see.
Yes, something has to happen.
Oh yeah, that was the pocket 8-10 when she needed a mark to win. That's what it was. Yep. And the shot did not deserve an 8-10 from what I remember.
No. Oh, yep.
Not at all. That was a terrible break. Yep. She needed a mark and threw a great shot. And
Well, at least 9 pins would have been a tie, but yeah, that's right. So maybe a little revenge here.
yeah, potentially. Okay, we got the lanes oiled. We're just kind of waiting for confirmation. Here comes Nevin to probably get everything started.
Evan says we're going to fire it up.
Seems as though everyone's waiting for Nevin to get the official word. Here we go. With the fresh oil, are they doing 2 balls in each lane? I feel like they should. Callie and Haley, here we go.
We'll get started right away. Give them a round of applause. Let's get it going.
Again, real quick, we'll let you know how the matches will take place here. The girls' open division is going to be underway here momentarily. They will get their practice shots. And Nevin, you want to show that thing off? Here we go. Here's what they're playing for. Nevin in all of his glory, the stash. I love the stash. I love it. I love it. I love the jersey too. EFX, huh? I like it. I like it. There's the guy behind all of it, Nevin. He deserves a lot of the credit. Practice shots underway. We'll see if it's a 2 on each.
Yeah, they haven't really said, but that would be consistent with what they've done.
So, Ken, what do you think? Here's my theory on it. And this is what we try to do at the Masters each year because we re-oil for the finals. Since it's a re-oil, what I think is all 5 players should be able to bowl on it for like 2 to 5 minutes, and then the first match, those people get their few extra shots, and then you start it.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Not saying that whatever way we're doing here is wrong. It's just,
yeah, and they might be giving these two a little bit more time.
right. Like the timer's up to 3 minutes, so maybe they're giving them 3 minutes too. Who knows?
Yeah, not sure. So I definitely don't, disagree with what you're saying. Because it's probably more a case of just the amount of time that we have.
Correct.
Where something like the Masters, or our Masters that we run that just might have a little bit more time. We're already looking at it's 12:30. We have 3 step ladders to do. We know we normally get out of here about 4 o'clock, so there's a lot of time left that we still have to things to take care of and finish up. So, a couple extra minutes probably doesn't hurt. But for the sake of, just trying to get this moving along, can understand why they do it this way. So
It's kind of funny. They both come back here and talk to who I believe is Dan, the father.
if anybody in the chat room does know, please tell us.
I believe Dan Trisky is back here. He is a fellow Team Storm member, as both girls here are throwing Storm as well. All right, it looks like Haley will start us off on the left lane. Rob Henney, thank you for tuning in.
Always good to see Rob.
Hope you are having a great summer as well. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. And we are about to be underway. Callie Trisky against Haley Trisky. And Hannah is in the chat, says it's her baby sisters. So we have seen a good share of Trisky sisters on our shows here over the years.
That we have.
And have all competed in really good matches. And Haley will kick us off here in the Girls Open Finals, match number 1.
You can see what it's like immediately if you're trying to go up the boards, which, you know, we've talked about. You don't see a lot of females at this level that are comfortable opening up the lane.
Right.
There are some, but in general, you know, they like to keep it in front of them, keep it as square as possible, and just keep it in play. You know, it'll be a case of if they can get something burned up, maybe they can move in a little bit and make it, make the little bumper for them, but we'll see how it breaks down. It's tough to do it when there's only a couple games on it.
Throwing a gem up the corner. Pretty good
That was
shot.
nice.
When I bolt on this pattern, if I had enough surface, I could play up the boards like that. It was a little inconsistent for me, but again, I'm not very good. And then, like I said, when I threw on this back home, once you made that little bit of a move left, you had to make a significant move in order to get the right shape down lane to carry.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that with where most of the boys have started.
You can really tell when that gem starts to like rev up and get rolling forward, you know right away that thing's going to truck through the pocket. It's one of the strongest balls in the Roto Grip line. It's crazy how strong that ball is.
And we have the Trisky sisters' mom in the chat. Chris.
Yeah. Mom and sisters, thank you for joining us. Do appreciate it. Unfortunately, someone's going to have to lose this match.
That was a good shot. You could tell immediately on that one.
Again, Haley was in our stepladder finals last year and had the unfortunate ending. But has made her way back to the stepladder finals again here in 2023.
And I'm going to feel like a broken record saying this, but both of these girls, their games are outstanding.
Yeah, they throw it better than you and I can tell you that.
That doesn't take much in my case. Can I hit? No, just pushed a little bit much. Pretty good shot, though, again.
I think one of these years I'm going to have to call up that video I took of you at Master Doubles one year and everyone can see how you bowl just for entertainment purposes.
By all means. Or maybe find a new one because I'm sure it's not changed much.
The chicken wing is still there.
I don't think it's as bad as it used to be, but, you know.
Good spare there for Haley.
Yep. You always wonder when it comes to bowling, you know, sibling or like a good friend, it's like how much do you, who wants to beat who more in this match?
Right.
Push a little bit. It's okay. slide. Well, brings the match back even again.
Again, both of these girls using a fair amount of surface. Try to get that ball to pick up on the outside part of the lane, which from experience has got a lot of volume on it.
Looked all right. Yep, good shot again.
Thought that one was just slightly late into the pocket, but was able to kick the 10 out. Those are the best hits when you're in the moment, you need them, and you get that kind of half pocket hit, and it takes out the 10.
Yeah, anytime you can kick a 10 out where you don't think you deserved it.
Yep. Push.
A little bit. Yeah, you can see that start to pick up a little early.
I guess that's the one downfall of playing there on this pattern is when you miss left, it's going to go.
Yeah, so anything that's going up the boards in the middle of the lane doesn't stand a chance.
You got to stay within that oil line to keep it on track.
But on the spare,
Yeah, stays clean. Doing a lot of the same of what we saw from her last year.
yeah. Said you keep it in play, you get your spares, you're going to be right in it. And that's what a lot of these girls do.
And welcoming back into the booth, Sean Rash.
Hello.
It'll hear game one. How's lunch?
It was good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were having a little bit more of a break.
Oh, they get going with it.
Uh-oh, got Deadwood. So apparently they're sisters.
Yes.
Awesome.
And we've seen Haley before on our show here.
Yeah, runner-up last year.
We've also seen her. They have an older sister. So very familiar with this family. They're who I believe Dan over here is a good bowler in his own.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, when you get in the middle of the lane like that. Shout out to Chad Meyer, always working hard here at Garden Center Lanes.
Yeah, they do a lot for this event. 8 years in the running now. It's growing every year. They have a lot of staff on hand. Always makes things easy. Looks close.
Pick up enough? Yeah, that was a good shot.
Man, when that gem gets rolling, it looks good. I still got to drill up my exotic gem. I have that at home. Excited to see how that one rolls for me.
I think you'll like it once you do.
Yeah. That's the thing. Since the surgery, I switched to 14, and I just got to get all my stuff into the shop and get drilled and kind of learn what everything does.
That's left.
Push a little bit. Yeah.
So when you moved over to the SPI family, so to speak, what were some of your like favorites right away?
Well, the first two I won with, the Afterburner for the short, and then God, what was it? The Extreme Honey Badger, solid, purple. Both of them were purple.
It must be the color,
fair
right?
enough.
That's what they say.
Ooh.
It must be the color is why you won with it.
Yeah,
It was purple.
they both just matched up really well for my game, for what we saw there, and I've noticed these girls both have a lot of surface.
Yes. And I believe that is required to play out where they're playing.
Correct.
But it brings in, if you miss left, it's picking up very early, and it's going to go.
So
Thankfully, they're
Haley?
both fairly accurate.
Haley just struck, is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Haley definitely throws a little. I'm guessing she's older than her sister Callie. Throws it harder. Keeps it on line a little bit longer. And this goes back to what we talked about a little bit ago about, being straighter and harder, using surface, kind of like what I do. They're going to give room to their opponents as they move on for that extra free hook to the right. Both girls that are coming up like to play a little bit farther left. That's about 12, 13 at the arrows. It's got a hook.
Oh, cave it in.
13's the tight lane of the two. Down lane, that is. We have 234 max on the left, 229 on the right. Pretty close through 6.
We do have confirmation in the chat. Haley is 19, Callie is 17.
There we go.
We don't have our full information sheets here.
No, but what I was just handed.
Is a payout sheet. Nice.
Payout
So
sheets.
the
So,
girl eliminated in this match will have a $1,000 scholarship. That is insane.
yep.
That's awesome.
It's insane.
1,000
Got a
for-
chance.
Oh.
And then we're playing for a $3,000 scholarship for a top prize, $2,000 in second, and $1,500 for third.
It's a lot of money
It's incredible to bowl for that kind of money at their age.
in this event, too, compared to that other event that just happened. There's a lot of scholarship money this weekend.
Yeah, Micah,
Micah.
thank you for tuning in. We enjoyed watching you bowl this weekend.
Ring 10. So 2 good shots. Unfortunately, no strikes. Needs to make the spare here, put some pressure on her sister.
I do like to see them rooting for each other, but it feels like it's more fun when you're
Yeah, I don't.
there's a little bit more.
Maybe a little bit of a show there, I think.
Yeah.
Their sister said Haley is going to be a junior in college at William Woods University after being at Wichita and UT Southern. Nice. Yeah, Lee, I agree. We've seen a lot of these kids go from the handicap division and get into the open division, and now they're winning a lot in the open division. It's nice to see the progress over
Left, too.
the years.
It's okay there. Yeah. I think the craziest one for me was Jaden Roller.
Yeah,
We watched him win as just a chunky little guy back 5 years ago, and now he's taller than all of us.
yeah, he's got a foot on you now. Yeah.
But yeah, being here for as long as we have, seeing all these kids grow up, it's kind of fun, fun
Yep.
to see how they progress and grow. And
I mean, you compare this to the scholarship tournaments you and I bowled back in the day, and we used to have
sees
120 people in some scholarship tournaments back in North Dakota, and the winner got $200, and you thought it was insane,
yeah. Well, you can speak to that one.
Well, this match just got a little bit closer.
Yeah.
She
We have
decided to go straight at the 5 pin, and it slid past it.
So what's your strategy on single pins? Is it always straight all
Oh,
the time?
hard. I mean, if they're hard, it's always straight. But the 5 pin, that one, I still throw it straight.
Yeah,
And I've missed it too, just like she just did. It's unfortunate, but that's a good shot there.
Yeah, especially on something like this. I mean, you saw what happens when her ball gets going a little left. It wouldn't have had a chance against it either.
Yeah, I'm shocked that she actually didn't throw her strike ball at the 5 pin with the part of the lane that she's playing and being pretty consistent up the front there. But
Came back with a good shot, though, to at least hold
stay
the
ahead,
lead.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's got a hook.
Oh, yep. Well, that's okay.
It's a good 8.
Oh, how about a
Oh, my
strike?
goodness.
Wow. And the
And
The
Dan
break-
can't believe it either.
break of the day so far.
Yeah, no.
7 pin into the 2 pin. They're only a foot apart, and once that pin comes, I mean, the pin's a foot tall, right? So just needs to get a little bit to touch it.
4-pin match. Going
I'm
into the
saying if
10.
she strikes here, she wins. You got 197 max, 201 max, but I think a strike here, course, it's basically ball for ball here in the 10th. I'm saying if Cal throws a strike, she will win the match. Haley's going to stay clean, I think, but that's close.
Pretty good.
Get a
Rolls.
little.
Yep. Ooh.
5-10.
Oh.
If it would have stayed on the lane, it would have made it over there.
Yep. It had the speed.
It's all right. I mean,
Must
spare,
make.
Yeah, spare strike is, we've seen crazier things happen. We saw somebody throw a 5 count to lose a title match.
Looks good.
Yep.
What's your least favorite spare?
Well, it's definitely the 10 pin because I've missed 2 of them to lose 2 titles. But one for sure, one that would have changed the dynamic of the 10th frame. But there's so much room to hit it. It's just amazing. That's got a hook too.
Yeah, and as many of them as us righties throw at them, it's always frustrating to miss one.
Well,
Needs a mark.
Just a mark. That's really all it is after that count.
Yeah. Spare 3 to win by 1.
Okay, needs a mark.
Left.
Push a little. Well,
And
that'll work.
Away
Brooklyn to
Brooklyn to
win.
win.
they're
So
giving each other the look.
she says she's sorry to her sister.
Well, one break deserves another.
There's definitely going to be some chatter
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
in this family's household later today.
Friendly, sisterly competition. Yes. If I had a sibling that bowled, I don't know if it would be
Left
friendly.
again.
Well, she gets to throw at the 5 again.
She better move her feet in the next match.
Yeah.
But now, is this a pattern to where when you move left, you got to make a big move just because of what's happening in the middle?
Not really. I mean, because of how hard she throws it, she can move left, keep her angles, open up her angles a little bit, throw it into what she's created, that hook spot, with also what her sister's created. But if she stays where she's at, she's going to continue to see early ball motion. It's going to continue to go left and either through the face or Brooklyn, and you can leave the 5-10, 3-10, big 4 combinations. So looked like she moved a couple boards left there, but
It's a good test ball.
farther right.
It looks okay.
$1,000.
Yep.
Okay, let's update our bracket here. And there we go. Haley is moving on to take on Elizabeth Rittenauer in our semifinal match. Past champion Kira Magsam in the championship match will be waiting. I would presume they'd get 2 shots on each, and we'll be underway.
Yep. Be very curious to see how ball reaction is after practicing on the burned up lanes.
Yeah, they're staying warmed up on the dirt down there on 1 and 2. So when you're on tour and you're coming into a stepladder match like this, how much help are the reps and everything else? When you get your
Yeah, they're
shots.
extremely vital, right? They tell you kind of what the lane's doing, both lanes, kind of tell you what your player that you're getting ready to compete's doing. You kind of ask them, hey, do you want them to finish on the left or the right? That goes back to what we talked about earlier. Do you always finish first or finish second? You know, here you only get 2 shots each lane. We normally get, I think it's 4 for the number 3 seed, 6 for the number 2 seed, and the number 1 seed gets 10. So for the last year, the number 1 seed has had a lot more success because they've gotten more shots.
Sure.
I mean, you got to bowl a whole game on it. You better have an idea of what's going on.
And do they get a bowl, like, let's say the number 1 seed now would get a bowl?
Yeah, the number 1
match
seed
kind of
right now would also get 4 shots, so they realistically get 14 shots.
So then you can kind of, like, see the transition as it
Right.
goes. That does help. Because you hate to see the person that runs away with the tournament and then ends up losing the 1-game match to take second. And
Yeah,
I'm sure that's
I've
happened
been
to
there.
you.
It's unfortunate, but at the same time, I've ran the ladder probably 6 times in my career, I think. Give or
That's
take.
always fun, too.
You basically have 3 tournaments in one on the PBA Tour. You have the qualifying portion, and then you have the match play portion, and then you have the stepladder portion. And you can't win it in the first one, but you can definitely lose it. And same thing with the second one, where you can lose it, of course, by losing your match, but it's more about surviving. And then once you get to the finals, it's a crapshoot.
Right.
Who slept best that night? Who stretched the most? Who had the most loose, the loosest swing?
What's your favorite format on tour?
I've always been a fan of the elimination match play. I mean, I just, like I said earlier, too, I love the intensity of every 10 to 15 minutes you have a winner, each game. That's why I like the bonus pins. Typically your cream rises to the top, but it's nice to see the ones that have a nice run through qualifying or match play, I should say, right? So I remember the year that Parker ran the ladder at the World Championships. He qualified 24th, won a bunch of matches. He wasn't the high average in the top 5, but qualified 5th, and then he bowled amazing on that Sunday or whatever day we taped that show. So but the match play elimination for me lets the underdogs stories come out.
Right.
We already have enough stories about the stars. We don't have enough stories about the ones that take care of the tour. A lot of people like to call them the donators, but I don't. I call them the one. They're the grinders, right? They're the journey ones.
Yeah, it's kind of same thing in what we do.
Yeah, weekend warriors. Yeah, we support 90% of the tournaments.
Yeah, we're the ones that give it to the prize fund, if you will.
Yeah, listen, they have the sponsors and whatnot, but entry fees add up.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I'm with you on the story thing. I always find that sports in general are easier to become invested in if you know the story.
Correct.
Yeah, if you just turned on a golf tournament and didn't know this person from that person, it'd be hard to watch. But if you knew what every shot meant, you'd be there watching every single move, Same with bowling.
Here we go. Right
Looks like
about
she made a move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it just sees the lane a little too
Yeah,
soon.
she's too much surface for her, I think. She could ball down or she needs to move left. But that ball is just reading so early. I think it's just going to benefit her opponent because her opponent's 5 or 6 left of her. At least she was during the qualifying portions.
Yeah, those couple of practice shots, she definitely was too.
Yeah, it didn't seem like she was throwing all the surface either.
Nope.
So, yeah, when I bowled on this, it seemed like the move was if I played surface up the right, when I moved left, you had to definitely take out something shiny, a little more cleaner. And interesting to see what she's throwing. This is our first look at the 2 seed, Elizabeth Rittenauer. Looks like an obsession tour.
Yeah. Lane shine, not
So
no
a lane
surface.
shine, it's a kind of a lower diff ball, right?
And her hand's in a way different spot than Haley. Haley's more of a twirler. It's high.
Oof. Yep.
It seemed like a lot of her practice shots were kind of going off the back end of the pattern too, so she definitely sees more of a reaction down lane.
That's a 5 and 2 on tour.
Yeah. Confirmed by the rep when you look back at him. And you're like, whoa.
Yeah. It's not a ball change. It's a combination. Got a tie game through 2.
They always talk about how quickly they transition on tour. Is that like, give me a,
It's, yeah.
compared to everything else?
Yeah, it's frames. It's not games. It's, like I said, that's 5 and 2 left. And if it doesn't work, it's a ball change. Still 5 and 2 left.
Yeah, back a few years ago, we've had people like Walter Raven with us, Parker Bone, Tom Doherty, and they would all say, you look at the things like, where is Belmo starting? And
Correct.
you have to know all that stuff. I'm sure it's even worse now with the rev rate increasing the way it has.
So she's sliding about 8 boards left of Haley on that left lane.
Jacob, no, the boys open stepladder finals will happen after the handicap division. This is the first divisional stepladder final. This is the semifinal match of the girls open division.
Trouble.
Oh, all right. It's nice that they know how to reset it because I wouldn't have a clue on these machines.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're U.S. bowling score monitors, which
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with their products. I've seen all the AMF and the Brunswick scoring, but not too familiar with this one.
see if she moved.
Looks.
Not much. She's decided to stay hard and straight. The crazy thing is that if she does move, she's going to go right into what Elizabeth is already at. But her ball speed's a tad faster than Elizabeth, so it'll stay on line better. But again, all the surface that she's using, it's going to make it interesting to see what the front part of the lane does over the next 15 frames during the finals. Uh-oh.
Yeah, looks like maybe a drop.
Yeah, it looked like she dropped it.
Yep. Hear her say it. Well, not the greatest start to the match, but nobody's out of it
Yeah,
yet.
it's still close.
It's all about survival when you get into these moments. She moved a few boards left there. She drifts quite a few right, it looks like. Yeah, it's too farther left than the shot before. That was
That's
a
pretty
good
good.
shot.
Yep.
She could keep going, in my opinion. Like, just you got to stay ahead of it.
With the same ball?
Yeah, needs to keep her angles open. Trust it. Let the ball do the work. Don't try to force it.
Looks like she's making a ball change to an IQ tour now.
It won't be as early as that obsession that she was throwing. That's for sure. Yeah, that is definitely a ball change. She's just not far enough left yet. Still.
No.
We have a tie game through 3 with a spare.
Little chess match to see who can make the right moves quickly and throw something together. Spare.
Yeah, good spare.
Fill in frames. Keyword, filling frames today.
See it all too often, or one spare makes a difference.
That was back to the other one. That was a good shot. Gave it a little bit more room.
Is Haley throwing a proton physics?
That's what it looked like.
It is.
She changed balls from what she was throwing, I believe. It's left.
It's almost like she's going to start trapping herself here between what Elizabeth is doing and where she's throwing with that ball.
And you wonder how much of it is how many different balls has she actually thrown this weekend to be comfortable with throwing something else too.
Well, sometimes you just have to take the risk.
Especially in a one-game match. And you would think that something that Dad would be able to help her with too. Being right back there.
Yeah, Dan knows a few things about bowling, that's for sure.
You do have to go with your gut, though. As much as parents and coaches are great influences, she's the one throwing it.
Yep.
So you got to take all those suggestions, filter through what you think is right, what is wrong. Trust your instincts.
Yeah,
a good
sometimes
shot.
your body doesn't want to do what your
Ooh,
head
nice
thinks it needs to
messenger.
do, you know, and
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to open it up just a smidge bit, but you need to get a little bit more on the right lane.
so we're back to the obsession on 14 now.
She better move left. 14 hooks more than 13 all the way around, front, mid, down lane. It's high.
Are you like a note taker in a way, like all these centers you go to kind of remember?
I used to do it. I still do it a little bit with certain places, the longer formats. We bowl a lot like the World Series. We bowl a lot of the same games. So I have some notes on my computer at home. Keep scores, kind of let you know what pair's good, what pair's bad. But sometimes, like, you bowled 250 on 15 and 16, and you go to 17, 18, you bowled 180, and you look at that, and you go, well, okay. Now you put yourself in a negative mindset by, I got to bowl on a pair I didn't bowl very good on, and it could be completely different. So
Good spare.
still even through 5.
Yeah, you have guys like Chris Barnes who they've got every detail of every
Yes,
pattern
he
that
does.
at every center.
Parker used to do it with pencil and paper too. I'm sure when you go through some of their junk boxes of notes, there's plenty of algorithms.
It's one way to put it.
That's close.
A little
push.
A little more push on
enough,
13.
yeah.
Yeah, that lane pushes through it at 45, 50 feet, where on 14 it doesn't. So.
Got any like pre-tournament rituals that you live
Oh
and
yeah,
die by?
yeah. I'm a very superstitious person. Certain meals I like to eat before a championship match, and Starbucks in the morning if it's close. She went farther right.
Right? Yeah.
Yep, that was all right.
Not sure if
out.
she did that on purpose or not, but that was way farther right with her feet than she was the 2 previous shots on that lane. And it worked out.
Yeah, big double right there.
Can tie it up with a strike here in the 6th frame.
Much further left on
Ooh,
that
it's a
lane.
hole. Yeah.
Oh, got away with it.
Well, take the good break for the 3-bagger right now. That's
Are
huge.
you one of those guys that likes to watch your opponent bowl, or
I
do you
hate
just
it.
try not
Absolutely
to watch?
hate it.
Is it a mind game thing for you?
Yeah, I mean, I like to watch them, but then I hate watching stuff like that because then, it affects your subconscious and everything else for your next shot, kind of like what happened to Dawson earlier when he watches, I think it was Joe that went Brooklyn, and then, after he missed the spare, he watched his opponent go Brooklyn. You'd rather it not have any effect. That's a good shot.
Yep, that was
Really
nice.
good.
Gave that one more room.
There are even some people back home that they won't even watch the lanes. They just know when they're up, and they
Yeah. Yep, it's yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to watch them bowl.
right.
Like I want to see what they're doing, what part of the lane they're playing, but maybe just in practice. But if they strike, I hope it's a great shot. I don't want to hear, "Oh, he went Brooklyn," or "He rolled a 2." And
Right.
when Dick doubled in Lubbock to beat me that one year with the roll 2-pin to win, I mean, it haunts me to this day.
Late 2-pin. I feel like I remember seeing
Oh, yeah.
that. Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of late, that's
Like
a
that one,
big
like-
trip.
That's one you don't want to watch, right? Like,
yep.
are you kidding me? But at the same time, you got to be like, well, I just went Brooklyn, so whatever.
Now they need a score correction.
Yeah, we still got the 9 up there. Don't do it if it's going to be loud. Okay. Yeah, they fixed it up at the desk. It's already good. Now we just have to reset the lane. Well, 3-bagger for both players here, and they both got the third one. A little bit of a break.
Jab for jab right now. Here we go. Haley needs to strike to stay even through 8. Yeah, I've never really felt like in my career I've gotten the benefit of the doubt with in championship matches somebody bowling a bad game against me. Maybe once.
So
But not a lot.
you bring out the best in the opponents.
It seems
apparently.
like it, yeah. Like Dick, first one rolled a 2 to win, or to give himself a chance. He buried the second one. But, even his third shot, I thought he got 6 to lose by 1, and he got 8 to win by 1. So you just can't give your opponents that. It doesn't matter if they're the best player in the world or anybody else. They're good for a reason, right? They're there for a reason.
Yep.
So you talked about the shots that have haunted you, like the Dick Allen 2-pin.
Yeah,
What's the
missed 10-pin. I chopped a 6-10 against Dom at the World Championships in the 3rd frame, and went back-to-back blower 7-pins to 7th, 8th frame that match. Dom doubled in the 10th to win. That one, I made the show like 4 or 5 years in a row at the World Championships, and that one stung to lose. But the one that really stung was I dominated that week, led by 400 pins, and had to win a bracket to get into the Final 4.
Oh, geez.
7-10 in the Final 3 in the 9th frame to lose to Schaefer and Oscu. That was the year Oscu won in 2011, I believe. Should have bowled for the title.
It's pretty good.
Yep, that's nice.
Yeah.
Best
Elizabeth.
moment? You have any ones that you like to
yeah,
go back to all the time?
Win in West Virginia, throwing a double to force Devaney to double. Acing it at the USBC Masters. I mean, I bowled 260 to win.
Yeah, the scores were
Steve
high
Jarros
that
bowled
year. Yeah.
840 and lost. He bowled amazing. There's plenty that come to mind. Watching Matt get 8 to win for the doubles title was huge.
Yeah, he had a good year this year.
He did.
It was good to see.
That's a good shot.
Get there. Nice.
So if you're the top seed, how much are you coming down here and watching?
Normally I'll watch in the middle of the game, right? I'll kind of get a peek of, and I do a lot of watching from the side, just kind of seeing where their feet slide, because then I can get an idea of what part of the lane they're playing. I don't need to watch from behind directly, and sometimes we have a TV where we can watch actually footage.
Speaking of the TV, this is something I've always thought was weird on tour, how they have like above the lanes
There's a tour finals, yeah.
like I feel
That one's
like that's
very
weird.
distracting.
Yeah, I feel like that's weird.
I was very upset at the Masters this year with how they were doing some of their.
Push a little.
Like I understand like back here if you had the TV over there, but when you're out on the approach and you start moving and that starts moving,
Correct.
Like
Yeah, they
it-
had a time delay at the Masters this year, the first show when I was Will and Parker. And thankfully I had the front seven and Parker didn't have much ball reaction. But it was like, hey, if you're going to move it in my first step, go ahead and move it before I start.
right?
That way
Right.
it's kind of, you're not paying attention to it.
Yeah, they have the big like boom arm one that
Correct.
They
The
move
arm,
around and-
the arm one used to be at the South Point Arena plazas. I had a nice conversation with that guy one day. 9 to win.
Yep.
She threw a good shot there. That could have been a strike.
Very easily, but
That 7 count is costly right now in the 8th frame. But this
Yeah,
game would be
she-
so much different. That spare in the second is the difference maker right now.
oh, 9's the winner.
Uh-oh. That's 6 or 7.
Oh, 8.
Ooh, that's a good 8.
8.
you take 8 off of that
Right.
because at worst it's a roll off.
You know,
That could have been 5.
well, pretty straightforward here. Needs them all to tie.
That's got to go Brooklyn. Oh, wow. It held.
Oh,
my.
doesn't go.
Kidding.
How does that not fall over?
I
Wow.
thought that was left off her hand. She must have thrown it a tad harder.
It looked like it might have been, but wow. Bad break again for Haley.
Yeah, 2 years in a row. Last year she needed a mark in the 10th to win, and kind of a flat pocket hit, but left an 8-10.
Oh, man.
It
was
definitely
all-
wasn't deserved at all.
No, yeah. And then you miss it, but doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a $1,500 scholarship for Haley, and Elizabeth Rittenauer will advance to our championship match against Kira Magsam, who has won this tournament back in, what, 21?
21, yep.
I believe Kira's out of, like, Nebraska, something like that. I want to say she's...
Not positive on that one.
We usually have a few more information sheets here. We don't this year, but
They told them to turn them into us, and
Nobody
nobody
did.
decided to.
normally we have a whole pile of them. And
Well, we've got a momentary break. I'm going to take a momentary break.
all right, Sean, you want to shout out any of your sponsors? What do you got going on here? We have a minute.
Sure.
What do you got? You got the global.
Coolwick, 900
Coolwick.
Global.
Um,
Been a good year for us. We just had a win last night on the women's tour.
yep.
Team SPI, Caitlin Johnson, was throwing the Eternity, her first win on the PWBA title.
It's a close match too.
Yeah, she doubled in the 10th and forced Diana to double to win back-to-back. So good week so far up there for Team SPI.
Yep. Looks like Kira's going to throw a IQ Tour start.
That's what it looks like she's going to practice with.
I know we can't see a lot of your logos, but what do you got? You got the eyewear
Yeah,
thing
I've got
too?
11 different sponsors. JK Logic, Genesis Bowling, Victory Bowlers, Ray's Eyewear, the sunglasses group out of Colorado, Crafty Geek, my buddy's handy shop, 3G Master, Vice Inserts, Tony Stewart, and Arnicare, which is one of my biggest sponsors, a pharmaceutical company that helps with a lot of the events around the country. They donate a lot of products and samples for a lot of pro-ams. They just had the second one in Coldwater, actually. We did the first one in Houston, just did Coldwater. They're going to do Virginia in a couple weeks, and then they're going to take care of the PBA 50 event in Jonesboro in a month. So
Nice. First look at Kira Magsam. She, again, won this tournament back in 21.
she throws it hard compared to the rest of the ladies.
Again, she'll get her 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway. The winner will take home a $3,000 scholarship, and then the shiny trophy that's right in front of you.
It is very nice.
Boy, we got a Parker Bowen fan club over here. Picture staring me in the face. Must be a Parker Bowen fan.
Ooh, twister hit.
Yep. So what was the choice for lunch in there, Sean?
Something simple, just a sandwich.
Yeah. I'll have to give you some NDBowling.com wristbands, take them home to your kids or something. I got like 500 of them, so.
Yeah, there's another bag in there, too.
Wow.
I've got one over here.
NDBowling.com.
I can't tell you how many of those things I
I'm
have.
sure.
She's farther left than everyone, has a little bit more speed.
Looks like it was an IQ tour. I need to buy 3 more of those balls and a couple more phase 2s. And
Yep.
so the thing that always gets me about this tournament is the boys that qualify first and second, they probably go 4 hours without bowling.
So I was telling my buddy earlier, in 1998, the Coca-Cola Youth Championship Finals in Houston, Texas, there was 4 or 6 divisions. I was the #1 seed in the scratch division, and I waited 6 hours to bowl my match.
Really?
It was a painful 6 hours.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Now imagine if you're your age now.
Oh. If I would have been the boys' scratch, I would have asked my parents to go to the hotel next door and get a room to relax a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know if I've seen Lucas or Trey for a while. Like they're
They're
probably
in
just
the
hanging out.
restaurant. Everybody's in the restaurant that's waiting to bowl.
Good place to hang out. So are we underway here? Looks like Kira has decided to start the match. Again, our championship match of the Girls Open Division Finals. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, and 17-time PBA Tour titleist Sean Rash.
I would have to imagine she likes the right lane better than the left lane based off her 3 practice shots she got, because one of them she just shot a spare. It is an IQ tour that she's starting with. That's close.
Still remember the first time she was on our step ladder and how we marvel at her game at her age, because I think she was only
Probably 15 at the time. Yeah.
14 or 15 back then, and how good still is.
Thought she did.
Oh,
Thought she did fairly well at junior gold this year too. I tend to follow a lot of the kids that bowl this event at that tournament, just to kind of see how they're doing. And I feel like she made it past the first couple rounds in her division.
Yeah, they're going to give away quite a few dollars today in scholarship money.
Robert Henny in the chat says, Miller Park Masters, what was the transition like when bowling outdoors?
Not much different. I mean, even when we did the Six Flags stuff in St. Louis and Chicago and New Jersey, I mean, the lane's still, 40 inches wide. It's still 60 feet long. It's still 10 pins, keeping it on the lane, out of the gutters. The install is a huge deal, right? Most of them are HPLs, but some were Brunswick Pro Ambilane, and HPLs are screwed down on the two boards, so kind of have a ramp sometimes on the gutter, and depending on what pattern you're bowling on, who you're following, and all that other good stuff. That needs help.
yeah. Well,
Saw her lose her footing there, so
even match after one.
yeah.
Do you ever find differences in footing when you bowl like in Florida
everywhere.
compared
Yep.
to
All the
dry
time.
north in the winter?
Woodland Bowl's always been one of my favorite places to bowl, but one of my nemesis when it comes to footwork with my knees and how I slide and my plant. For some reason, their approaches hold humidity very well, and it's not good for someone that likes to plant. That's a good shot.
Yep.
Very nice.
She's got a very good ball reaction on the left lane. The right lane's getting better, but she gets to finish on her good lane. Kira only threw one strike shot on the right lane, and it was good. And then she decided to shoot a spare, so. That's left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, missed by enough.
That's the third or fourth Brooklyn we've seen on lane 14 now through the bracket. A couple of them have won matches.
Looks like we got a southpaw warming up in the handicap division over there. Always one of my favorite stepladder finals of this tournament. Kira Magsam, frame 3.
Left again.
Yeah.
Well,
She keeps looking at her hand like something's wrong. So
Well, that's the thing. Some of these kids have bowled 3-4 qualifying shifts and then added 4 games this morning and then possible bracket matches.
oh, I know how much it took a toll on my thumb when I was that age.
thinking her thumb might have just ripped open, and it doesn't feel very good.
No. No, it does not.
7 more frames of pain. That's close.
Yep. Didn't quite catch it.
Is the U.S. Open the longest format you bowl?
Yeah, that or the World Series now. The World Series has got a bunch of games involved now too, but these two ladies were battling it out during qualifying or during the semis. Elizabeth missed the spare in the 9th, could double in the 10th to force Kira. Actually, they could have both struck out, and Elizabeth still would have been the number 1 seed by 1. She got 6 on the fill. Kira went Brooklyn, actually, the first shot in the 10th to become the number 1 seed. but they bowled together all morning in the semis. Both bowled a really good third game. Another Deadwood.
Gotta love the twisters.
They bounce.
They fly everywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy in this house.
I feel like only in Winnipeg is the only other place I bowl that has these. I'm sure there's a few other centers around here. Just don't get to as often. Again, shout out to everyone tuning in today, this afternoon. Thank you for sharing the stream. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Finally climbed over the 2,000 subscriber mark
Boom.
earlier.
It's close.
Get there.
She's got
Switch
great
it
hand
out.
motion right now. How can we tell who's watching and who's not watching?
Oh, we go over here and we got about 84
Nice.
at the moment.
600 different views. It's good.
Yeah. Then we just go here. That's our chat room.
Let's see if Kira can come up with a better shot if it was just a thumb issue or.
Well, they've bowled a lot of games. I want to say most of these girls bowled 1 or 2 squads of qualifying yesterday. Uh-oh.
That's right. With nothing on it.
Yeah.
See, it makes you
Yeah.
wonder if that's what she did in the practice. Like it fell off her hand like that because she's trying to compensate for something, and we thought it was her throwing at a.
No, she threw
Spare.
her red spare ball when
Okay.
she shot the spare. So, but right now she's definitely struggling with feel. You can see it in her face that it doesn't feel good.
She'd take the tape off her thumb.
No, I think she tore it on the inside of her hand on the crease. But
Good spare.
Question in the chat, Sean, what is your favorite bowling ball? Could be currently or all time, I
oh
guess.
man, I've had so many good ones that have made me a lot of money.
Those are favorites
Those
for
are
sure.
definitely favorites. Like I said, that Afterburner made me a lot of money when I switched to 900 Global. The Flux made me a bunch of money. The El Nino was real good. The original Danger Zone. Total Inferno I won the Masters with.
That Inferno line was so good for them.
Ooh,
Oh,
good break.
good late trip. Yeah.
The ball that people don't realize, my last title I won was with an Insight that I drilled on Sunday morning in Virginia. Jim Callahan and Sean Ryan laughed at me. I said, but I'm going to drill this one because we were bowling on a short pattern. I mauled them pretty good.
Boy, you can tell that she just can't hold on to the ball at
Yeah,
the moment.
she's got no
Yeah.
feel, unfortunately.
It's a terrible place to be.
She's trying to cut
She's
something
gonna
off
glue
her
it,
thumb
glue it
or
together,
glue it.
yeah. Are you a thumb tape guy? Are you the back of the thumb tape? Are you
I do tape on the front and the back of my thumb in my thumb hole.
really?
I like to squeeze it, like the rosin in the rosin bag.
Yeah.
That's close. Got to hook a little bit. Flat
Just that
10.
weak 10 again. I mean,
Yeah, that lane has so much hook that it dies as it's going down the lane, so it comes behind it and it's already lost all its energy, where on the left lane it pushes through there and continues through the pins better. But
Looks like Nevin showed up with all of our information sheets. On the spare. Ooh. Hung on.
she's had some foot issues on that right lane with 2 of her 3 spare shots now.
Is it
First-
raining outside yet? It's supposed to be a fairly rainy day, and I don't know if it's started yet.
Hope not. I got to drive back to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
through cabin traffic. You're gonna have fun.
Yeah, can't wait. What do we got here? Rain possible after 4 o'clock. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, we're going back to Fargo tonight, so we're gonna drive right through it too. Oh yeah, there it is.
Looks amazing, right?
Yeah, nice rainy day here in the High Plains. So
Yeah,
nothing better to do than tune into NDBowlTV, right?
can't wait. That
Yeah,
one's
it's
got a
got a
hook.
hook. Well, that's okay.
It's makeable.
It's a good 6, but brings the match even.
Yeah, rain all day today. Awesome.
Well, when you're inside for a bowling tournament, that's fine.
Yep.
That's the I give my buddies a hard time out on the PGA and PGA Senior Tour about our weather is always 72.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except in this building when it feels like it's about 64.
It's not very warm in here.
Our
today.
first couple of years that we did this tournament, Ken and I would show up in shorts and a T-shirt, and
Oopsie.
oh,
Oh, boy.
yeah, we learned pretty quick that we need to wear pants and long sleeves when we stream. When you're not moving, it's pretty cold. I love this temperature as a bowler, though.
Yes. Nice and cool.
All right, Kira's got a chance here. Take advantage of that open.
See if she can get some kind of feel back to
She brought in
hold down the
infinite
match.
physics back here on the stool. I don't know if she's gonna think about changing to that. She's still
It's a
throwing the
little better.
IQ, which looks
That was
pretty good.
nice. Keeps looking at it, but
She's got 5 frames to go. 4 frames.
The end is near.
Yeah, this is where you, I mean,
got
throw it
up.
at the one in the front.
So, based on how things have gone in the past, following this match, they will likely steal you for a picture
Okay.
with the trophy and everything, and then we'll get a word with the winner here on stream before we move on to the next.
Do they re-oil for the handicap?
Handicap will go over to 15 and 16, so we'll just have to adjust our cameras over there, and then they'll re-oil 13 and 14 for the boys division.
Oh,
So there's fresh oil on 15 and 16 at the moment.
gotcha. Matt Kabansky's going to jump in here in a little bit, I was told.
Okay.
that looks pretty good.
Close.
It's a good shot.
I know we're going to do a drawing for a Zen Gold label following the handicap stepladder. We had a contest open here at Garden Center Lanes. To anyone who's attended here, all the bowlers, friends, family members, they enter into a drawing. We're going to draw a name to give away a Zen Gold label. Compliments to the folks at Storm and 900 Global. It's part of our partnership with them.
It sure is pretty going down the lane.
Yeah. I know I have one sitting
Good
at
shot.
home waiting for holes.
Pretty good. Yep. That was nice.
That was way better than the one before. Kind of got after it at the bottom, helped it continue down lane. Really good shot there after the mistake the frame before. So
Needs this
Good
one.
bounce back. Close match.
Yeah. She needs this one to feel like she still probably has a chance.
Yeah, her last time on this lane, she sent it wide and missed the head pin right.
and then missed it left on the spare. So
It's left again.
there's a
Break,
theme.
though.
So, Sean, where can everyone find you on social media? I know you've
Everywhere it
got
seems
your,
like.
your fan pages on Facebook.
Yeah,
Instagram, all that
Facebook,
good stuff.
Instagram, Twitter /X.
Whatever it's
And
called.
right.
started to do some more stuff with YouTube. You know, it's kind of been the theme, it seems like, on tour. YouTube's been big just to let people see videos of shots going down the lane. And
Yep, shorts, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
It's good on there. So, yeah, check out Sean on social media. Go subscribe to him on YouTube.
couple shots here can almost put it away.
Yeah, can she hang on to it?
That's left.
Yep. Didn't trip it that time.
I think that's a tendency because of the hand. She's holding
Yeah,
on
she's
a little bit
just
longer.
trying to survive right now. I bet I would bet both of these young ladies have bowled over 30 games of competition, not counting practice, over the last 4 days. You know, the doubles on Thursday and Friday, qualifying Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You know, 4 games this morning.
On the spare.
Spare, yep.
So we have 223 max.
I won't say at this
2
point
14 max.
count
213.
count is very
Count's very
big. Strike here would make the 10th frame a lot easier potentially.
I've noticed she throws a hustle wine at her spares, and I feel like it's a product of like junior gold when they only let you check
Bring
in
so many.
5 bowling balls that kids have to like find a way to open up spaces in their bag by throwing
Oh,
the active at spares. You know,
that's got to
It's
help.
pretty close.
IQ. I don't know. If it's
Oh
gonna-
boy.
2, 4, 8, 10. Bad count and the open frame. Advantage
Yes.
Elizabeth. I remember when I went on tour, I didn't use plastic. I threw it hard and straight with every bowling ball. And, you know, I learned that at Wichita State, you know, flatten your hand out. If you do the right things, you can throw anything you want. You should be able to throw every single ball. Norm Duke, I never watched Norm throw a spur ball in 17 years on tour. So see if she can slide this over here.
Yeah, she's got the rev rate to do it.
It's got to go.
Oh, that was close. Well, open frame there for Kira.
Kira can strike in the 9th and 10th and win.
Kira's got a max 197 left. Elizabeth,
213, so yeah. 1 in the 9th, 1 in the 10th.
She's going to have to strike here or double in the 10th, I think, to win. I know Kira can double if she needs to, but with the hand issue right now, it's definitely affecting her swing, her confidence. That's close.
Yeah, it's pretty good, I think. Oh,
oh. Yeah, when she
Big
throws
10
that ball, I
pin.
think it's her thumb hole. You see it lining up. You know, it's going to get going.
I can tell by the direction of the ball more than the actual ball itself. That's 192 now, so she needs a double in the 10th.
double the force, a double.
Taking a lot of time here. Deep breath there. Go through the process. Process should take care of the outcome. Uh-oh.
It's left.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, well, 150 up in the 9th, 180 left.
And now you need a double to force a mark.
Right, correct. Kira might win sitting on the bench. It's a tough game. This game's come down to spare shooting. A couple unforced errors by Elizabeth. She throws it. She's throwing it great though. I mean, she's 3 10-pins there on the right lane, right? 3rd, 5th, and 9th frame.
Yep.
Where this match would be way different.
Little
gotta go.
left.
And it's over.
Yeah.
Still a really good showing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you get this close and then all of a sudden just one shot kind of.
Yeah, one shot can snowball into the next.
I mean, still, regardless, that's going to be $2,000 scholarship.
So a strike here gets her to what, 170?
Correct.
Yep.
Just needs count for Kira to take home her 2nd Midwest Youth Championship title.
Second to go along with
3,000.
a second, too.
And a $3,000 scholarship. I know Nevin's got a little compilation thing on the tournament webpage of career earnings at this tournament. And there are some players that are getting up there at 15, 20,000 at this tournament. It's insane.
It's awesome. Yeah, hats off to Nevin and everybody for what they do. So, There's a lot of scholarship money going out today, and that's because of all the volunteers and the association behind it and everything else. So.
Oh, it's official.
And,
Wow.
Yeah, I ain't even with that. That's enough.
Great bowling by Elizabeth Rittenauer. Congratulations to Kira Magsam. We'll get a word with her momentarily. I know they're going to steal Sean likely for a picture
Okay.
and hand away the trophy, you know.
I might walk outside to warm up for a minute, too.
Yeah.
And normally at this tournament, it's like 95 to 100 outside. And not today.
All right, I'll be back. See you in a few.
Yep.
Your second title, Kira Magdal. $3,000 item. You get Brad Miller and Jimmy Piper, your 15 to 16.
All right, there you have it. That is the final bracket. Kira Magsam wins the girls' open division. They're going to take a quick picture with the trophy, and then we will get a word with her. In the meantime, we need to adjust some cameras, don't you think, Ken?
Probably be a good idea since we'll be moving. Well, they'll be using a different pair.
Correct. So just bear with us as we rotate some cameras. Yeah, once again, we will get a word with our winner here momentarily. Kira Magsam, the two-time winner of the Girls Open Division, takes home a $3,000 scholarship for her efforts. As you can see, they are oiling 13 and 14 to be ready for the Boys Open Division. We will now do the Handicap Division Finals.
just chatting with Kira's dad, and she did tear her thumb in the third frame, kind of when we thought.
Okay. Yeah, we'll ask her about that here in a second.
Yeah, basically like right at the base on one of the creases, it
Right.
tore open, so she threw some super glue on it and just gutted through it.
Now they're taking a picture over to the right here of all 4 finalists. And then I do believe we will get to chat with the winner. What's word, Ken?
Well, Kira's a little apprehensive to come back over. She's like, I've done it once. Do I have to do it again? I told her she probably had a minute until Sean got back anyways.
Yeah, well, we're going to probably get underway here with the handicap one here shortly. That's our only problem. But,
Yeah, they always get going pretty quickly.
let's try to get my scores figured out here. Where I do apologize, we're going to be at a little bit of an angle. But do the best we can here. I'm not too entirely sure if Sean's coming back, so if we just want to get a word with her, we could get her on her way.
Yeah, I don't know where he ran off to, I guess.
Hey, he did say he might go outside to warm up.
That's true.
Nonetheless, we are underway here with our handicap finals. Looks like Riley Miller will kick us off. Our first southpaw.
And
Quarterfinal match.
they do have the handicaps in there, but I know it might be a little tough to see. Riley gets 104 pins, and then Kimmy gets 63, so we got 41 pin difference.
Yeah, you can't really pick up that
Yeah, it's a little tough to see in the green. Close. Yeah.
Ooh, nice spare. And when you're
Oh,
talking about handicap, the guy's got 104 sticks, so
Yeah.
his spares are
Yeah.
definitely a big thing here.
Any kind of mark that you can get when you're getting that much is huge. It's like we got Sean back. I think I will see if I can grab Kira now.
Okay. All right, Sean, welcome back.
All right.
Our handicap division finals are underway.
They, yeah, they're quick. They bowl when it's their turn. I like them.
Yeah.
Got our lone lefty, it looks like.
Yeah, the big spare there in the first. He's got 104 handicap. Is that what I see?
Yep.
And then 63.
That's what it looks like.
Gimme.
Kimmy's down 41 to start the match. She throws it good.
Looks like a phase 2 or a DNA. They both look similar.
DNA a little darker than a phase 2, but red and blue for sure. Told Matt he's up next. I have a phone call I have to take here with my wife here in a few minutes. So I might have to step out. Ooh, got a chance. Hell yeah.
Good spare.
Heck of a spare right there by Kimmy. And the champ is here.
All right.
Oh.
Kira, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right,
And
joining
myself.
us, two-time winner here at the Midwest Youth Championships, Kira Magsam. Congratulations. What happened with the hand?
Okay, well, this actually is funny because it also happened 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
In when I was bowling Hannah Roars in the title match. And the last time it happened, it ripped on the side and it was bleeding too. But this time it ripped on the back, like the back of my thumb, and it burned so bad. And I was trying to go find my new skin, and I couldn't. So then someone in the back, they gave me some super glue, and then I put it on, and I thought it was gonna crack, but it didn't. But it still doesn't feel too great.
Yeah,
but
you made
it's
it
okay.
through. You made it
Yeah.
through. I saw you were throwing an IQ tour,
I was.
and you had an infinite physics out over here. Was that kind of a thought of a ball change there?
Well,
or
this morning, so technically they did oil last night though for this morning,
okay.
but this morning I was using an infinite and I was in the same spot that I was in the title match with my IQ, but I didn't know if I should maybe think about that even though this is pretty decently fresh rather than sitting all night. So I wanted to try it and see what it did first since I knew how it reacted earlier, and then it just sailed. So I switched to the IQ and it reacted a lot better.
Nice. Sean, you got any questions for him?
What do you think was the turning point of the match for you?
Well, when I finally got my thumb to not feel like it was falling off, I was able to make 2 pretty good shots and get myself back in it. But then as soon as I 2-4-8-10'd, I didn't know what was going to happen, and I really thought that might have been it for me.
Yeah. Well, she made a great shot in the ninth.
Yeah.
When she missed the spare, it kind of handed it to you. But, you survived. You know, when you have injuries, it's never easy to stay positive with what's going on. And
I was trying.
you two were the highlight of the morning, right? You both bowled really good this morning. You were the top 2 seeds.
Yep.
And that's what matters.
And you were the top. Were you the top seed in 21 when you won?
I've actually been the top seed 3 times.
And you were
So
second
I was the top
last year?
seed in 2020, and I got second. I
Okay.
lost in the title match. Then I was the top seed 2021, and I won. And then I was the top seed this time, too.
Very nice. Well, 2 wins already. And How old are you?
I'm 17.
17, so
Gonna be a senior.
Gonna be a
this-
senior.
Yep.
You decided on college bowling or anything at all?
Nope, I am undecided. I'm still looking around.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of scouts out there looking
There's a lot of good
your
schools
way,
for sure.
and yeah, you're going to have a lot of options. I
Well,
can
thank you.
guarantee that. So I'm sure we'll see you again. Congratulations and,
Thank you
good
very much.
bowling.
Thank
Nice
you
bowling. Get
guys.
that hand taken care of.
I will.
And Kira Meggs, I'm the winner of the 2023 Midwest Youth Championships Girls Open Division. Congratulations to her, taking home a $3,000 scholarship in the process. Her second win and third time in the top 2. So it looks like we're going to switch Sean out for
Yeah, we're going to let Matt jump in here for a minute.
Sean take care of things, and we'll
Be right back.
see you for the boys final. Matt and Ken, welcome back into the booth here for the first match of the Handicap Division Finals.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Looks like they switched up the one score is dark. I suppose it's just the way that whoever's up. So Kimmy's got the 63 pins, is that right?
Yeah, 63 and then 104.
Riley's got 104, okay. And then the handicap totals on the far right is kind of what we're going off on this one, because that is their total with handicap. Looking over to our stepladder final. The winner here will get miles free, and Micah Walswick is waiting in the championship match. And if you're just joining us, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, joined by Matt Kabansky, the 900 Global Brand Manager. It's got a chance.
That's pretty good.
I like the energy. I like the energy from Riley here. He's coming off the approach. He's got that mean mug going on.
Swagger.
Yep.
Yeah, Riley, I do actually have sheets for everybody now at this point. So
All right, well, tell us what we need to know about our first two here.
Riley is local. He lives in Alexandria, goes to middle school. He's only 11.
11-year-old.
He's bowled here twice, has made day 2 both years, and
Very nice.
he likes the sports, baseball, football, and wrestling along with bowling. So, yeah, and said got some good energy too.
And let's meet Kimmy.
Kimmy is 13 out of Sartell, so not too terribly,
yeah, not far from
terribly
here.
far.
That's St. Cloud area, right?
Yep, right in that ballpark. 141 average, 204 high game. She's on the Sartell High School team and qualified for junior gold next year, it appears.
Very nice.
And I mean, you can tell she's got some game already.
Looks like we have quite a few Kimmy fans in the chat room. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in. Matt, what have you seen so far out there?
Well, looking at her game, it's very solid, and she's doing something that I thought some of the other players should have maybe looked at doing this week. Is going a bit more direct. I think a lot of people jumped in too quickly, and kind of crossed themselves up. So like I said, it's tough no matter where you play them, but at least you'd be away from all the traffic if you're able to get far enough right and try to create something for yourself out there. So I think she has the right idea.
Is that a DNA she's throwing?
It's either a DNA or a phase 2, one of the two.
They look very similar.
Very close. I would have to say it might be a DNA. Normally you can see the yellow logos on the phase 2.
A little darker, too, for the DNA. I feel
Yeah,
like.
I'll try to get a look at it in a second here, but could be. Could very well be that. It's a little lane shine, so probably needs a bit more surface to be out there because it is there's some soup to the right, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they're bowling on fresh. Once again, they oiled this right after the Cashers round.
Correct.
Oh, so
They have re-oiled 13 and 14 for the boys final, so that is ready to go once we complete this stepladder final.
Yep.
likes it. Oh,
Yeah, and with Riley, I mean, Sean and myself and a few of the other parents were kind of talking this week, watching all the kids bowl. As tough as it is, he's throwing a plastic ball just at the head pin, If you're dead lost and you have no idea what you're doing, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Hit the one closest to you and see what happens.
yeah. Yeah, and that's a case for somebody like Riley, he's only going to grow into grow into bowling and get better.
Yeah, get bigger, stronger.
Yeah.
There's so many kids here this week that throw it so good, and once they start growing into their body a little bit more and have more power, and we'll see them in the open divisions here soon.
Yeah, and I would say that Kimmy's probably the perfect example. I've said very good game already, and just needs to grow and get stronger.
Solid all the way around.
Yeah, back when you and I were this age, Ken, we were standing left trying to hook it on Guardian, get it through the heads.
I was on wood at the bowler at that point. But it was, how can I make this ball hook more? That's all I cared about.
Throw right and hope.
That was exactly what it was.
Yep. Good old days.
So, Matt, where'd you grow up?
I'm born and bred in southern Texas. I still live in San Antonio area. So
Very nice.
Graduated high school down there, went to college down there, University of Texas, San Antonio, and I'm still down there. So I'll go up to Utah once a month, once every other month for meetings and such, and get all the stuff I need to get done. But otherwise, I work remote pretty much majority of the year, and summer's busy with trade shows and all those stuff. They got me bouncing around a little bit, so they let me out of my cage every now and then. So yeah, a lot of bowling down there, though. I mean, especially on the amateur level, we don't get too much pro stuff, but there's something to do every weekend in Texas.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Texas and Florida are the two hottest bowling places for my money.
So is it a lot busier in the summer down there because it's so hot? They tend to bowl, or is it kind of like up here?
Yeah, no, in summer it goes pretty much straight through. Actually, it's funny you mention that. We just started one of our fall leagues. It's 47 weeks long.
Jeez.
Wow.
And I mean, it's a fall and summer league rolled into one. So, the only reason it's 47 weeks is it's a 44-lane center. There's 44 teams. It's round robin type thing. We've tried to get it changed to 36 and be more normal, but everybody wants to bowl everybody, so that's the way we do it. So yeah, it's pretty much straight through. And the summer, it's honestly not that much different than the fall. We're pretty much straight through. Our winters are nowhere near as severe as what you guys get.
Yeah, we always have a problem in the fall and in the spring once it starts getting nicer, or if it's still nice, you have a problem getting people in and bowling league nights because they'd rather be outside at the lake or do whatever else. So
yeah, getting more than a 30-week season out of anybody up here is never going to happen.
That's a tall task.
It's one of those where when people get into bowling, it's pretty heavy, and we have something every weekend starting in late October through end of March, and then people bowl the OC, and that kind of finishes out their year.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to how well everybody does, too, from a business standpoint. If they can afford to close the center down for 2 months out of the year, 2-3 months, they're doing just fine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, it's a little different. But, when you guys are in the middle of your season, it's a lot heavier than what we are down south, I think, just because you got to get it in while you can.
Lee, thank you for that. We did correct Micah's name on the stepladder finals. We do appreciate that. Sometimes I type too fast.
Got a close match here. Be big with the spare for Riley.
10th frame. Yeah, I like the energy.
Yeah.
Mean mugging on the way back. I love it. bringing the heat. Kimmy wasting no time.
That's right. That is a phase
All right.
2, by the way.
It is?
Yeah, that is phase 2.
Good ball.
Yeah, it's been okay for us. Sold a few of those.
Yes, we agree, Rob Henny. Love the expressions.
Yep. The intensity.
Get all three. Oh.
Well, she's got 185 with her handicap. We're entering the 10th.
Yeah, she's going to need something here in the 10th with
Riley's
Riley
got
on a
that
spare.
Yep.
Almost has to double.
For those of you tuning in, how do the scores look? I know we're kind of at an angle here, but can you see everything well enough? Let us know.
Hook a little. Not quite. Well, I mean, it's not over yet. You pick up your spare here. There. Oh.
So that'll about do it on this match.
Yep.
Somebody's excited.
Well, great tournament for Kimmy. What's the payout for the handicap division, Ken?
Yep, I gotta find it in my stack of papers over here. That's still a $1,000 scholarship.
Wow. Imagine at age 11. You're taking home a $1,000 scholarship.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Not bad, not bad at all.
I'll say, and I feel like that those have gone up a little bit the last couple of years.
Yeah, they're definitely those middle pay spots are paying better than the past years for sure.
Kids need to take all they can get when it comes to scholarship. Prices are not going down anytime soon when
Right.
it comes to school. So every penny counts.
Yeah, as a parent myself, I hope my kids get into bowling and come here.
Same. I've got a
Come bowl the Midwest Youth when you're 11 and start.
yeah.
So Kimmy Pike will take fourth and take home a $1,000 scholarship. Congratulations to her. Miles Free is next as a number 2 seed. Update our bracket for you. Riley Miller moves on to the semifinal match. Michael Walswick will be waiting in the championship match. Top prize in the handicap division is
$3,000.
$1,000 scholarship.
Yep. So the 1,500 for third, 2,000 for first, and 3,000 for. Did I say that right? 2,000 for second,
Yes.
3,000 for first.
And while we have a minute, big thank you to the tournament sponsors here this weekend. Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill inside Garden Center Lanes. USBC, the local USBC Association here in Alexandria, to Bremer Bank, to Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. So big thank you to the sponsors. And again, after this stepladder final, we will be making a drawing to give away a Zen Gold label to one of the attendees this weekend. Big thank you to Storm, as they are the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, you can stay connected with us on Facebook. Make sure you hit that subscribe button on your YouTube player. We do appreciate it. Again, you're watching the Handicap Stepladder Finals here at the Midwest Youth Championships, live on NDBowlTV. How much handicap does Miles get? What's our spread here?
Cover everything up while I'm doing this. Miles gets 78 pins, so what's that, 26 pin difference between the two?
Okay, and do we have any information on any?
We do have a little bit of info on Miles. He's 17, lives in the Alexandria area, goes to high school at the Alexandria High School.
Here in town, nice.
Yep. Averages 122, high game 199. Has a YouTube channel that he says called The Unspecified Show.
There you go. Go check it out.
And active in theater at school, and obviously thinks bowling is fun since he's here.
Looks like he's throwing a Zen.
That is a Zen, yes. Has a gym down there as well.
And say, correct me if I'm wrong, Miles, I believe was on our show last year as well.
Yes, I do recognize the name. All these kids change so much from year to year that
Lee thinks that he won last year. I don't think that he might have been in the championship match.
yeah,
Didn't
Jay
win.
Zeethammer won last year as a defending champion. Who is in attendance? I do believe
Pretty
he
sure
made it
that-
to day 2. Just
Yeah.
Yes, he was here this morning. Talked to him and the family a little bit. Nice,
very nice.
nice group.
Yep, finished 13th. Only about 20 pins out of making the bracket portion.
All right, now we're underway here in our semifinal match. First look at Miles Free. You know, Matt, I gotta say the new apparel that Storm's got out for the 900 Global side is pretty good.
Yeah, fits
Well, I
in
like
well.
all.
Fits in well with what we're trying to do. We've got a great graphic design team that I work with, and a nice spare. And I kind of just tell them what I'm looking for, and they pretty much nailed it.
I like it. I like
Yeah.
all their stuff in their catalog. If you go to stormbowling.com, go over to the 900 Global apparel side. They got some good stuff out there. I'm kind of jealous. I can't. You know, I'm on the Storm side. I can't wear the Global stuff. So I wish I
Yeah.
could get some of those.
I'll do it. I won't tell anybody.
Got a chance.
Close.
Yep.
That's a good spare.
Looks like Miles is sporting the Garden Center logo on his shirt. I feel like Riley's got Hanson Construction or Landscaping on the front of his.
It's pretty
Got a
close.
chance.
It's good.
Oh, nice.
Just cuts out the 7.
He's got the fan club giving everyone high fives. In the
Yeah, he's making the rounds every time. I love it.
Play into the crowd.
Matt, do you do a lot of bowling yourself?
Yeah, I try to. They've got me in the San Antonio Hall of Fame. I think I'm up for the
Nice.
Texas Hall of Fame coming up this year, so hopefully I get enough to
Nice.
get in. And I still try to get out on the weekends as much as possible. I bowled 3 leagues last year, which was one too many. I think I'm just going to do 2 this year.
Probably smart.
Yeah, so with the travel and stuff, not as much as I'd like, but kind of one of those things too. When you live it and work it 40 hours a week, 40 plus hours a week, you don't much want to do it, on the weekends and stuff. But like I said, there is a lot to do down there, and it's extra money too, so that's certainly an enticement. But I do try to bowl as much as I can, and we're always going through product testing and stuff, so
Very nice.
making sure that we're making the best stuff we can possibly make.
All right, there you go.
I always find it funny because we always have the pros in here with us where, guys like you are probably like more like the weekend warrior things because you're busy with the other sort of stuff. So it's always good to
Yeah, it's it keeps me off the streets, I can say that.
All right.
leave yourself a spare. Make a ball here,
So we had a good start for these two.
right?
Oh. And I feel like one year, I don't know what year it was or who it was, but somebody I think I remember bowling like their high game ever
Yes.
in like the title match.
Yeah, and I feel like he was a foot shorter than Riley too.
But yeah, I mean Riley right on pace for doing something pretty awesome.
That's got a
That
chance.
shot too. Ooh, all right.
Going back to that last spare attempt too, these are twister pins that they use here, so they fly around pretty good. There's one of the centers I test at back home. We twister pins, and the gutters are pretty shallow too. And even with my 350 rev weight or so, I've hit the sidewall 3 times with the head pin. So
I can relate.
they move around good. They move around plenty good. So
I can relate.
if you get them going to side,
Took a little. That's okay. He's already almost halfway to his high game.
Wow.
Yeah, 140 I think is what it was. Yep.
a lot of game left too.
Good spot to do it.
Yeah.
Stepladder final, bowling for almost $3,000. Will be $3,000 if he wins this one. Good shot.
Pretty good shot there.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you got Miles. He hasn't shot 200 yet, right? His high was 199.
199, yep.
Wouldn't that be something? Both of them bowled their highest game ever. Right here on NDBowlTV.
You never know.
Say Miles has been right there on a couple shots.
Yeah,
Stay on.
he's been close.
Just the inconsistencies for not having bowled a whole lot, I'm sure. Probably
Yeah,
only a couple
Lee-
years into it.
Well, he's doing the historian here telling us that Miles took 3rd in 21 and 10th last year, so
That's probably where we saw him or remember him from.
do appreciate the info. I do got to make a shout out for this tournament to all the parents. You know, they've spent a lot of time in this bowling center the last 3 days, and some of these kids have bowled all the shifts. To get
Wow.
through.
A
Like,
lot of bowling.
there's a lot of parents here that are tired. So very supportive, and shout out to them. They're the ones in the background.
Yeah. Well, they know what can happen. You get to this point, especially what you can win.
Good shot.
Pretty close.
Yeah, there's one of those hits. You get it. Almost better to hit them light on these twister pins sometimes.
I think Riley gets more intense than Sean Rash over here. Karis says, what's the handicap for Miles and Riley? I think Riley's got the 104 and
Yep.
Miles is
is-
78.
Yes.
Maybe.
Close again. Oh. It's going to be hard to beat if he keeps pulling like this.
Wastes very little time. He gets up and goes, too.
Stay there.
Oh, so. It's one thing that we always comment about when we get into the handicap side is they just go and they don't think about it too much.
There was one year we had a match where both players just kept bowling back and forth. They just both stood up on the approach and just went.
Hey, there's something to be said for that. Think long, think wrong.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. Sometimes the mind gets in the way.
Well, it happens to the best of them. Chris Barnes, if Chris Barnes could just turn his brain off for a little bit, you know, there's no telling, you know. But
he's so good when he's good, and
it's amazing. He can tell you, you know, I was bowling this tournament in 2018, and you know, and I remember that this right lane was tighter, and I'm getting ready to move to the same pair, so I'm going to play it tighter. You know, he remembers stuff like that. It's unreal. You know, every 5 minutes is a new day for me, but he can remember things like that.
Yep.
No, it's not like Miles is pulling a bad game by any means either.
Chops off the head pin. It's got a chance.
It's good too.
Close again. Yeah.
And Riley's high game again was
140.
140. So we're still pacing.
Well within that.
Got a great look at it.
Spear here would go a long ways.
Yeah.
Need a brief score correction there. They've been pretty good at the desks. I already have it. Yep. Again, shout out to the staff here at Garden Center Lanes. Everything's ran pretty well this whole weekend.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. I was been standing back there last couple days watching. I mean, when these guys go down to fix something in the back or something, I haven't seen one of them walk yet. They are always on a dead sprint. That's you don't see that too often.
It's little things like that go a long ways to the customers, you know. That's
oh yeah, absolutely. I
always
can't
felt that way.
I can't tell you the last time I saw that, and you know.
We used to do that back in our days working at Red River when I was in college, and one of the kids went through the door and tripped on the L bracket and broke his nose on the steps.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
Close.
Yep. Ooh,
Nice.
there we go.
All right.
Now make the rounds with the fan club back here.
Yeah, it's tough to beat if you're Miles. Like,
Yeah.
not pulling a bad game by any means for your average, but
Running into a buzz saw.
yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, when you've got, what, 216 in the 8th frame, I'd say you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. Great look at his high game too.
It's like a good spare there.
Yep.
Good spare.
Yeah, Miles is going to beat his high game by, 20 pins potential, or his average by 20 pins and not come
lose.
close.
Yeah, it happens.
And I do want to note that if you have a bowler coming out here, a youth player, Nevin has said to me that you can qualify in either the handicap or the open, but you can only advance in one of them. So you can, while you're qualifying, you can sign up for either of the two, but only advance in one of the divisions.
Yeah, because I know we've seen a few of the bowlers in the past do that. Well, we need a mark in the 10th for new high game, but I mean, he's
already in 230s with his handicap, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet, but it's very close. It's all right, well. And that, I believe, shuts the door on it, though.
Yeah, I just needed 5, I think.
Yep. Yeah, so if Mass serves, it's now over. Now it's just a matter of can he spare it and get his new high game.
Looks
There
good.
it is, yeah, there it is.
Good.
Yeah, he knows it.
Let's go.
Needs 9. 9 would get it.
There it is, 9 for a new high game.
I don't think it's even 9.
144?
No, just 140. He needs.
Oh, I thought it was 144. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was
Even
Even
140.
better. Yeah, he's in the driver's seat then.
Oh, no.
Oh, get the hard through. Oh, he's like,
okay.
whatever.
He's okay with it. He's okay with it.
All right, so Riley Miller will advance with his handicap 241. Take on Micah Walswick in the title match.
That's tough to beat.
Good tournament for Miles. He'll take home, what is it, 1,500 for?
1,500 for third yet again.
Not bad.
Yeah, and I mean, he potentially shoots, said 20-some pins over average.
Yeah.
And we will update our bracket here. Riley Miller looking to run the ladder. He's made it to our championship match against Micah Walswick. And what information do we have on Micah there, Ken?
Well, Micah was our champion 2 years ago in the handicap division, actually.
Okay.
So name sounded familiar again,
Yep.
but they all run together, it seems like. Lives in the Alexandria area. 155 average, 258 high game. Only started bowling 5 years ago, which,
Wow.
I mean, that's still, 11 years old. 16 right now. But, yep, does track and cross country, so very athletic, but
Looks like he's
Yeah.
sporting a bunch of Storm logos.
yep,
Like to see that.
it's like another phase
See
two.
a phase 2, yeah.
Got a phase 2 and a Zen down there.
What's his handicap going in here?
Micah gets 52, so it'll be a 52 pin difference.
Okay. Matt, have you had a chance to try out the new 3G racers?
Oh yeah, great point. I mean, I'm full disclosure. I am not a shoe guy at all. I could normally care less about shoes, but these are very different.
Really?
Very, very different than anything else we've had. If you look at the bottom of the shoe compared to the old Tour Ultras, the sole, we used to have that frame around it. That's gone, and then the post and the heel is also gone too. And a lot of players would just cut those off, so they just decided to get rid of it. It was some patent things that patent ran out, so we're good to go.
Sure.
But also the design, the heel does sit up a little bit higher than when it does on the Tour Ultras. You know, the biggest complaint about the Tour Ultras was that they were real flat, so more of your weight was concentrated towards the back. This kind of shifts it more towards the ball of your foot, so and just very comfortable too. I mean, I broke them in maybe a game.
Wow.
Yeah, super, super comfortable. They're not the kangaroo leather like the Tour Ultras were. They're just a super treated cowhide, but plenty soft and very, very comfortable.
Because I hadn't been bowling much last year since getting on with Storm because I had arm issues. I just got those fixed, and I'm in the market to get the new shoes. And since those came out, I think I'm going to go the racer route. I like how those are. They have the one thing I liked about them too was they have the a tab to
Pull
pull
tab,
up,
yes.
because I have to carry around a flathead screwdriver in my
Oh yeah,
bag
no
to
more
get
of that. We've got a pull tab on the bottom of the sole now, so super easy to remove it. And the old Tour Ultra parts, the cut to fit parts, they are big enough if you want to trace out a racer sole and cut it out of the cut to fit parts. It will accommodate it barely. It's close, but it will fit. I did that with one of the backskin soles actually, and put it on my racer because I think we're still waiting on some of the less sliding soles to come in. They might be in. I don't know. I'm not sure, but we went that route. So
Did they do a different number system to where
Yes.
it's similar with the heel and the
Yes.
slide sole?
Lower number is more plant now, and it was backwards before. The lower number was more slide. So yeah, it is. We reversed it. I think it makes more sense that way.
And then they're vented on the top, side, and bottom.
Correct.
So
Correct.
go to stormbowling.com, click on the 3G
Yes.
section on the shoes, and
Yes.
take a look at those.
Yeah, very much. Highly recommend them. They're different.
First shot for Micah. They are available currently in white and black, right?
Correct. The white is available in wide and left-handed. Black is just standard D width, right-handed only.
So for all you southpaws out there, you're stuck with white.
Yes.
But yeah, I've heard a lot of good shoes. Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, can Riley Miller keep the train rolling here?
Can tell Micah's got some game. He's just maybe hit a late growth spurt.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I mean, I'm 6'4". This kid's 16. I'm gonna be looking up at him in a few years.
Yeah, and when he won this tournament a couple years ago, I'm pretty sure he was a lot shorter at the time.
It happens.
Probably.
It happens.
But we'll be watching this again in a couple years when Riley will be back in the finals and he'll be another 1.5 feet taller.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Close. It's fair.
Yeah.
Oh,
Swag.
Strutting.
That energy's not going away today.
No.
And you're about to see a whole different vibe in the boys' final here in a minute. So.
Yes.
That is true.
It's got a chance.
Close.
Good,
Ooh,
You got the 5 out.
there's a lot more up there than there ended up. Yep.
Again, the handicap spread here is 52. Riley gets 52 extra.
Yeah, that's fine. He's like, whatever. That's his tough side, though, it feels like. I mean, if you look at Micah's scores this morning, he bowled pretty darn well.
Ooh, good shot there, the old can opener.
Yeah, for the first 3 games of the Cashers round, he was plus.
Wow, how did each of these two do in qualifying?
Micah had 1307, which was 3rd or 4th. And Riley had 1315, which was tied 2nd, I believe.
Okay, so both had a pretty good qualifying block.
Yeah, so they've both bowled pretty well. Riley actually had 134 game 2 this morning. So, been bowling well all day. Oof. Tough to not trip that out.
Gotta say, I like Micah's sock game he's got going on here. The bright pink. Tried the backup ball at it. If I tried to do that, I would be in a lot of pain.
Have surgery again?
Yeah, that's what I need.
Anytime I try and throw a backup ball, it ends up still going left.
Yep.
A little wide. Good 5.
So Matt, what's a year in the life of a brand manager like? You have your trade shows. Do you do a lot of different stuff when tours going on? And
Not so much. That falls more to the tour reps. That's kind of their deal. The summer is definitely busy for.
Nice
nailed it.
spare.
For myself and Chris Schlemmer, the Rotogrip brand manager. Chris actually stays out on the road. I think he's going to be out for pretty much a month straight. I did
Wow.
that last year, and I've got a 6-year-old at home, so I just didn't want to do that again. But yeah, the summer is busy, and then we'll support when needed. But we've got a pretty big team when it comes to the tour staff and everything. So. Not so much on that front, but otherwise we do try to work. We're working 6-7 months ahead from when a ball is released on our projects, and then we've got a lot of overseas stuff that we deal with too. So there's a lot of things flying around, and it's going to be a busy time of year too. It always is. I feel like this is like the first summer since COVID that we've really had a chance to catch our breath. The last 2 summers have been nonstop. That's when we had to actually put a night shift on in our place and everything just to keep up with the demand.
yeah, and I've seen you do a few videos on the Storm Bowling YouTube page.
Yep.
For some of the products out there. So.
Yep, I'll do those from my home, and then when I go out there, we'll try to put some stuff together too. But yeah, it's always busy, and I do have some experience in the shoes too. You brought up the racers, the 3G. We had the 3G brand down in San Antonio when we were manufacturing down there, so I do have some knowledge of that and kind of help out when needed. But we all wear a bunch of hats.
Very nice. How often do you get up to Utah?
Once a month, once every other month, something like that. I'll be going there actually the end of August to get everything all caught up and everything, and then probably again in October sometime. So always good to go up there and see everybody and, kind of show my face every so often.
Yeah. Ken and I visited HQ back in April on our way back from the OC, and
yes,
everyone's very welcoming there. The tour was great.
It's an impressive facility.
It is
an impressive facility. There's a lot of good things coming out of there.
Yeah, big shout out to Leanne and Gary Holsenberg who supported us, believed in us, and brought us on board. So big thank you to them.
Yes.
Push a little. All right. Not getting too many breaks.
It's tough. His last shot on the right lane was a great shot, and he rang a 10-pin. I mean, the pattern's so demanding. You're working so hard to get there. Then you finally do get there, and you don't get rewarded. Part of the grind.
Yep. Grind, learning experience, you know. Love the arm in the air. Hey, I picked up a spare.
So important on the tougher conditions.
So how did you get connected with Global back in, what was it, 16 you said?
Yeah, I came on in 16. I graduated in 08 from UTSA, and I kind of just I bowled for a while. Had a tough time finding work. That was during the kind of the rough spot the economy hit, I guess you could say,
Yep.
in that area in that time. So had a few jobs here and there, but luckily for me, one of the gentlemen that used to work for Columbia 300 down in the old Columbia plant. I was on staff with Columbia way back when, and he remembered me. A position came open, and he gave me a call, and they brought me in. And you know, I didn't make too much of a fool out of myself in the interview, and they brought me on, and that was it.
Very nice.
You know, started as, you know, it seems when everybody that gets started in this industry starts out as the tech guy, taking the tech roles and everything. So you know, that's kind of what I started doing, and just moved on up from there, and you know, here we are. They haven't fired me yet, so it's okay.
Must be doing something right.
Yeah.
I always like to hear the story of how everyone got to where they're at, and I can definitely feel for you with the late 2000s, because I graduated college in 2010, and
It was
the
tough.
economy was hard, and I went into accounting, and everyone lost their accounting jobs, all the people with 20-plus years experience, so then they were taking the entry-level jobs, and it was yeah, that was a rough time.
You had guys with master's degrees bagging groceries, you know. It was unbelievable. So, yeah, I'm just happy to have made it through that, and, you know, hopefully nothing like that happens again.
I agree.
That'd be great.
All right, Riley Miller up now, working on the spare here. It's got a chance.
Close. Yeah. Well in control of the match with 5 frames to go.
Yeah, Mike is going to have to start filling some frames here, I think.
He's probably going to have to throw a double or something here pretty quick.
Needs the hook.
See, on the shots where...
There it goes. Finally got one.
I feel like the shots where Micah, like, catches it at the bottom, it seems like sometimes he loses it on the bottom, but if he can stay with it and catch it...
Yeah, appears to kind of have that early timing, I think.
So we obviously know he can throw some strikes with, you know, scores that he shot, but just needed something good to happen, maybe.
This would be a big double here.
That's left.
Yeah.
I know we've had some comments in the chat about what's Sean's favorite ball of all time. Do you got a couple, new and old?
For me personally?
Yeah.
Well, that's a really good question. If I had to say all time,
Got a chance.
Oh, just overhooked.
it's tough to go away from the original high road. I've got my high series of all time with an original high road. I actually had the first 33.
Jeez.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it was 879, and
Wow.
I have no shame in saying that my knees were hitting each other, you know. So it's tough to go away from that. Probably all time the high road, I would say. But currently, you know, it's a ball that didn't sell that well for us, unfortunately. But a reality check is what I really go to a lot. It just, there's so many things I can do with it. It's very much like a phase 2 for me. It's very, very versatile. And they just let me start drilling some Storm and Roto-Grip stuff. For a while,
Really?
It was global only, you know, which is fine. But I kind of went out and drilled some Storm and Roto stuff. So
Very nice.
Oh.
I got to see what the phase 2 was all about. I'd never thrown one, and you know, it's such a versatile piece, you know. So, but I see a lot of the phase 2 in the reality check for me personally. You know,
Very
with
nice.
a little bit of surface, you know, it's pretty darn close.
Can you imagine having the front 33? It is.
I mean, no, I did watch somebody with the first 30 once.
Yeah, and then Brady with his 900 up here.
Yeah, I remember that night.
Terrifying is a good word.
Yes, yeah, I would say so.
Maybe.
Oh. Well, I mean, I think that's a little bit of a show, but Riley is well in control of the match right now.
Very much so.
Let's see something special, though. Come on.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something if he picks that up?
Have seen a few bounce this weekend. Nothing,
Yeah.
nothing's connected, but a few have come out.
I think we saw a 210 this morning, but that's the only one that's actually hit. Yeah, just
Another great shot.
nothing really going his way.
No.
Hang on.
Yeah, you got that one.
Again, more and more of these kids are throwing reactive at spares, and like I told Sean, I feel like it's just a product of a lot of these tournaments limiting how many you can bring. Like a junior gold,
sure.
they only let you bring 6 or 5 now.
Absolutely.
And it's like 4 different patterns, so you don't really want to block up a spot in your bag with plastic, you know. And
Yeah. Urethane maybe.
you know,
Some kids throw urethane at the spares, so. That came off of his hand really good, actually.
right?
That one came off really good.
Yeah, again, just not bowling a bad game by any means, but
Yeah, and he's been in the pocket for a majority of the game, so
Yeah, it's been real
yeah,
close.
he's just. I'm not going to say he's getting run over, but the truck is definitely coming down on him.
Yes.
it's got a chance.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah. That's going to about seal it, though, right there.
That pretty much does it.
With 156 max for Miles. Riley
Yeah.
just needs some pins.
Yep.
52 pins, so he needs 104, so 3 pins.
That'll do it.
That should do it.
3
Yeah, I
pins.
think 3 is that's enough right there. Yeah, that gives him 105. That's a win.
You know, and to think when I went to college, I think I had like 2,000 in my smart account, and I thought I was doing good.
Yeah.
And he's just won 3,000
Yeah, he's
at
already passed
11
me
years old.
at 11.
It's a heck of an accomplishment.
Crazy. Congratulations to Riley Miller for running the ladder and taking home the handicap division here at the Midwest Youth Championships. You will get the shiny little trophy we have over here at the end of our table. You'll get the $3,000 scholarship. And then we're going to do a drawing too. Why not give away a Zen Gold label to an attendee here? Good finish for Micah. Riley finished out with 221 with his handicap. Michael will be in the 190s here with count. Again, congratulations to Riley Miller, the winner. To update our bracket. And there you go. That is the final. Riley Miller runs the ladder. Wins the 2023 Handicap Division here at the Midwest Youth Championships. Will take home $3,000. And he will get a trophy here, get a couple pictures, and then we will hopefully have a word with him. Maybe he'll bring the intensity into the booth.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Probably not.
What do you think? Should we do a drawing for a Zen Gold label?
Well, we've got some names here.
Look at that, we got a
Bucket.
ball in there. Basically, this was open to any attendee here this weekend, which includes parents, family, friends, anyone who came to the Midwest Youth Championships. So thank you to everyone who has subscribed, everyone who has participated. And Matt, do you want to do the honors for us?
Putting the heat on me here.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
What do we got?
Oh man, I had to draw
Victor,
one.
he-
Yeah, I had
Victor is one of our
Oh, yeah.
participants.
Victor, and then the last name I'm not even going to try.
He might, I don't know if he's still here.
Dog
We'll have
glitch,
to-
I think, is what it was. If I heard
Yeah.
Nevin say it right.
Yeah, he was here. He was in the
Yeah, he's in the handicap.
handicap division, so we'll have to see if Victor is here. So
Perfect.
congratulations, Victor. And thank you for following NDBowlTV, subscribing to NDBowlTV, and participating this weekend here in Alex. And we'll get your information, and the folks at Storm will send out a Zen Gold label to you. So, and also a big thank you to 900 Global, everyone at Storm. Love it.
Happy to support.
Getting our quick pictures here with Sean. Then we're going to have to move our cameras back over to 13 and 14 for the final. I'm guessing that Nevin will have Victor's information and a way for us to contact him. Or if you're watching Victor, you want a Zen Gold label. He could still be in the building. I don't know if I'd be able to pick him out of a crowd, but. All right, Ken's going to go find our winner, and we'll get a quick word with Riley. And then we'll be on our way to the last stepladder final of the day. When do you guys fly out? You fly out tonight?
Tomorrow morning, actually. We got to drive back to Minneapolis tonight, and then Sean's going back home, and I'm going up to Fort Wayne, Indiana for a trade show, and then from there I'll be going to New York, and
Very nice.
then I'll be going back home.
Well, hopefully the rain that's coming in has pushed all the cabin traffic home already, so you guys can avoid that. But,
That would be nice. That would be nice. I've been pretty lucky so far this year as far as avoiding the delays. I'm glad I wasn't on the East Coast last
Yeah.
week. That was they had a heck of a problem.
I'm sure.
It was not good. So so far so good on that front. But
Yeah, you guys might hit the traffic on the way back down to Minneapolis, but
caught a little bit on the way up here, and we caught a thunderstorm too. But you
Yep.
know, I told Sean, I said I forget what rain looks like sometimes. It's been so long since we've gotten any, and it's just totally different up here. We've had. I was telling him this is like the middle of winter for me. It's kind of cold outside to me. we've had our 105, 106 degree days back home, so this is way different.
Yeah, we get the few warm days up here in North Dakota, but we get more of the 30 below variety.
Yeah, you guys can have it. I'm built for the heat. I'm not built for the cold.
The only good thing I say to people about the cold is it kills all the bugs, it kills all that stuff, all the allergens.
That would be great
In the
because
spring you start over.
that would be great because we've got mosquitoes the size of shot glasses down
Really?
where I am. Yeah, it'd be great if we froze all them out and get rid of them.
All right, we have got Drake Waite and Joseph Woods Wiseman coming right up in the first match. Again, we're going to try to get a word with Riley Miller here momentarily. Then I just need to
he's
adjust
here.
the camera, but we'll talk to Riley first. All right, bringing on into the booth here. Riley, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We'll go a little bit closer. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, winner of the handicap division, how does it feel?
Good.
Yeah?
You're somewhat subdued. We were watching you out there. You're really playing to the crowd and kind of seemed to get everybody on your side. And I think that probably helped out in the long run, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to say, I like the intensity out there. I like the energy. Were you thinking about the score at all, or were you just doing your thing?
I was just doing my thing and doing
Yeah.
whatever.
That's good. That's great. It's good to see.
Love it. So, what, 11 years old
Yes.
and already got a $3,000 scholarship.
Yeah.
Going to be back to defend next year?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Good deal.
Any last questions for him?
Lefties for the win.
Lefties for the win. Were you nervous at all? It didn't look like you were too nervous. Looked like you were kind of in the moment.
Yeah, I was in the moment and just was doing my thing.
That's good. That's good. It's,
Well, I love the
it's good to see.
intensity. I love the energy. Congratulations, and maybe we'll see you next year.
Yep.
All right.
Congratulations.
Riley Miller, winner of the handicap division here at the Midwest Youth Championships. That's the best. I love it.
Little camera shy.
Yeah. Okay, I just need to move a camera quick, and then we'll be underway here with the Boys Open Final. So give me 1 second. Okay. Just need to get my scoring in view for everyone, and then we'll be good. Again, this is the final stepladder match, or stepladder finals for Midwest Youth Championships. First look at Drake Waite. All right, welcome back, Ken. What do we know about our first two competitors here?
All right, let me find some sheets that are right in front of me. Okay. All
Sean's
right.
back with us now.
I'm back. Back.
So, Joseph.
He's got Joe on his shirt.
Pronunciation Joseph. Woods Weissman bowls out of Washburn High School in Minneapolis area, I would assume. 17, averages 200, 300 high game, which he shot. All right, hang on. One MGBT title. Shot 300, his first 300 last week
Wow.
at the MGBT.
Appears to be throwing a Zen. Is
That's
that what he's
awesome.
throwing?
They both don't use their thumb. There will be a theme through the stepladder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
Lucas is
four of 'em.
two-handed, and so is Trey.
All right, on the spare. And then Drake, who is our other bowler.
He bowled here earlier on this pair.
He did.
Yep. And his mom was nice enough to hand me a little bit of extra info as well.
Perfect.
Bowls out of Stillwater, 221 average. He's 16, 300 high game, 821 high series. First team All-State as a 9th grader.
He's only 16.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yep. Bowled his.
He's bigger than me.
Yep.
Yeah. Bowled his first sanctioned 300 at an MJBT this past winter. And then his next one at the very next tournament.
That's cool. Uh-oh.
All right.
All right, we're even through 2.
And just got his driver's license, so they say look out on the roads.
So you're saying we need to leave before he leaves?
Possibly.
Well, he's from Stillwater, right? So that's
Yeah.
going the other direction from us, right?
Yes.
That's not good for me. I'm going east. You guys are going west. It's a good shot.
It's good. Wow.
A little bit more rev right, and you got
Yeah.
the
Well,
back
that's-
door. No.
Crazy how responsive that is on the back compared to the girls' division finals. Just
Freshly oiled a little bit ago, right? So
Yep.
only a couple practice balls. And I don't know what they're fixing here.
I gave him a 7 instead of a 9. It was scoring issues.
They already got it up.
yeah, they already did it at the desk though. So
They're on it.
yep.
Yeah, Drake had a good morning this morning. Coming from a ways behind in order to get into the top 10. So he was our 10 seed going into the bracket.
Where do you start the morning?
He had 1171, which is like 30 or 40 pins out of the cut. Let's see. Yeah, because it was, yep. Yeah, he's 45 pins out.
Wow.
What place was he?
In 16th.
So he's
Made
been
up
the
6
big
bucks.
mover today. Yeah.
Yeah, these two are actually, I think, the biggest movers out of everyone. Get it?
Good 9. Could have been a 210.
You can tell once the handicap finals gets over, the demeanor in the building changes immediately.
Yeah, that was-
all business.
There was a lot of energy for that handicap finals, and now, yeah, this is straightforward here.
Riley put on a show.
It's a lot of fun to see.
Might have to clip that interview though. That was probably the best interview I've had on NDBowlTV. I can tell you that.
Lefties for the win is all I heard. I didn't even know if I wanted to talk to him after that.
Yeah, he did. He didn't quite bring the energy into the booth like he had out in the lanes, but that's okay. All right, Joe now up, frame 4, even match. Throwing his
Close.
end.
Both
Boom.
both seeing a lot of violent motion down lane after it exits the pattern.
So how do you think this pair is going to break down with these guys?
Not good.
Yeah.
I think we keep saying that. Yeah, it's with where they start and how this pattern plays.
Correct. Yeah, it would have been okay if they both played, 10, 12 in practice. Instead, they both played 15, 17, 18. And they're already left of 20 in their first 4 frames. And with the rev rate coming up, it's just going to continue to go left. Continue to throw it away from you.
So have you ever had an instance in a stepladder final where like the people before you just absolutely demolished the lanes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I used to do it when I was younger, too, when I had the high rev rate and whatnot. But you got to fight through it. That's about 18 at the arrows. It's just too violent.
Almost.
Yeah, the U.S. Open show in 2019 when I lost to Frankie, they were pretty impossible. I bowled 180. I think I had one open. Frankie somehow threw the front 5 and only bowled 210. He spared after that every frame, had one open.
Was that his second of the two U.S. Open?
Yeah.
Because he threw 300 and then beat Marshall that
Right.
year. Marshall like ran away.
Correct. Yeah, and
Marshall
that was in Vegas.
crazy. Yeah, at South Point. That's right.
Yeah, I didn't run away that year, but him and I ran away from the field. I mean, we were by far better than the rest of the field. You had Bill, Simo, and I believe Belmo on that show. And the practice was not good. They only gave us 3 shots in each lane. You know, the practice before was 1 shot in each lane during qualifying and semis and everything and match plays. But 3 shots on each lane, everyone started at 15, and it just got ugly.
Oh, boy.
Twister pin hit.
Yeah, this I was explaining to some of the girls earlier today. It's not really the pins as much as the kickbacks.
Yeah.
True.
You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what pins down there. If your kickbacks are lively, those pins are going to be lively. And with good kickback, I'm guessing scores here are pretty high
Yeah.
for a typical league and average bowler. The track seems pretty dominant here too. So, ball change.
There you go.
Seemed like a good one.
What was that? See, you went
it
from
was
the Zen
dark.
to looks like dark green. Could it be a?
Might have been a phase 5. No, I don't know what that is.
A little bit duller.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hard to see.
Almost looks like the ordinance of C4 from a few years back.
It's close.
Yeah, straight
Shot.
shot. It's not as violent as the Zen off the end of the pattern, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's almost got the same color scheme as that new Tour Dynamics, but an older ball.
All right, see if we can get a matching double from Drake. Left,
It's a break.
Good break, though.
lane 14, another Brooklyn.
I'm noticing a theme so far today.
Yeah, 14's been the harder of the 2 lanes, in my opinion, throughout the rounds that I've watched on it.
Yeah.
Again, the winner here will take on Lucas Herzrud in the semifinals, and Trey Henriksmeyer is your top seed.
It's close.
Oh,
Seen a few of those hits today.
The give and take in our sport, real quick, back to back. Let them have one more and then give it.
yeah. I once told one of my buddies, bowling has a strange way of humbling people. You could be on the highest of highs on Sunday, and by a Tuesday night league, you're shooting 550.
Amen to that. All right, good spare. Filling frames, important, right? We're the best of the week in the scratch division here.
Didn't you have some sort of like really good record on TV when you first came out on tour?
I mean, honestly, it's probably still pretty good, but I mean, I started 4-0 on television, 4 wins, that is, 7 matches in a row. I was 1 away from tying the record of 8 wins to start, and I tied the four PBA titles record. I was looking to break it, and then I lost to Norm Duke in the semis of the World Championships in 2008.
Remember that match?
Yeah, that was a match that I dominated realistically. You know, front 4, 5, 7, 10, and I stoned 9 to lose in the 10th. And Norm did his. He tripped the 4-pin, I think, 2 or 3 times. Just did Norm things. You know, one of the best of all time. So that would have been a good one to win there. I was at home in Wichita, right? That was when I started to have foot issues. I was extremely nervous. I found out I had anxiety and everything else, and I was trying to win instead of put on a show, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't win, I think. Another good spare.
Yep. Oh, almost.
Ooh, we might want to fix that. It says you got 0.
Right? Yeah, I didn't give it to him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, they'll fix it.
Yeah, they're going to fix it.
Yeah, they're on top of it up there.
Yeah, they're quick. I like it. So tied through 7. I would say Joe has the advantage right now. 3 great shots in a row, all in the pocket.
Yeah, very good match. Would you give any of these kids out here any advice going into college, bowling in college?
Yeah, my biggest thing that I tell any young player is get your education. You know, the PBA and PWBA tour will always be there. Got that one wide and missed it at the bottom. But get your education. Pro sports is not for everyone, right? Like everyone's like, oh, I want to be a professional, and that's great. But the lifestyle is a lot different on tour than it is compared to college life and just, you know, the amateur life and the weekend warriors. You know, pre-COVID, I was on the road 225 to 250 days a year. You know, my wife and I have been together 15 years now, and realistically, not even half of that we've spent together.
It's got to be hard with a
tough.
family.
Yeah.
You know, as a dad myself, I can't imagine.
Yeah, once you bring kids involved, it even gets harder.
I bet.
Yeah, we're going for a week in April every year, and by the end of it,
Yeah, I'm ready to see my kids. I can't imagine what you go through.
Yeah, I've got one big trip left this year, the 2 weeks in Europe, 1 week in Maine. It's going to be pretty tough. It'll be the longest I've been away from them in a long time, actually.
And how old's your oldest?
She'll be 10 September 6th.
Wow.
So coming up. We got
Yeah.
we've had 2 of the kids' birthdays, my birthdays in, I don't know, 9 or 10 days. Uh-oh.
ooh,
First unforced error of the match. Got the anniversary with the wife and then the birthday, and school starts actually this week for my oldest on Wednesday, so a lot going on right now at home.
Yeah.
Some schools have already started out west. Some start later out east. It's amazing that.
Well, big shout out to all the moms out there that allow us to do what we do.
yep. Say a testament,
shot.
especially to the tour wives that stay home and
Right.
do like what your wife does.
Yeah. It's amazing when people ask my wife what she does, and she goes, I'm a stay-at-home mom. And they just, I'm
That's
like,
not
yeah,
easy.
it's a 3-time job.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Diversity, you know, time for each kid and food planning and the dog and everything else, you know, cleaning and laundry and you name it. And then when I come home, I ruin every routine we have, so it's great.
Yeah, she's got everything down with the kids, and then you come home and change all that.
Correct.
Well, big couple frames here now for Joe.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. That's not bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Has control of the match. He can advance with a double in the 10th with 2 good shots. We got to get the first. We got to focus on that one first. Can't think about the second one or winning. You got to focus on the first shot and putting yourself in a good position.
Are you in the camp of the re-rack to kind of slow things down?
Oh yeah, it's more of a mind game too, and you know the gamesmanship.
Yep.
I typically do it more to get my heart rate slower, even though it comes off as the gamesmanship. But
Looks good.
Close.
great shot.
Yeah.
Thought he might be distracted by the ball going down lane 1 down there, but great focus there.
Is it kind of like the commercial break all the time where was it hard coming out of the commercial break?
I don't think it's that bad, but that's the mindset that you tell everyone for their first TV show. It's always really hard out of the commercial break, but it's just another shot. You're just waiting, 2 minutes longer than you would have, or sometimes the commercial break's 4 minutes. But yeah, it's amazing the mindset you can play on people.
shot.
Another
looks
good one.
Get there. Oh, there it is again.
My goodness. The second stone 9 on 13, which we have an opportunity now for Mr. Drake. On lane 14, has to double and 9 to win. But again, got to get the first one before he can get the second one.
Yeah. Do feel like if he can get through this match, he could be a handful just with.
Well, the confidence of moving forward, right?
True. And I'm just thinking about like the little bit of excess loft and ball speed that he has compared to the other guys might help him a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I haven't really watched the next two bowl at all. I've seen Drake here now, the first time. His last couple shots, though, over here have not been good. So can he focus on the positives of the game? And
double 9.
that's close.
Yep,
Shot.
that's good.
Got the first one, needs one more.
Gotta love the feeling of acing a shot when you need it.
Yeah, and even though you ace it, it doesn't always work.
Right. That's the bowling side of it.
All up to the man upstairs. Strike 9, but has to have this one. It's where you just go up, go through the same process, tell yourself you just did it. Stay positive. A little farther right.
Oh, carries it out. Well, 9's no guarantee either.
No, it's not. So 2 great shots. Heart rate's pumping.
Do you got a set pre-shot routine you do to calm yourself down?
Just breathing. I mean, the breathe, the rosin bag, the drink of a water, wipe the towel.
Just try to do the same motions.
Take that deep breath like Drake just did there.
This looks like a high road pearl, right?
Yeah, 9 to win.
Left.
We have a tie.
It's a tie.
4-9. And we have a tie.
Wow. I don't think we've had a tie.
All right. Ring the
Well-
bell.
9th and 10th.
Yeah.
Is.
So I think we have, because they'll put in misses through 8 frames is what they've done before here, so that it's still up on the scores for us.
You don't want to keep math?
Well, for the people at home.
Oh,
on, Sean.
Yeah.
I remember the days when I didn't have a score camera and I had to explain the
do
scores the
too.
whole time.
We bowled state tournament for youth bowling in Alaska in a 6-lane place. Kept score by hand.
So how was
Oh,
the youth,
geez.
like the youth programs up there?
Oh, it was
I mean,
great. Well, we had a couple thousand youth bowlers in Jewel Lake Center, East 40, Polar. We had plenty of facilities up there. Park lanes. Polar Bowler at Elmendorf. So 6 or 7 youth bowling centers. All right, so what is the winning score going to be? What do you got?
One of the two is going to throw a double to
You
start.
think so?
Yeah.
I got 40's a winner.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think 40 gets it done. Rob Henny says, great match yet again. Sean, besides the husband-wife rivalry, what's the biggest rivalry on tour in 2023? Advice on roll-off strategy.
The rivalry word is interesting to me.
So many people are friends in the bowling.
Well, we are and we aren't, but the rivalry is determined by the fan, not by the player.
That's true.
Because I have plenty of people on tour I dislike that people are aware of, but I don't consider that a rival because I don't consider them a friend or even one of the best, even though some of them are. The fans are the ones that determine the love for player A or the hate for player B. And one of the things I think I've done in my career is made people love me and made people hate me or dislike me. So
The Pete Weber theory.
yeah, it's just, you love me or you hate me. And I've said that since day one, too. And ooh, that's high. Flush. Great shot.
What did Pete Weber when he walked off the lanes his last tournament?
Yeah,
PBA, he's like, love or hate me, you watched. You know.
Correct. And I feel like that's the same way because I've created that controversy at times, but the controversy I've created in my career, I've never been wrong.
Yeah.
So
Do you feel vindicated with the urethane thing?
no, I
all?
haven't been vindicated yet.
Not yet.
No, and USBC won't do it. The PBA won't do it. The manufacturers won't do it, and that's fine. I'm not worried about it. I knew there was something wrong. I voiced my opinion, and the data proves it. So at the end of the day, all I wanted for our sport is for all of us to play on an even level playing field.
Got to roll.
Shot there.
Snaps the 10 out.
If you're going to beat me, you beat me fair and square. And you out-practiced, and you outworked, and you made better ball decisions and everything, better spare shoot or whatever the case is. And you think of other sports, they got rid of the steroids for a reason.
Yep.
And there's other things that are going on inside our sport that needs to change too, and I'm sure my mouth will open at some point and speak on behalf of that. But okay,
It's left.
for the double.
It's left. Yep.
All right, must make in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to come down to the fill ball. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think Drake's got a great shot, great look on the right lane. Probably move one left off the 4-9.
So what's your strategy in roll-offs here? You
Always want to finish first again, right? Put the pressure on. Big shot here for Joe. Make the spare. Make sure you strike. Don't get one.
Careful.
Ooh,
Ooh, it
thankfully
hooked
that
enough.
hooked enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but here you get that strike. Force make him think that he has to strike to win, which he does. But at the same time, knowing that you have to strike, you squeeze sometimes.
Yep.
You can make a mistake. You can 2-10 and miss it. You can big 4 by grabbing it because you want it too much, instead of knowing that you have 2 shots realistically to tie because of the spare strike, and continuing the roll off.
All right, big shot here.
That's got a hook.
Wide. Yep.
That's
Well,
a good 9.
it's,
Really,
yeah.
really good 9.
Well,
That could have been
clear.
7 very easily, which makes your opponent sometimes get lazy. And you can see the mistake of, we saw that on tour this year a couple different times in roll-off situations. That's a good shot. Oh,
boy.
it got
There's
fast.
oh
It had to be
boy.
hard.
Gotta have it.
It looked like it
Spare
bounced a
strike.
little bit.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what the ball speed difference was because it was hard. It looked good. Looked online from here.
Yeah, just maybe a smidge firm.
Gotta have it.
Chance.
It's going to be
Bounce out? No.
wow.
So that'll do it.
Tough way to finish.
Wow. Didn't see that coming.
No, not at all.
$1,500 for Drake Waite, finishing in 4th. Joe will move on to take on Lucas Herzrud, who has been in our final couple years now, but has yet to win one. And then Trey Henriksmeyer waiting in the championship match, who was the winner at the LBC in the Open Classic.
Open
today, right?
Classic, yeah.
$25,000 as, how old is he, 17, 18?
Trey 17, yeah.
Yeah.
Insane. I
And-
can't
Got
imagine.
about a year of school paid for already.
Yeah. Yeah, and last year's runner-up, too.
Trey was?
Yep.
Yeah, he lost to Zach. That's right.
Oh. And the lights are off. You must wait.
Restarting the game again.
All right, update our bracket for you. Joe moves on to take on Lucas. Winner will get Trey Hendricksmeyer. And what's our top prize on the boys' side?
$5,000.
$5,000 scholarship. Wow.
Yeah, and we are now guaranteed a new champion, too, in the boys' division.
That is true.
So we were, I guess, before that last match anyways.
First look at Lucas this season. Is that a Tour Ruby?
That's what I thought it was at first, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, it seems like a different color red, so.
Yeah, he was
Fate, I think.
No idea what that was. That was a darker red.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah, he was throwing it a lot yesterday, and that's what I thought, but after seeing it just a minute ago, it's not.
That looks like a Fate. Looks all right.
It's a question of how much does he want down lane, it looks like.
And Trey's over here watching to see how things are playing. Getting a clue.
That's a Wolverine, I believe, not a Fate.
And Trey's shaking his head yes.
I only know that because it said 900 Global on it. It's the only blue ball I can remember, too, from... It's shiny.
Yeah.
Travis says a code red and a Wolverine. Pays to know his dad. So he's throwing a code red and a Wolverine.
Code
Considering
red.
he's standing 5 feet from me.
Well, the last two looked pretty good, so...
All right, here we go. Looks like Joe's going to kick us off here on the left lane.
Joe brought out something new, it looked like. I don't know if he's going to throw it or not.
And if you haven't already, please share our stream with everyone you know on social media. We got 2 matches left. Big thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. Shout out to all the NDBowling.com fans out there. We appreciate you tuning in and subscribing.
It's raining outside.
It is raining now.
Is it finally? Well, 3:30. That's about right.
I'm excited to drive in the rain. Not. All right, he definitely brought out a different bowling ball. A little duller and smoother, and there's that 9 pin.
Same 9 pin.
I don't know what that was.
So at what point did you think you wanted to do like bowling professionally?
Oh, man, I had no idea I was going to be a bowler until I went to school at Wichita.
Really?
I didn't know anything about the history of our sport. I mean, I had watched it a little bit on TV with my parents, but yeah, I won't lie to you. I could care
You
less
were just
about
good.
anything. I was a good bowler up in Alaska as a kid. I played baseball. I was a really good baseball player until I was about 18. Probably would have went the baseball route if my high school coach wouldn't have cut me because I wanted to go bowl a junior gold.
Sure.
In Coca-Cola in 90, it was 97 year. It was my freshman year. It was actually Coca-Cola. It wasn't junior gold yet, but I said, hey, I got to go bowl this tournament for a week down in the States in the middle of June, July. And he said, I can't give you a spot on the team when you can't commit full-time in the summer. So it was pretty unfortunate. I was the #1 pitcher in the city of Anchorage when I was 16, 17 years old. I was about 88, 90 miles an hour.
Throwing the heat.
And my teammates were very, very upset. They couldn't believe it because I was gonna miss one start.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as a pitcher, you miss one game, and I was an okay batter. I wasn't great, but I could throw the heat. That's for sure. So missing one game or missing a couple innings in the outfield or shortstop, the coach decided to let the player that could be there the whole time, and I respect that. You know, I look back at it. I was pretty selfish at the time. I was pretty upset. to not even give me a chance, to prove myself. But because in Alaska we had 6 or 7 high schools, and which they actually made it pretty far this year in the World Series. You knew everybody,
Sure.
so
Yep.
it was pretty evident who the top couple were, and
Goes back to the other ball.
interesting combination there.
Yeah, because you won junior gold in early 2000s.
2002,
Did you
yeah.
have a USBC Open title in there too?
I won the doubles with Derek Sapp the next year in 03, as soon as I turned adult. Then the following year we finished second in doubles, and I bowled nationals for 4 years in a row before I got my card,
Sure.
and then wasn't allowed to bowl because of the rules. And then I didn't bowl for a couple of years because I didn't understand the rules, and I still honestly don't figure them all out.
Right. Yeah, you had a good year not that long ago either. Didn't you
Well,
take
2
over
years,
the league?
yeah, 2 years in a row I made more money than anybody in bracket money and in earnings. I made about 75 grand for 2 years. I finished second in all events to Chris Vi. He beat me on the very final day of the event.
Yeah, that's right, with the 2,300 scores. We're in there.
The year before I finished third in all events. So I've had some good runs there at the Open. My team finished second one year. We had all events second once or twice. I probably, deep down a couple hits one way or the other. I probably could have 5 or 6 eagles.
Right.
Very lucky to have one, though. I mean, Derek Sapp bowled 857. I just had to hold on.
Hey, I wish I was a couple hits from an eagle.
Yeah.
I'd take that.
Yeah, the year that we won, I actually bowled 160 the first game.
Jeez.
Jeez, yeah.
And he bowled 300. I changed balls and bowled 260, 260. He had 270, 260. So
Did you guys win by a big margin, or did
yeah,
you have to sweat it
we had,
out?
at the time we had set the new record, 1540. Whatever the original one was we beat it pretty good, and then we were beaten 5 or 6 years later. I think it's by 10 or 20 pins. But the following year, we both missed a 2-8 spare in Reno. I shot 300 game 1 or game 2, and we both missed a spare. That 2-8 combo that we finished second.
I'll switch for Joe.
See, I don't understand his ball change there. The stone 9, the light 8-pin. I would have given it one more shot on that lane. With the last couple on that lane were real good. But again, like we talked about earlier with the girls, it's a gut feeling. Got to go with your gut.
Yeah, it could be a case of maybe they didn't come off his hand as how he wanted, and even if they look good.
Yeah, feels everything.
Spare.
This will be a grind, I think, for the next 2 matches. Filling frames. You're not going to see a big string, I don't think. This pair's too different lane to lane.
Yeah, and historically with the boys' open finals, they've been historically low scoring for us.
I think we had 1 year where it was pretty solid, but yeah, beyond that, it's somebody throws a string, it's kind of the outlier.
Let's see, sticking with the blue ball in the right lane, that 210 the last time. And he did it again.
It's like it just doesn't see it the right spot down lane.
2-8-10 the first shot, 2-pin that shot.
Yeah, because the practice balls look pretty good, and now all of a sudden,
His angles
Maybe
are
just-
different. The
Yeah.
practice balls were more in line with each other. Those last 2 have been more left to right. I don't know if he moved off it or he just has missed it. And if you miss it, it'll definitely push offline to the right, of course. The adrenaline is probably starting to kick up a little
Yeah.
bit too.
It's the biggest challenge for me in matches like this is in practice you're freewheeling it and just learning, and then you get into the match of it and you start getting amped up and throwing it harder. And
Heart rate is a huge thing. I remember I used to wear that brace on the hand the wife got it for me to try to help me with my anxiety. And we were bowling in Japan. My normal heart rate was 120 to 130. We got to the stepladder match, and I was at 150, 160.
Wow.
Just because of I fight the anxiety issue, but no, I mean I had the front 7 one game, so it kept going and going. And then EJ struck out in the 10th to beat me by 2. That's got to hook.
Us again. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not
I think-
comfortable.
Feels like he's left. Further left than he has been.
Right.
I hear a screaming baby in the bar.
Yeah.
All the dads turn their head.
It's amazing the difference of opinion now of having kids.
Yep. You're like, I've been there. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I never really worried about it when I didn't have kids, but I'm definitely more aware of it when I do have kids. And before you wouldn't smile, now you smile. So it's kind of like, that's got a chance.
Hook. Yep.
All right. Frustrated look on Lucas's face, but it's early. There's a lot of bowling left.
Ken, he's going to blame this on us.
You will.
Why is that?
He does every other year.
We've known Lucas since he was a toddler.
Oh, okay.
He's going to give us a hard time if he doesn't bowl well here on this. So
Every time I've seen him when I go out to our home center, he will nonstop give me crap about, you going to jinx me again this year?
Well, that's close.
ooh, wow, that came off the
Overreacts,
pattern.
so,
Holy cow.
wow.
That one's been the most violent of the 4 or 5 balls that he's thrown.
I feel like he did some like circle thing with that one. And then that ball just waits until the
Bowling Center looks like it's going to be shutting down after this event.
I
Big
think
thanks
they're-
to them again.
I think they're normally closed on Sundays in the summer.
Well, everybody's at the cabin.
Yep.
It's got to go. Huge break.
Yeah, big shout out to the folks here at Garden Center Lanes. We do appreciate them trusting us to come in here and cover their event for the 8th straight season. And they support us every year, and they do a great job with the event, that's for sure.
And I don't think a shock to me, switch to the code red.
Yeah, Lucas has got to find something here.
Stay where he's at and throw that.
It's close.
Yep, that's
Great shot.
better. I mean, once Lucas gets it going, he can get it going. What was it, last year or 2 years ago that he'd had, like a couple 300s and a couple 800s in like a week? I don't remember the exact numbers, but
At the youth state tournament, I think he shot like 2 or 3 300s in the state tournament. It was insane. Yeah, I think it was last year at Junior Gold. He was top. Not this, just a month ago, but last year he was like top 8.
yeah, because what?
Another good one.
Enough.
Take it.
Didn't come off the corner.
Yeah, because I think didn't him and Zach finish like 5th, 6th?
Yep. Him and Zach at Junior Gold just barely missed out on their like final 3 TV show they have.
Well, those were 2 good shots. Much needed after Joe put up that double in the 4th and 5th. But Joe can put a lot of pressure on him here in the next 2 frames. Looks like we got another ball change coming. He's got another ball in his hand again.
Oh, Lucas.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's I can hear what Travis would be saying right after that as he just kind of forgot about it after leaving it.
Joe's making another ball change after hitting the pocket and going Brooklyn.
So 3rd straight different ball and 3rd straight frame.
Yes. I don't know if he's just trying to throw every ball he brought this weekend.
Could be.
Yeah, because he's had the Ghost was out there. He threw
He had a purple hammer in practice. He's had the Zen. He's had this. This is at least the 5th ball I've seen him throw. 6th if you count the spare ball.
Yeah, and he's still throwing a good games.
He's clean. Another spare. I think he knows that as long as he stays clean, it will be hard to lose this game, and he'll be moving on.
So do you feel it's easier making like ball changes in the same area or making bigger moves with the same ball?
If the pattern's telling you what's going on, it's easy to just, I personally like to change balls first before I start doing things with speeds and tilts and everything else. I'll move left a couple boards, and if that's not the right move, then it's, it's game on, let's change. But it's got to go.
Close.
Ooh.
That one he got up the back, and it rolled off nicely. So what do we got? We got a max of 200 for Lucas and 235 for Joe.
All right, good spare.
Yep.
Yeah, staying clean. I mean, that's 2-0 pace right there, 2-teen, right?
Yeah, without some strikes here, it's pretty straightforward.
Luke's throwing a couple good shots.
Yeah, if he stays clean, he bowls 2-0. That's even with Lucas striking out. So Lucas needs to double here in the 7th and 8th and hope for some help. It's a good shot.
There, and just
Doesn't see it down
No.
lane.
I feel like that came off his hand different than
yeah, it's
the one
almost like
before.
he threw it into the lane instead of out on the lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on with him right now. Unfortunately, I think not being comfortable.
And do you think that has anything to do with sitting for the last 5 hours?
It's definitely got a little bit to it.
I always say, like, I'm such a rhythm bowler, like I get into a rhythm, you get comfortable, you get going kind of thing. And when it comes to something like this where you just bowled 4 games that got done at 10:30.
Yeah, they got done at 11 o'clock. It's been 4.5 hours since he's thrown a ball for a score.
Right.
But it can be on the flip side too, right? Joe had to bowl a couple more games, and at any point could have lost, and now he's freewheeling it, right?
Yep, that's true. Yeah, you just made it through the roll-off.
And another ball brought out.
Purple hammer, which this one makes no sense to me. He's had 3 or 4 that's hit the pocket. He'll probably split the 8-9 now that I just said that. He moved way right. Way farther right, more in front of him, kept it on line.
Did see him do this a little bit today when I was watching. He was more towards the low end, but it's something nobody else has really been doing with any effect.
Could be a strategy too, one of those, hey, let's not burn up the middle. You're close. If I can throw urethane, maybe carry it down a little bit, it could affect my opponent's line. I have more confidence in it than he does.
Wow.
But that's the mistake you get.
Oh.
Almost kicked another one out, too.
I'm sure the staff back there is already on the score correction.
Yeah.
It shouldn't really matter, but
Nah. No. It fell.
yep.
But this match is over.
Yep.
unless he got less than 4 in the final. Ooh, never know. Things can bounce here.
Say, like to see something like that. I don't think we've seen one picked up
Right.
on here.
Sean, I'm guessing you've had your fair share of split conversions.
I have. I made the 210 twice on TV, my first show to win, and the 5-count washout to bowl 194 to become exempt for the tour season. That's a good shot.
Never
just
saw it.
It never sees it. He's a little too hard, so it scoots through there. It's still spinning as it gets into the pattern, so it's not in a roll to be controllable as it exits.
That's where I like those certain pro-am lanes that have the rangefinders down lane.
Those are Brunswick Pro Am lanes, yeah.
Close.
Where those come in handy, you can kind of
They're
see
huge.
different
They're
phases
great
of the
teaching.
roll, you know. And
The rumor for a long time was they were mistakes.
really,
Yeah, and I honestly want to say they probably still are, considering they've never said they knew what they made them for.
yeah, I like them.
They are great training tools, though, if you know how to use them for training.
Right, it's easy to identify 10 board down lane,
Yeah.
where your ball's rolling front to back. You can see so much stuff with those.
Well, and the distance control, too, right?
Yep.
The first one's 34 to 37 feet. You got a 3-foot buffer, 40 to 43 feet. If you're left of the one in the front, probably not hitting the pocket if you're right-handed. Doesn't matter what pattern you're on.
Just that kind of game for Lucas,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
unfortunately, yeah. Still a
All
good
your
tournament
guys'
for him.
fault.
Yeah, it's going to be our fault.
I'm going to hear about it probably next time I see him at Sunset.
Well, I'm glad you live in the town he does, and I don't.
To make it.
Ooh, close.
Well, good tournament for Lucas. He'll take home, what,
That's
$2,000?
$2,500 scholarship.
Wow.
2,500 for third?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, and he's
Sweet.
moving into St. Ambrose to start
Yeah, he's
college.
going to
so-
college next year, I heard, so good luck to him. A little
Yeah,
life-changing experience coming up.
Yeah, according to his dad, they're moving there on Wednesday, so it's coming up in a couple days.
Yeah, and he hasn't even started packing yet.
Yep.
Yeah, or guys.
Yep.
Yeah, don't have to worry about
He'll
it.
pack Tuesday. I bet his bowling balls are packed, though.
That's right.
They'll be in the car probably until he leaves.
Well,
We got a lot of names in here, boys.
that's right. We picked one.
You already picked one?
Matt picked one.
Did we announce it yet?
We did.
Oh,
I just don't know if Victor's here. I don't even know if I could pick out Victor. There's not that many people here anymore, so I'm guessing he has made his way home. Victor, if you're in the chat room, we need to talk. I need your information. I gotta send you a Zen Gold label.
we have an Infinite Physics IQ Tour from Trey.
Well, what do you think? Are we gonna have another guy run the ladder here? He's got a chance.
Riley did it, right?
Riley ran the
Yep.
ladder. This is what we have now.
The girls did not run the ladder, though.
Correct.
No.
The top seed won that one.
All right.
I feel like this is going to be a tougher match for Joe, just because Trey's been there.
Yeah, Trey lost in the final last season.
A little redemption time.
Yeah, looking to win that one and add $5,000 to his already $25,000 win he had a couple months ago, last month. Crazy. In 2 months, the kid's gonna make my whole college debt paid off already. See what do you say he's got first? The
Yeah, he
IQ or
brought an
the
IQ
Infinite?
out. Infinite Physics out. Both very shiny.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely has the rev rate. I believe at the LBC he had like the last like 25 strikes to get that score too. Something
He was
like
throwing a
that.
Zen Gold too, I think.
Yeah, it was like 15 something, 1560. He had last 20 some strikes. I don't had 300 the last game. Insane.
300 to win, right? He needed the front 10 to win,
Yep.
something like that.
Yeah, because there was a big score already posted.
That's crazy.
It'll be interesting to see how he does in Portland, Maine.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what that one was.
How is that place?
It's amazing.
Yeah,
They're great.
I love watching all that stuff up there.
They're good people up there.
Everyone says the food is good too.
If you like lobster, then
Is that
yeah.
not your thing?
No, I love lobster. I'm a food junkie when I go there. I spend a lot of money on food when I go there.
Yeah, that's my thing. Everywhere we travel for bowling is find the good food.
I was extremely picky when I met my wife. I've learned to eat some other things. Some healthy, some not. That is the lane that I would not finish on. 14 has been the harder lane throughout the day.
But that never comes into play for you. You always want to finish first.
Normally, right now, absolutely. 13 is the easier of the two lanes. 14 is the harder lane. And, if I'm trading, I was watching and knowing that, neither one of my opponents had good ball reaction on the right lane. They're finishing on the right lane.
Wouldn't be shocked if he does 2 balls here, just based off those practice shots.
Yeah, I believe that. Bowling with the Fef. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you tuning in. I like watching all your shows. Where are you looking when you throw a shot? Arrows or dots, Sean?
He was throwing his phase at 2. What did he say?
He says, where do you look when you throw your shot? Arrows or dots?
I look at the arrows. The dots are, I don't like looking at the dots or teach looking at the dots because it makes your head go down. And then when you let go, it pops your shoulders up. I feel like the arrows is a pretty good ratio of not as much movement. And I think too far down lane, it's too hard to hit. So if you're going to teach people to try to hit something, you're going to try to want to hit something closer to you. Oh, so he's sticking with the purple to start. And 4-9.
Well, we're underway in our championship match here, the boys open division, final match of the day. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button. Please subscribe. We do appreciate that. Go follow Sean on all the social media.
Not a fan of that ball reaction after what he just had the last 2 games. Everyone knows I'm not a fan of that ball, but he's bowled 2-teen, 190 with 5 or 6 other balls and has had control of the pocket. And now you go to a ball that reacts completely different than what you've been doing. And you've changed the part of the lane that you've been playing as well. So he's a lot of different things going on, and that's why I'm not a fan of changing to that type of bowling ball.
This looks like a phase 2.
Yeah,
for
shiny
Trey.
phase 2.
It definitely likes to have the polish on there.
That's got to hook a lot.
That's okay right there.
It's makeable.
What's your whole take on surface? I know some people like to do everything 1500 at step 2 or
Oh, yeah. No, I throw everything out of the box to start, and then,
adjust as needed.
yeah, depending on what we're bowling on, our ball reps come up, and they'll adjust surfaces if we need them to, or I will if I want to. And shine has become a pretty popular thing on tour. That's trouble.
Oof, yep.
We're even through one.
Yeah. I guess if you're going to open a frame, that's the one to do it. Right after your opponent does.
Best frame to open is the first one, they say. A little nerves, I'm sure, for both of them, right?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever bowled for this kind of money. I mean, you bowled for a lot more money than that, but at this age, you got to be thinking about it.
That's closer.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Knew it off his hand.
He's like, wow, you finally hit what you're looking at. I do that all the time.
Then you still flat 10.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks for talking about me.
Can you tell we've been doing this a while?
He's moving left, changing balls. Phase 2, believe.
And Brooklyn.
That's more of a combination of just changing alignments and being, uncomfortable. Where he had already bowled 2 games in that part of the lane. That, like I said, that's a huge change and a huge risk. That's got a chance. Oh, he missed it. Went forward.
Yeah, that just got to the end of the pattern and rolled straight.
Can you hear Trey talking to his dad about switching back to the IQ, which I think was the right move on the right lane.
Yes, I would agree.
Well, honestly, is it? He didn't make
It's
a great
fair.
shot the first shot, so how do you know if you're supposed to change or not?
Well, the practice shots.
Well,
Yeah.
Hey, either
One-
way, he's got to keep it up the lane then
Yeah.
instead of.
I'm not a big fan of changing balls if I didn't make a great shot. You got to be realistic with your
Yeah.
shots. So,
I know the one practice shot looked good, whether or not it was good or not to him.
good shot.
That's pretty good.
The reason I say that is he makes a bad shot on the right lane, then he throws the same ball he makes the bad shot with on the left, but makes a great shot and he strikes. So you have confidence in that ball. So now does he throw the IQ in the left lane or the phase 2? I mean, realistically, you're supposed to be throwing the phase 2. You split the 8-9. You didn't split the 8-9, but you sent some pins dancing.
Well, and that's why I was thinking he would go with 2 balls, because the IQ looked better on the right lane in
Correct,
practice.
yeah. And that, again, goes back to what I said earlier. Is these are completely playing different lane to lane, front to back, and side to side. So he's on to something here if he can.
Yep. Is that phase
Got a
2?
chance.
There you go.
Ooh.
Might have the math right there.
That's a huge mental psyche as a bowler. Being able to throw 2 different balls. You know, one of the best of all time, in my opinion, that's done that is Ryan Schaefer. He's been notorious of throwing 2 different balls on a pair. And he's back to the purple hammer on the right lane. That's out the window. He's just not comfortable. He's lost his comfort.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the thought process is. Is he the kind of bowler that you don't carry on a decent shot and you want to try something else? Does he see a different shape?
I mean, game 1, I think he hit the pocket 5 or 6 times. Game 2 was kind of the same thing. So it wasn't like it was a lot, but he was clean. He was hitting the one in the front. It was consistently doing the same thing over and over. So far in 4 frames, we've thrown 3 different balls
You know,
and haven't hit the pocket yet.
One.
and I'm one of those guys where I
Or
see
will the
things.
4-9, I guess.
I see things so much better from back here. You know, it just the feel and real thing, or who knows what's going through your
Does the
mind.
ball change
going through your
again?
Body. You know, it's back to the zen.
You can hear Trey there, ball number 4 of the match. So if you're Trey, you're excited right now because your opponent's lost, but you can't get too far ahead of yourself. Things can change quickly.
Right. Don't get too comfortable. We talked about that earlier. Don't get lazy.
Got to stay focused.
Full. Yep.
Trouble.
Saw
Fortunate.
that.
Well, if you're Trey, you need to put the foot on the gas. You need to go. Don't
Yeah.
relax. Don't relax here.
Head down, focus on the process. You know you're in control of the match, but you can't give anything away to your opponent.
I feel like when I'm in a situation where I'm throwing 2 different balls, I tend to be more focused because it's more for me to think about. I tend not to let my mind wander as much.
Little wide's going to get there.
Yeah, but that's
First
5, and here we are. It's only a 20-pin game now. Count's huge here too, right? You throw it hard and straight, you only get 1.
Yeah, the count.
1 would be 90. It's a 16-pin game. Joe is right back into this match unless Trey is able to convert the spare.
How do you shoot at this one?
I shoot it every way you can imagine.
Yeah. And he's going
Yeah,
straight
that's
up
got a
right of the
chance.
head. That's got to.
That's how I throw
Straight
it.
spare.
That's my method.
Almost missed the head pin. I could have got 4. Could have got 3. The head pin could have went right past the 2. Really good spare though. So now it's a 30-pin match, but Joe's back in this. He doesn't think so, I don't think yet. But you come up and throw 2 good ones here.
This next shot will tell a bunch about where Trey's at, I think.
Well, back to the phase 2, I would imagine, on the left. Not bad.
Oh, just
Yes.
got there.
If he gets a touch fast with that,
That's 3 shots in a row that it's come behind the head pin and
Yep.
had the light mixer. So, like you said, a touch fast, and that's 2-8-10.
right?
But he came back with a good shot after what was not so good a shot in the 5th frame. So it's got to be a positive thing in his head.
Yeah, big thing is Trey gets the finish on the better of the 2 lanes for him so far halfway through this match. That's back to the ball he threw last game. That threw the 3-bagger.
And splits the 8-9.
So, I think this is the shot of the match.
Yep, joking.
30-pin difference, but this is the one that can really cut into the lead, but also give him some confidence with 4 frames to go.
Makes Trey start to think about it if he does throw one.
Trey's not focused. He's on his phone. Can't do that on TV. Got to stay focused. But a lot of us get on our phone to stay focused, so it might be a thing for him.
Right?
Push a little.
Oh, almost a second, 4-9. That was a really good shot, though.
Got the 9 out. I mean, still a match. 204 max to 204 pace.
Micah Jensen says, do you guys have any tips for push away and backswing for a 2-hander? Oh, we don't have any 2-handers in the booth, unless you have any experience.
It's still the same concept as a one-hander. You push and you keep it above your feet and keep your body in a right good position. And my best advice to anybody, those you find yourself a coach in your local area that you can trust, you don't mind taking criticism from, you can understand, you can practice with, understand that they're there to help you.
Yes, being coachable is such a big asset to have.
The open mind. Having an open mind when working with someone is very key. That wasn't as hard as the last one.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Really good shot there.
Ball speed was easily a mile slower than the last one. It was able to read the lane before it exit the pattern. Strike here can almost wrap it up. Anything else, though, and we can get Trey back in, or Joe back into it. But strike here, and he's guaranteed in the 2-0s.
Wide.
It's trouble.
That's gone. That
Wow.
is, oh my.
So close.
That could have been 2.
Very easily. We saw that a few times.
Don't even talk about it, Ken. Don't even.
2's really hard to make.
Don't even. Don't even.
I was thinking about it earlier. I'm not going to say a word.
It's my claim to fame in college bowling.
You have to say it now.
2-0.
No, I'm almost positive I'm the only bowler in college bowling history to record two spare frames in a Baker game.
In a row.
Yes,
Same game?
both of my frames. Yes.
2 spare, 2 spare.
Yeah, I missed one off my hand. Got 2, picked it up. Coach was like, "What happened?" I said, "I missed it at the bottom." And then I got up in the 7th frame. Oh.
Why? Well, that flipped again.
So I got up in the 7th frame.
Are you
and
right-handed or left-handed?
righty.
Okay, so you got the 6-9 twice.
Yes, and off my hand in the 7th frame, I saw the ball going in the exact same spot, and I was like, "Oh boy!" And then I go up there, I pick it up, I come back, and coach just said, "You're done." I'm like, all right.
I would have benched myself. All right, here we are. 213 max, 204 max. Can
Yep.
Joe take advantage of the opportunity given to him?
Yeah, big opportunity.
That's close.
That
That's a really
is-
good shot.
Ooh, trip 4.
And he knows it.
If he can trip the 4, so can I.
So Joe gets to finish on his good lane, the lane that has hurt him right now, the 4-9 in the first, the 4-pin in the 7th. A strike here.
He's got 204 left, right?
A
Yep.
strike here, and this match is a 9-pin game.
Yeah, Trey's only got the 213 left. Wow.
And
That counts.
this is where your
First ball.
mental game, you figure out how good your mental game is real quick because of the mistake you made. Can you regroup?
Yeah, that 3 was so big on count.
Oh, that's going to hook.
Hook a lot.
Oh.
Well, it's still not over.
No, spares here, max 184, and it would force Trey to mark twice.
Yeah, and some deadwood. Guys are on it.
Says my score camera froze.
Sorry.
Do apologize
do it.
there.
No, it looks fine on the stream.
No,
here.
it's not. Yeah, it's not going. Oops, not that one.
Has to have it. Got to hook a little. All right.
All right.
Still a match. Still have a match, folks. We still have a match. Trey's in the 170s. Mark puts him in the 180s. 2 marks will win his title.
All right. We'll just have to talk you guys through the score.
Max
Apologize for
184
that.
for Joe. Max 213 for Trey. That's trouble.
Left, he knows it. You know, it's makeable. That's the good news.
It is. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with the 610. This was my nemesis spare for about 3 years.
Was it?
When I chopped it against Dom, I couldn't make it because I lost to Dom by 4. Granted, it was the 3rd frame of the match. For about 2 years, I couldn't make the 610 if you paid me.
Wow.
Whoa. Hard and straight, folks at home. That hooked just a little. Taking a re-rack here. To probably slow him down, I would guess.
All right. Let's see if resetting the camera will help matters here. That's the wrong shot.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple at this point.
A mark
A mark
is all he
Trey.
needs. He's 3 for 4 so far on this. lane.
Well, I guess if anything, I'm glad the score camera froze and not the other one.
Uh-oh.
It's a little left, but it.
Still not over.
No.
Needs a mark. The 6'10", 60 feet away. You just made it, so you tell yourself, hey, you just made this spare.
Yep.
Focus on the shot at hand. Can't worry about what you just did.
Okay, so spare strike gives him 191.
Yeah,
Yep.
mark and 4 is what he needs.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a lot of air in between those.
It's good.
Ooh.
Yeah, it hooked enough.
Ooh.
They were separated. Stay behind the line. Keep it on the lane. Get more than 3.
Do you pick up a spare ball if you're him?
Oh, yeah, all day. This one's going down the middle.
Yep,
Fired at
he
the head
absolutely
pin.
is right here.
Especially after what you know you just did.
Yes. That'll be enough.
And Trey Henriksmeyer will win the Boys Open Division for a $5,000 scholarship and a redemption after last season's second place finish to Zach. And we will have a word with Trey momentarily. A good tournament for Joe. Made himself a lot of money today.
He did. Unfortunately for Joe, he made too many ball changes this last game. And this is where the ball reps come into play on tour, like big time. And sometimes you just got to stick with what got you there. And like I said, unfortunately, a couple shots that he gave away early on the match is the deciding factor in this match more than anything. But Joe bowled great.
Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in today. Thank you, Sean, for sitting with us and giving us a little bit of your time.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Nevin and everyone at Midwest Youth Championships for inviting myself out here and having me a part of this. Big shout out to Chad, the owner of the bowling center, and Garden Center Lanes for what they do for the youth here. 8 years in a row, they've done a phenomenal job. Shout out to the association, 900 Global, and all the other sponsors to help bring out so much scholarship money for these kids. It's fun to see. So safe travels home. I look forward to hearing what Trey has to say. I'm going to go do the photos with Trey, but thanks again for having me.
Yeah, no problem, and good luck going forward. Hopefully
Thank
everything
you.
works out with the back, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah.
All right. Ken, what do you think, man? We ran into a little technical difficulty there with our score camera. I do apologize for that. That's never happened. I shut the camera off, and it came back on, and it's still frozen on the software. And short of shutting the software down, we made it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the only glitch we had, I think we're okay.
Yeah, and at least it happened to the score camera because there it is. It's still there. If you want to take a picture in time of where it, after a 3 count, I guess that's what it was. But our final was, what, 187 to I didn't quite get the.
I think it was 180 to 190-ish, somewhere in that area. It was a great match, all that you could hope for. I mean, Trey's bowled fantastic all weekend, and for Joe, I think he's got to be pretty proud. There's a lot of guys that you would expect probably would have been here ahead of him, and for him to make it into the finals, and
Yeah, he did a lot of work this morning in the cashers round to get in there, and then took out some pretty good competition in the bracket to get himself into the stepladder. So
yeah, I mean, all right, now I'm forgetting who exactly he beat, but
yeah, he took
yeah,
out Dawson Peterson.
Aiden and Dawson. I mean, that's 2 guys that have bowled well all weekend too. So
All right, we are going to get a word with Trey once he's done with his photo shoot over behind lane 18. And then we're going to wrap things up. While we have a minute, big thank you to all the sponsors here today at the tournament, and also big thank you to the folks at Storm who have been so kind to support us for another season. I can't say enough good things about them and what they've done for us. And then, of course, to all the great sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships. The host center, Garden Center Lanes, the restaurant inside Garden Center Lanes, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, the local Alexandria Area USBC Association, Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. Again, we gave away a Zen Gold label. Victor, I don't know how to say your last name, did win, so we will be getting a hold of you.
Nevin, it sounded like he said Doglich,
Okay.
but I could be wrong on that.
And again, you can stay connected to everything on NDBowling.com. Be sure to hit the YouTube subscribe button, like us on Facebook, and follow us on Twitter to stay up to date on everything NDBowling.com. Again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network, and we will get a word with Trey here momentarily. That works. All right. Now, bringing into the booth here. Trey, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Welcome to NDBowlTV. Congratulations.
Thank
Nice,
you.
Nice bowling.
Thank you.
I know this isn't your biggest win since you just cleaned house in Milwaukee the other week.
Yep.
How does it feel?
Good, especially since last year when I got second. It's just nice to actually catch the win this time. It was a grind all weekend. I had a high block of 30 under before the last one last night, and I had no clue. Ended up watching Dawson Unrath bowl, actually, and he had pretty good ball reaction, so I was trying to mimic that as best I could. Went into the pro shop, polished up some stronger stuff, and worked well. Went 94 over last night. Managed to go about 30 more over this morning.
Amazing what can happen when you just watch somebody and watch their ball reaction and try to mimic what they do. And I will say that to anyone bowling tournaments. If you're struggling, go find the person that's leading or had a big score and do the same thing. So throwing two different balls.
Mm-hmm.
What did you see on the right lane that made you throw the IQ?
The first one, the infinite that I threw in there, my first practice shot, took off and stuffed a 9-pin, and that had been really slow all week, so I knew I needed something stronger, just kind of blend it out. And phase 2 was a little too clean for what I wanted, and IQ is super smooth, super blendy, so I just tried going with that one to control the hook on that lane. Left lane, a bit tighter, just kind of needed to hook more in the front, so I just went to the phase 2. Unfortunately, I didn't throw it the greatest, but it was enough, I guess. So
yeah, very nice. So good win for you. You won the LBC thing, so you're going out to Portland, Maine for that show?
I'll be there.
And that's what, end of September?
It'll air on October 1st. Yep,
Okay.
I'll be there the weekend of September 22nd.
Very nice, and that'll be aired on
FS1.
On FS1, so check that out. Trey will be on FS1. It's a lot bigger than NDBowlTV. So what's next? You got school coming up, or?
I'm online this year, so I can travel more for bowling, and we're going to SYC next weekend. So
very nice, and that's in?
That's in Green Bay.
Green Bay, okay.
At a Schwabenant, so.
Very nice. Yeah, it's your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 3 hours from my house. It's on the other side of the state.
That's your neck of the woods.
It's close enough. Yeah.
In North Dakota terms, I have to drive 4 hours to get anywhere.
Yeah,
so
it's close enough.
Well,
it's
congratulations.
better than 10 hours, so.
Ken, you got any last thoughts?
No, just, great bowling this weekend. We got to watch you last year, too, and said we kind of figured it's one of those monkey off the back, so
yeah,
congratulations.
it's definitely nice to get one.
Yeah, I saw the redemption there at the end. That's kind of what it felt like. Well, congratulations. Have a safe trip home, and maybe we'll see you next year.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Trey Hendricksmeyer is your winner of the 2023
Nevin sneaking into the booth.
And yeah, Nevin. Thank you, Ken, for joining me once again, even though you're not on camera. You're here.
I'm over here. Always a pleasure. Always, it's a long day, but it's always a lot of fun to see the incredible talent that shows up here. And it proves it again today.
Absolutely. I wish we had the opportunities these kids have these days, and
would have spent a lot more on bowling tournaments and would have probably been humbled a little bit more than I would have wanted.
Probably, knowing the kind of competition that was our age, I would guess that too.
Very, very much so. But yeah, I said, I mean, nothing but good things you can say out of this tournament every single year. I mean, Nevin, Chad, Myers, the whole staff here. Oh, there, hi. They just do a phenomenal job, and 40 whatever $1,000 that they give away is a crazy amount.
Yeah.
When you think about what these kids can do with it.
So, like we said again, thank you to everyone here at Garden Center Lanes for inviting us in here to cover their tournament once again. Well-ran tournament. Shout out to Nevin. Shout out to his wife, Lee. Shout out to the Meyer family. Shout out to everyone who's had anything to do with this tournament. You guys do a great job, and I can't wait to come back next year and cover it again. So,
Yep.
big thank you to everyone who has joined us in the chat room. Thank you for chatting, and if you haven't already, please subscribe. Please hit that thumbs up button, and we'll be back again at the end of October at the NDBowlTV Masters up at North Hill Bowl in Minot. So, once again, I'm Darren Sini. This is Ken Fletcher saying goodnight from Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. Thank you for watching.